Bill Kelly to come up next. And then we'll have Bob Groden. And Dr. Aguilar.
Hello. I was going to speak today about some of the research I was doing, and it's all very exciting. And I know hundreds of other researchers are doing things that are exciting too. But instead, I'm going to present to you an idea I've been working on for the past 2 years. I started studying how other cases were solved, beginning with Medgar Evers, who was shot in the back with a high-powered rifle in 1963, and his case was brought to justice 35 years later by a courageous assistant district attorney in Mississippi who took the evidence before a grand jury and obtained indictments and brought Brian DeBeckwith to trial, and he's now serving life imprisonment. I looked at the other cases, civil rights cases of the 60s, the Birmingham bombings, the York, Pennsylvania race riots, the Philadelphia, Mississippi Freedom Riders, and in each case, as they are slowly brought to justice. Right now, the York trial was concluded about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think the Birmingham trial ended last year with indictments against 3 people, and they were convicted. And yesterday's paper, there was an article about the death of Michael Burns, a one-time Ku Klux Klansman who turned FBI informant, provided key evidence to help convict 2 Klansmen in the '63 church bombing that killed 4 black girls. He suffered an apparent heart attack, but before he died, he brought this evidence before the prosecutor, and after 30 years, this case was brought to justice, and now it's history. And I want to do the same thing with the Kennedy assassination. And in studying the grand jury process, it's one of the least known aspects of our judicial system. And we have had an example of the Kennedy assassination being brought before a grand jury, because Garrison brought his case before the grand jury before he issued his indictments against Clay Shaw. So what I'm proposing, and Fletcher Prouty said it first, he said that you can do all the research in the world, but you don't have a case unless you have a place to take the evidence and the research that you do. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to present a venue for where we can take the new evidence. And in researching the idea of the grand jury, I discovered there's many levels of grand jury. There's city grand juries, there's municipal grand juries, there's county, state, and federal, each with its different rules of order and different procedures. But this case requires a special federal grand jury, which would be impaneled strictly for the one case. And the evidence brought before it would be secret, but it would require people to testify under oath. It would require that the evidence be brought out of the archives and brought before the grand jury to let them view it. It would require the showing of the Zapruder film, and it would require the acoustic evidence to be brought before these people. And they, if they're properly educated or given the instructions by the prosecutor, they will ask questions themselves. And these are ordinary citizens of the United States, like you and me, but they would ask the prosecutor certain questions that would be required for him to answer. And documents would be subpoenaed, witnesses would be brought in, and new evidence discovered. One thing that I can envision happening, and if I said this 10 years ago, no one would believe me, and maybe you won't believe it now, but I think that the body of John F. Kennedy can be dug up and a proper forensic autopsy performed, not only on Kennedy, but on all the victims of November 22nd, including John Connally, Officer Tippit, and Oswald himself. And they said You say Oswald already was dug up and they proved it was him, but what happened was not what we're looking for, and that is a proper forensic autopsy. And a forensic autopsy, as opposed to the one that they did in Bethesda, is different because a regular autopsy attempts to provide evidence of how the person died. And of course, they determined he died from a gunshot to the head. A forensic autopsy, however, is set out to create new evidence to be used in a court of law. And I think that a forensic autopsy, if done properly, as Cyril Weck said, would determine the direction of shots to the skull because the bone tissue would still be able to determine which direction it went in. Plus, if you dig up Conley and measure the weights of the lead in his wrist still would show that the single bullet theory is wrong. And also, when Cyril Weck debates Arlen Specter next year at the Cyril Weck Forensic Institute in Pittsburgh, they won't have to debate the records that we know are tampered with, the autopsy photos that we know are fake, and they'll have new evidence to argue over. In fact, the argument will be over because once the proper forensic autopsy is performed, although we won't know about it, the results right away, because the grand jury will determine whether or not crimes were committed. People say, well, who are you going to target? CIA, the mafia, and all. And the answer to that question is you look at the evidence and you target the crime and not the person. So the crime leads you to the people that are responsible for committing it. And the crimes we're talking about here is not just homicide, treason, conspiracy, but smaller crimes too. You have obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, perjury. You have all kinds of crimes that the grand jury could indict people for. Now, this type of special federal grand jury has already been used in RICO cases against the mob, thanks to G. Robert Blakely. But also it helps solve other political assassinations that are as complex as the one we're dealing with here. The DuPont Circle bombing of the Chilean ambassador, that was successfully prosecuted by two young assistant prosecutors, the kind that we need to take this case. Now, what I'm proposing, you say, well, it's nice that you think of that, but you're not going to convince the government to do this. Well, we don't have to convince the government to do it. We just have to convince one person, and that is the prosecutor in one of the three jurisdictions where we know crimes were committed, in the District of Northern Texas, in New Orleans Parish, and in Washington, D.C. And the procedure for getting a prosecutor to take a case to a grand jury is by way of petition, similar to the petition that surrounds attorneys using in regular court. Except this petition would be the grand jury petition and request. I'll read you what we've done so far. It says, the federal grand jury petition is to evaluate the existing evidence and investigate the homicides of John F. Kennedy, the attempted murder of John B. Connally, and the murders of J.D. Tippit and Lee Harvey Oswald in Dallas, Texas, in November 1963. We, citizens of the United States of America, do hereby petition you, impaneled grand jurors, to fulfill your duties and obligations under the U.S. Code, Title 18, Section 333, and appropriate statutes in correct jurisdictions, and carry out your duties to operate as an investigative agency in cases of civic corruption, misconduct by public officers, to look into the criminal conduct prior to the arrest of any suspect, and develop evidence against civic corruption, organized crime, or any broad array of criminal activity contained in this evidence. This request is being submitted for the purpose of completing previously impeded official investigations, to determine the disposition and establish the provenance of all relevant evidence and records and witnesses, to answer all outstanding questions that can be reasonably answered by basic inquiry, and to have qualified experts review all available acoustic, ballistic, medical, and autopsy evidence, and to order new independent studies and tests you deem necessary, including the proper forensic autopsies of all the victims, to review the available documentary and hard evidence, subpoena witnesses and take their testimony, and determine what crimes have been committed and whether there is evidence to indict those individuals responsible for crimes, including but not limited to conspiracy, homicide, treason, destruction of evidence, obstruction of justice, and perjury, and to help restore public confidence in government, the law, and the legal and judicial systems of this country. We, citizens of the United States, hereby present you with this petition, along with the relevant discovered evidence, records, and exhibits, and respectfully request that you carry out your responsibilities under the law. When you are finished, we also ask you to publicly report what steps you have taken, what you discover, and determine whether indictments should be brought against individuals for any crimes related to the assassination of President Kennedy. Usually the grand jury evidence is sealed forever, but Garrison's records were supposedly sent out to be destroyed and were preserved and then attached to the JFK Assassination Records Act, and they're now at the archives, and they're now on the internet, that you can actually go to the internet and read the records of the grand jury testimony. And I think that when we created the JFK Act, or when Congress did, they ordered all relevant records on the assassination released, and I think that that can be reasonably determined that it would include all relevant records on the JFK assassination that are produced even later after the JFK Act, and tomorrow it includes records that haven't been made yet. So I think that the special grand jury proceedings would fall under the JFK Records Act, so it wouldn't be hidden from public view even after it is conducted. But what we're also working on is an idea that even if we can't convince a prosecutor to take this petition that we have prepared to the grand jury, which is his right, he doesn't have to take it to the grand jury, we decided that we can put a grand jury on ourselves. So we're working on the idea of preparing a mock grand jury, which we can film and put on TV or do a pay-per-view or whatever, but would impanel it, citizens, swear them under oath, have the prosecutor present the evidence to them just as it would be in a real grand jury, and we would create an educational tool to teach people what the evidence is in the case and also teach them about the grand jury process, and maybe that would stimulate a prosecutor somewhere to take up our case. But the important thing is that we create a place in the legal system where the researchers can bring their evidence and take it and get some legal response and attempt to not only bring truth out from this case, but also bring some semblance of justice before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Okay, is Bob Groden here? I think so, yeah. You can come up. Do you need the visual stuff? Just going to speak. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. As those of you who don't know him, Bob Groden is a longtime researcher in the case, has done a lot of work on the photographic evidence, has several books out, The Killing of a President and Search for Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'm sure he'll tell you the rest of them. He's got videos out, about the various pieces, and he also was a staffer with the House Select Committee on Assassinations.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your patience and thanks for waiting this late. And it is warm as hell in here, isn't it, John? I had a couple of things prepared to talk about, and I was asked to consider what Jerry was saying a few moments ago about the Zapruder film being faked, and to analyze as quickly as I could within that period of time what I was hearing. If you remember, those of you who were here last year, you know that I totally disregard any concept of the Zapruder film being faked. One of the reasons why I would do that is because I'm probably the only person here who's ever actually handled the original film. There are artifacts to films that are unique. The Zapruder film is Kodachrome too. Kodachrome is a unique film. It can't be used as a duplicating film very easily because it builds up too much contrast. We do not have an overabundance of contrast in the Zapruder film. We have an exact contrast and tonal value that you would expect on an original film. Going back to the beginnings of the concept of the Zapruder film being faked, issues were raised as to clarity, speed, things of that nature. One of the things I mentioned last year, and it's just as valid this year as it was last year, and it would be very easy to test if we had one. I personally don't, but I do know someone who does, and I will by next year have done this test. The Zapruder film camera was not, as some of the later ones were, a battery-powered camera. In order to get the camera to run, you manually had to wind the spring tension in the camera. It has a key on it. You wind, until you hit so much pressure that it'll stop winding. And then you shoot until it unwinds, and then it stops. Then you wind it again, shoot your next sequence, and so on and so on. Running at 50 or 60 frames per second, 56, 64, whatever, you could not get 26 seconds worth of running time onto the film at that speed. Yes, the car would or the film rather, would micro divide each second a great deal more. Bless you. Instead of having only 18.3 frames, which is not the actual speed of the camera, but the average running speed, 18.3 frames, this much or so, would run through every second as an average running speed. At 56 or 64 or higher speed, you've got this much running through, which requires that much more spring tension. The camera won't do it. I'm convinced of that, and by next year I'll have proof of that for you. I must say, Jerry, you presented a far more rational case than anyone else I've ever heard present this before, and the fact that you don't go over the deep end and you do have your terminology correct. When we're talking about blur, there's a difference between blur and focus. So many times people who have raised the issue as to the authenticity refer to the fact that the film goes out of focus. It's not really out of focus for those frames. It's image blur. And the blur occurs for several reasons. Number one, more than any other, is something called pan rate. And it is just what it says. If you're following the car, you are going to pan along with the car. If you're particularly in good shape, if you have balance, if you're holding it just right, you'll have a good pan rate, and you'll stay with the camera as much with the subject as much as you can, and it'll be fine. Zapruder was an older man. Zapruder had vertigo. He was unsteady. He was being held up by Marilyn Sisman so he wouldn't fall over. His pan rate sucked. It was terrible. It was awful. He practically loses the president on the left side first, and then at the time of the headshot nearly loses him at the bottom. It was not good cinematography by any chance. What I noticed, and I'd have to admittedly check it further, Jerry, is to see within those frames, when you get the double image near the edge of the curvature of the lens, whether the frames in the center are in focus or out of focus. The sample that you showed had the imagery in the center of the picture out of focus. At the same time, you were getting the double image in the marginal area between the sprocket holes. If this is consistent, it explains it. If each time that happens, it's the same, then it becomes consistent. The ghost images I find fascinating because I've done a lot of work on that even years before the subject of the possibility of inauthenticity came up. What you point out about the positioning of the handhold of the motorcycle is a valid argument, but it's, I believe, easily explained. If you were looking at an image that was, in fact, adjacent to the next frame, you'd expect it to be consistent. But considering Zapruder's lack of steadiness, we have to take into consideration that what we are seeing is a projected image through the lens and onto the film through a sprocket hole itself, which allows the exposure. Now, film, as we see it here, specifically Kodachrome, slide film specifically, has something called an anti-halation backing. An anti-halation backing is a black masking that prevents the light from going through the film. That comes off during processing. It actually washes off in the chemistry. And what we have with the ghost image is the film, the light actually projecting through the sprocket hole itself as part of the loop. They are not adjacent frames. I don't have a blackboard, but try to understand that when the film feeds through, it starts on a reel, goes up around a loop into the masking area, and then up around with another loop, and then onto a take-up reel. The loop is necessary because it prevents the film from catching and tearing at each advance of each frame through the sprocket advance. The loop is normally approximately maybe 10, maybe 12 frames. If you were to be able to do a test to check the location of the handholds on the motorcycle to those frames, 10 or 12 frames before or after, I'm convinced that you'll find that it will be consistent, or at least close to consistent, given Zapruder's lack of steadiness. The Nix and Zapruder films both do, in fact, show brain matter going to the rear. The Muchmore film, it's much too difficult to say because of the angle at which it's taken. The Nix film definitely shows at least 2 large pieces going to the rear. In the Zapruder film, in the clear masters, and my copies are made directly from the original film, and they're blown up to 35 millimeter and they're particularly clear. There is a haze, a cloud, if you will, of brain matter surrounding the president's head, not just to the front but to the rear. We see it as being more apparent toward the front of the president's face for a good reason. As we view the Zapruder film, the sun is coming, and this weekend was a perfect time to see it. If anyone paid any attention to the location of the sun yesterday and the shadows projected in the plaza, they are exactly as they were on November 22nd, 63, at 12:30 in the afternoon. Same day, same time of the week, of the month. The sun is coming from the right and from the rear. It is visually illuminating the cloud around the president's head, which is purely brain matter and blood and what have you, dura, what have you. It is more visual on the right side because that's where the sun is. It's brighter. It's more on a direct line for the light. On the left-hand side, however, that which is left of the president's head is projecting a shadow against that part of the rearward image. It is much more difficult to see that which is going to the rear. But if you look even into the shadow area below the president's neck, right about here, you will see 1 or 2 larger pieces of brain and or skull going to the rear and downward. It is, as I said, pretty random, the explosion. It was almost purely on the right-hand side initially. The shot, of course, coming from the right front, from the grassy knoll, would in fact drive those pieces of the head in question, specifically the Harper fragment, to the rear and to the left. This is consistent. I don't disagree with you, certainly, that there was a conspiracy. There certainly was a shot from the front. There were, and I've revealed this to a few people in the past, not many. There were at least 2 illicit copies of the Zapruder film made on the day of the assassination. Copies the public has never seen. One of those copies fell into the hands of a New York film producer, and he showed it to me many, many years ago. It's identical to what is presented as the original. It could not have been tampered with because no one in the government even knew about it. It is identical, frame for frame. And it does not have our usual splices because it was made before the film was cut by Life magazine. Those frames are in fact intact. If anyone wants to see an intact copy of the Zapruder film, one that is not cut at all, this is not a plug. Most of you probably already have this anyway. The Assassination films, a videotape I produced some years ago for researchers only. The purpose of the tape is to show everything that's available, motion picture-wise, and it does have the Secret Service copy of the Zapruder film on it, which was made before the film was cut by Life magazine. As far as needing full sequences to detect fakery in the film between Zapruder, Nix, much more, what have you, Bronson especially. Bronson's a unique thing, by the way, because the Bronson film wasn't in the hands of the government for years and years to come. Bronson, however, was cheap as far as it goes in using film. He was very conservative in his use of film, and he was shooting at a much slower speed. He was shooting at approximately 12 frames per second. So we do have the problem matching up frame for frame. But as far as it goes, if you run them at the correct speed, what you see as far as the action in the background goes, you do have consistency between them. The Zapruder film and the Nix film are out of sequence to each other. They're out of sync. It's like this. If they were shot at exactly the same time, all the frames would come together time-wise. They don't. In the Nix film, you see the explosion happen and extend. The Zapruder frames are exposed in between those frames. We see the explosion, and then the explosion that is that obvious is gone. However, on the original film, and on the original copies, the 35 millimeter copies that I've made in the 1960s, you see that explosion last longer. It sticks around longer than the duplicate copies you see, even on my own videotapes. Once you duplicate it, you lose that subtle clarity that the original has. In the early 1970s, I was asked to work with a group in New York, a film production company in New York called, oh Lord, I probably won't remember, Richter McBride Productions. We went to Life magazine, Time Life, 30th floor, the whole thing, the whole history. They brought down the original film, camera original, on the original spool. I stole the original spool, by the way. I switched it. I had to have it. It's just the spool. It's not the film itself. But what is fascinating is the original film is so clear, so sharp, the colors so pure, and the manhandling of the film so unbearable. There was mold growing on it. There was a footprint on it. It was the original film. What they had done is, I'll go through this history, and I won't keep you very much longer with it, but many of you, again, might know this, you might not. It's just a little footnote. The Zapruder film, as we know it, the assassination sequence is on the second side of the film. The Zapruder film is 8 millimeter, but it was originally double rank 8, 16 millimeters wide. You shoot down one side, take out that reel I told you about, flip it to the other side, reload it, and then run the other side. The Zapruder film that we know, the assassination sequence, is the opening part of the second side of the film. The first side of the film is all home movie stuff. And that stuff runs at the same speed, the same frame rate as anything else. That film footage, which the public has never seen, I do have. It's Marilyn Sitzman, it's other people within the Zapruder office hamming it up, modeling jackets, furs, what have you, just playing around. Life magazine, during this little adventure, when we were bidding on the film for Richter McBride, we wanted to do a documentary, and the Life magazine people wanted $10,000 for one-time use. We agreed. Begged, borrowed, and stole the money. Got it, brought it to them, then they wanted $20,000. When we agreed to $20,000, they upped it to $30,000. There was no way they were going to let it happen. But during that little adventure, I had access to a little safe that they had, a little film archive. This is stuff I've never spoken about before, and I'm glad to share it with you, and I'm glad you came for this. They had a black and white double 8 millimeter film, double rank film, which was a black and white negative made directly from the color 35 before the film had been slit. Think about that. Both sides of the film, up and down, were identical to the original film. Never cut, and they still had it. It was identical to what we saw here, what we have seen here. They also had some other stuff which is politically perhaps more interesting to some people. Some mention was made last night during the keynote speech of political contracts between Life magazine and the government. They had stuff in this safe relating to the Cuban invasion, the Cuban Bay of Pigs invasion. All kinds of stuff that I don't think they've ever released. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of feet. And they referred to it as the picnic. And that stuff may still be there. They also had every outtake from all the films that they had ever gotten, including the DCA film and its outtakes. The DCA film being a Dallas Cinema Associates compilation called The President's Final Hour, which some of you may have seen through the years. It is on the end of this, by the way. They had that stuff. Life magazine had it. When I went to work for the House Assassinations Committee, I gave them all this information very quietly and told them, this is where the stuff is. This is where DCA is. This is where all the other stuff is. They had the DCA original. They had actually switched the original for a duplicate and returned the duplicate to DCA. They had the original. I let the HSCA know about it. They went to Life magazine. They got the DCA original back, but all the outtakes magically disappeared. And a lot of other stuff too. Was the Zapruder film altered? Yeah, it was. But it was altered by clipping out two important sections. One section in the 150s, one at between 207 and 212, using the frame numbers. The second one, Tink, bless his heart, in 6 Seconds in Dallas, released to us for the first time back in the mid-1960s, and let us know that in fact there were missing frames. That was the first clue many of us had. Others got it from volume 18 of the Warren Report, when the frames that were reproduced missed 207, 208, 209, and 210. 211 and then into 212. Those are the damaged and missing frames. Well, they're no longer damaged or missing. For those of you who have the magazine, my magazine, I published them in color for the first time, all the missing frames. They're also on here as well. I found out yesterday by speaking to a Dealey Plaza witness who I had never had a chance to speak to before, gotten confirmation of an earlier shot before the throat wound. I've mentioned it, I wrote about it before, but she was there and she saw it. And she saw the result of what happened to it. And that first shot did occur during the first splice, the one that Life magazine to this very day denies. So you're correct, the film was in fact altered. But was it in fact changed the way the internet would have you believe now? I don't believe so. I believe it's provable that it has not been. I have to echo Tink Thompson's comments about how we're spinning our wheels with this thing. The amount of energy that we're spending on this is just disproportionate to the value. I am wedded through the rest of my life to the Zapruder film. It's part of the legend. It's part of the history. It's what put me on the map in this case. So I do have a very, very strong emotional connection to it, and I admit that quite freely. But I was also the one who proved that it was not Oswald standing in the doorway of the depository in the Elkins photograph when I had originally said it was. I was wrong. I admitted it. I would be happy to admit I was wrong here, but I don't think I am. I applaud the fact that you spent the time to do this, Jerry. I applaud everyone who has in the past. I've been attacked for defending the film. It's anybody's choice if they want to. We have enough enemies in this case on the other side. We don't need them on our side. Thank you.
I was thinking this year, what a difference it is, just being a researcher, having access to the internet from all the years that I spent, plugging away in libraries, trying to find a copy of the books, and then just how different it was on 9/11 when people were calling from the planes and calling from under the rubble on their cell phones. And I said the other day to somebody, imagine if they'd had cell phones in Dealey Plaza. So our next speaker is Gary Aguilar, and we'll wrap up and have a few questions because we want to get into the last session on Garrison.
Is there any way of
Do you want to use your laptop again?
Yeah, maybe the smart thing for me to do is basically going to be reading text, or I'm going to be going over text.
So rather than
And I might as well,
just read it.
I can just read it myself, because this
Either way.
will fire up. I think that one of the, for some reason I thought somebody was going before me, so it'll take me just a second to bring this back up again. One of the things I think you're going to find that you already saw in Gus Russo's book, that I suspect is going to be coming out in Max Holland's book, and who knows, perhaps in other places as well, about the medical evidence that I want to focus on today, is that the argument is being made that the reason there are a lot of problems with the medical evidence and the autopsy. The reason there was a problem with the autopsy is because the Kennedy family controlled the autopsy. As Gus Russo put it, they control the autopsy, and it was a consequence of the interference of the Kennedy family that really prevented a full autopsy and an adequate autopsy from being done, that we don't understand what really went on then, and there have been some questions and problems about it ever since. This traces, incidentally, to George Lundberg, who took offense at the way in which the autopsy was depicted in the film JFK. In JFK, you may recall that the autopsy surgeons are seen working under tremendous duress. There are people breathing down their throat. They're being pressured. The impression is that they're not allowed to do what they really are capable of doing because of the pressure that's being brought to bear on them. George Lundberg once said in a public debate in Chicago, the movie JFK I consider to be primarily skillful fiction, very skillfully filmed, very nicely done, but I consider it a grave insult to the military physicians involved as well as the pathologists in general, maybe medicine and a whole lot of innocent people as well. I think that his comment is fairly typical of people who saw that aspect, that the portrayal of the doctors under pressure at the autopsy to not do what had to be done is a criticism that has been lodged against Oliver Stone. And yet now some people are starting to say that, well, yes, in fact, there was some pressure brought against them, and it was brought to bear by the Kennedy family, who wanted to rush the autopsy, who wouldn't let them dissect and do the proper dissections they needed to do. Well, I'm here to submit to you that I think that, of course, that's all hogwash. The argument I'd like to make to you today is that I think that, in fact, if there was an interference in the autopsy, it was a military interference in the autopsy, not the Kennedy family. And the reason for that is that the specific restrictions that were placed on the autopsy were not restrictions that anyone who was not a physician would have ever thought to impose. We have the following quotes. We have Pierre Fink saying, well, now, just for those of you that need some background on the general outline of the thing, the body is brought into Bethesda. A man who's a general pathologist and not a forensic pathologist, James Humes, is brought in and told that he is going to be doing the autopsy. Now, he is a man who is a general anatomic pathologist, we call it, trained in what we call natural death, heart attacks, cancer, that sort of thing, strokes, and so on and so forth. He knows how to do autopsy for people like that, but he's not specifically trained in doing forensic autopsies, unnatural death, gunshot wounds, stabbings, that kind of thing, you know, being gassed to death, choked, what have you. But he is the guy who's in charge of the autopsy. His second in command also works at Bethesda. They're both Navy autopsy pathologists. His name is Boswell. He, again, a general anatomical pathologist, well-trained and quite capable in the general run of things, and certainly aware of what they need when they need forensics help. But they're called in. They ask for help, and permission is denied. They say, well, we'd like to have some medical examiner from the local medical examiner's office. Russell Fisher from Baltimore would have been a good choice, and there are quite a number of them from the area around Washington, D.C. that could have been called upon, who do have a lot of forensic expertise. And they were discouraged, and the permission to do that was denied. So they called Pierre Fink in. Pierre Fink was a properly certified forensic pathologist, but for 2 years before Kennedy's autopsy, he had done no hands-on autopsies himself. He'd basically done work as a consultant, reviewing the autopsies of either people had done. They were armchair reviews, not on the table, not with bodies, not with tissues. In any case, Pierre Fink then, during the Clay Shaw trial, talked about his situation and the situation of the circumstances of the autopsy. Was Oliver Stone totally crazy suggesting these people were under some kind of severe pressure? He said, quote, "There were admirals, and when you're a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army, you just follow orders." In other words, here he was in the Army, and he's over at a Navy family reunion, and he is there to provide some expertise, but he sees his role when he walks in as largely sort of token, in the sense that by the time he got to the autopsy, which is a half an hour after they started it, the most key wound there had already been taken apart, the head wound. They'd already taken the brain out. Now, he died by a gunshot wound to the head. We can all see that in the Zapruder film. So the expertise you'd really want to have is an examination of the head wound. Well, the brain had already been extracted from the skull before he'd even walked in. Now, Milton Halpern, the famed New York City coroner, put Pierre Fink's circumstances here pretty accurately when he said one time, and this is quoted in 6 Seconds in Dallas, incidentally, "Colonel Fink's position throughout the entire proceeding was extremely uncomfortable. If it had not been for him, the autopsy would not have been handled as well as it was. But he was in the role of a poor bastard Army child foisted into a Navy family reunion. He was the only one of the 3 doctors with any experience with bullet wounds. But you have to remember that his experience is limited primarily to reviewing files, pictures, and records of finished cases. There's a world of difference between standing at the autopsy table trying to decide whether a hole in a body is a wound of entrance or a wound of exit, and in reviewing, another man's work. There's a world of difference between actually doing hands-on work and in reviewing another man's work at some later date in the relaxed academic atmosphere of a private office, which is what Fink did. But there are several people who have advanced the idea that the Kennedy family interference explains the failings of the autopsy, because it was, by all accounts, a botched autopsy. William Manchester, Gus Russo, and John Latimer have all argued that Kennedy family interference explains the failings of the autopsy. Manchester says, quote, the Kennedy who was really in charge in the Tower suite was the Attorney General. In other words, Robert Kennedy was the guy that was in charge of the autopsy. Gus Russo, in Live by the Sword, quoted Harry Livingstone's book, High Treason, saying that that Robert Carney apparently told him that the Kennedys were interfering with the autopsy. The problem with that particular quote of Dr. Carney is that Andy Purdy for the House Select Committee on Assassinations interviewed Carney, and his report is, quote, "Dr. Carney doesn't know if there were any limitations placed on how the autopsy was to be done. He didn't know who was running things." So Harry Livingstone's source has been essentially better quoted by somebody who was interviewed by the House Select Committee on Assassinations under oath. John Latimer has said that Dr. Humes was severely limited in what he was permitted to do by constraints imposed by the family. But then we have some very interesting things that came out. We have Pierre Fink in Journal of American Medical Association saying the Kennedy family did not want us to examine the abdominal cavity, but the abdominal cavity was examined. In other words, Kennedy came in with no abdominal injuries. The Kennedy family said, well, look, if there are no abdominal injuries, it's not going to help you determine the cause of death. Why open his abdomen? The military said, we're opening his abdomen. They did so anyhow. So clearly, if the Kennedy family was not able to keep them out of his bowels, it's not clear, particularly his uninjured bowels, it's not clear what great force they had during the autopsy to prevent or not prevent things, or to allow things or disallow things. Under oath, the Assassination Records Review Board, Humes said that as Jack Kennedy's personal physician, Berkeley seemed to be keen to be moving things along. But as far as telling me what to do or how to do it, absolutely, irrevocably, no. In other words, Humes himself said Berkeley, who was passing along the Kennedy's family's wishes, was absolutely, irrevocably not telling them what to do. And since Berkeley wasn't a pathologist, Humes said, he wouldn't presume to do such a thing. And of course, he's a general medical doctor who comes down here. The pathologists are doing a case, a very important case. Is the generalist going to tell them how to do their pathology? I don't think so. And that makes common sense for me as a physician, and I think for anyone else in the audience who is. Dr. Boswell, second in command, told the Assassination Records Review Board that they were, quote, not at all, unquote, in any rush or under any compulsion to hurry. It was always an extension of the autopsy that was encouraged rather than further restrictions. In other words, they got to a certain point and they say, God, we still don't know what we can do. Can we open the abdomen? And of course, the Kennedy family apparently preferred them not to. Permission came down, yeah, go ahead and open it up. And so they went ahead and did that. In an interview with this House Select Committee on Assassinations, the commanding officer of the Naval Medical Center, Admiral Galloway, said that he was present throughout the autopsy and that, quote, no orders were being sent in from outside the autopsy, either by phone or by person. In other words, there weren't calls coming down from the Kennedy saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. If there were any indications being communicated, they were probably through Berkeley. And Berkeley himself, said that he did not Berkeley, in a sworn affidavit executed for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, said, quote, I directed the autopsy surgeon to do a complete autopsy and take the time necessary for completion. Commanders, quote, Commanders Humes and Boswell, however, inquired as to whether or not any of their consultants from the medical examiner's office in Washington or Baltimore should be summoned, but this action was discouraged. Apparently that was in an interview that John Latimer had conducted with Humes and Boswell, that they told him, well, we asked to see some experienced medical examiners, they weren't allowed to come in here. The House Select Committee on Assassinations also looked into the possibility that there had been interference in the autopsy. And the bottom line here is that General McHugh, who was witness to these events, said that he forwarded information to the pathologist. The family wanted to know when they were going to be done and so on and so forth, never stating or implying that the doctor should limit the autopsy in any manner, but merely reminding them to work as efficiently as quickly as possible. Now, it's not terribly sinister that the Kennedy family that have been through this horror show are up there at midnight or 1 in the morning and saying, well, we'd like to know when it's going to be done. Please do your work as quickly as possible. They're exhausted, they're despondent, and yet they never placed any restrictions on them. Now, so let's look at the limitations. Now, the most glaring errors, the selection of inexperienced pathologists and the exclusion of available experienced ones, the failure to dissect Kennedy's back wound, and the failure to obtain his clothing. In other words, the autopsy pathologist said, God, if we only had his clothing. Well, they asked to see his clothing. Permission to see the clothing was denied. Now, if they're opening up his body, what on earth kind of privacy is going to be violated by actually looking at the victim's clothing? So none of these limitations had anything to do with restrictions the family would have placed, or to have even to camouflaging Jack Kennedy's secret disease, his Addison's disease, which is then a secret. Now, the House Select Committee on Assassinations concluded, quote, the panel concludes that the assistance of an experienced pathologist engaged in the full-time practice of forensic pathology, not merely in a consulting or review capacity, such as was the experience of Lieutenant Colonel Fink, would have materially assisted in the proper performance of the autopsy. They didn't have a good autopsy pathologist there. Now, here's Fink under oath during the Shaw trial to let you know what was going on, who was really running the show. This is question and answer. Question to Dr. Fink. Fink says, I will remind you that I was not in charge of this autopsy, that I was called, you were the co-author of the report though, weren't you, doctor? Wait, I was called as a consultant to look at these wounds. That doesn't mean I'm running the show. Was Dr. Humes running the show? Well, I heard Dr. Humes stating that, he said, who's in charge here? And I heard an Army general, I don't remember his name, saying, I am. You must understand that in those circumstances there were law enforcement officials, military people of various ranks, and you have to coordinate the operation according to directions. But you were one of the 3 qualified pathologists standing at the autopsy table, were you not, doctor? Yes, I was. Was this Army general who's calling the shots a qualified pathologist? No. Was he a doctor? No, not to my knowledge. Can you give me his name, Colonel? No, I can't. No, I can't. I don't remember. So you have him saying under oath that there was an Army general in there who was not a doctor, and Humes called out to the room saying, who's in charge here? And he says, I am. Now, interestingly enough, in the Journal of the American Medical Association, Humes recounted a very interesting and a similar story to rebut this assertion that, this event had happened. Now, remember, Humes and Boswell are at the Navy. Fink is an Army guy. no real love lost between them, but that's another very long story, how they were very, unhappy with Fink. In fact, it's a fascinating story, but not enough time for it. In any case, to rebut what Fink had said, Humes recounted an episode that was very similar, eerily similar to what Fink had sworn to. He says, and he said that in the Journal of American Medical Association, before the autopsy had even started, Humes had accosted a group of people on the loading dock outside of the morgue, including a man with a camera. Humes says that he asked there, who's in charge here? The answer, quote, the answer was only 2 feet away as a man in full military dress, who was some general representing the military section of the District of Columbia, answered, I am, who wants to know? So Humes offered this explanation for where that idea of his asking who's in charge here. But the problem is they couldn't have been the same episode, because this happened on the loading dock before the autopsy had started. Fink's episode happened during the autopsy. When the loading episode happened before the autopsy started, Fink hadn't even arrived yet. He didn't arrive until half an hour after the autopsy had come. So it's very odd how Humes is trotting out this preposterous explanation. I mean, why would he do that? Incidentally, he also told the same story about somebody else being in charge there to the House Select Committee on Assassinations. I mean, it's sort of an old hoary cliche almost by now. At the bottom of the autopsy permit form, there is a statement, you are hereby authorized to perform a complete post-mortem examination on the remains of John F. Kennedy. The autopsy shall be limited only by the conditions expressly stated below. There are no conditions stated below. They have no limitations placed on the autopsy. It was signed by Robert Kennedy and George Berkeley, the president's personal physician, who swore also in an affidavit that there were no restrictions placed on the autopsy. And it's very likely that Jackie had also given her authorization, because her name's typed at the bottom, typed in. She didn't happen to have signed it, but they put her name at the bottom. And one imagines that Robert would have talked to her about that. He was up on the 17th floor of the Bethesda Hospital with her. Now, here is the interesting thing that came out in consequence of these Journal of American Medical Association articles and the debate with George Lundberg of the Journal of American Medical Association in Chicago, that one of the debate contestants, Roger Feynman, who had some connections and used to work for CBS, found an internal CBS memorandum which he then made public, and it was published by Representative John Conyers. And in this CBS memorandum, you have one mucky muck at CBS writing to another one, who happens to be relating a conversation they'd had with James Hume, the chief autopsy pathologist. Now, the guy who's passing along this information is a close personal friend of Jim Hume's, and he is relating this back and forth in this then confidential CBS memorandum, now published through Congress. Quote, Humes also said that he had orders from someone he refused to disclose, other than stating it was not Robert Kennedy, to not do a complete autopsy. So this is what Humes was telling people privately. He would never go publicly with this for all the obvious reasons. Again, Commander Humes and Boswell's request for permission to dissect out this bullet hole, the back wound, which led to the upper back and possibly into the neck, was denied, quote unquote. That's also from John Latimer, and that was also something which was admitted by Pierre Fink, that they were not allowed to dissect the back wound. This is Pierre Fink again. I was denied the opportunity to examine the clothing of Kennedy. One officer who outranked me told me that my request was only of academic interest. The same officer did not agree to state in the autopsy report that the autopsy was incomplete, as I had suggested to indicate. Well, Fink knew it was an incomplete autopsy. During the autopsy, he wants to see the clothes. The officer outranking him says you can't have them, it's only of academic interest only. Would that officer have been Humes or Boswell? Well, these guys are doctors, and they get lessons or they get courses in forensic pathology, even though they're not forensic pathologists. They know full well that the clothing has, a tremendous relevance to the case. And besides, you also have Humes saying in JAMA, this is a direct quote of Humes in JAMA, quote, if we had only seen the president's clothes, tracking the second bullet would have been a piece of cake, but we didn't have the clothes. So, recapping now, in New Orleans, Fink testifies that an Army general says that he was in charge of the autopsy, and in answer to Humes' question, who's in charge, Humes apparently confided that he was ordered not to do a complete autopsy by someone other than Robert Kennedy. Fink, Boswell, and Humes all claimed that permission to dissect JFK's back wound was denied, and in a 1965 memo to his commanding officer, Joe Blumberg, Pierre Fink said that he was denied Jack Kennedy's clothes. Now, that is the principal case that I want to make today. In a rather long essay that is in the Crenshaw, the updated version of Crenshaw's book, 115 pages or so that Cyril Wecht and I wrote, We go into this evidence in some detail, making the case. The final thing regarding interference of the military in the autopsy is that you have James Humes in an affidavit on the day of the assassination saying, I, James J. Humes, certify that I have destroyed by burning certain preliminary draft notes. Preliminary draft notes. Now, draft notes are notes that you prepare when you're writing a final draft. It's an early draft. Relating to Jack Kennedy's autopsy, and have officially transmitted all other papers relating to this report to higher authority. He wrote that on 2 days after the assassination. He also, on that same date, signed off another affidavit. I, James Hume, certified that all working papers associated with Naval Medical School, with Jack Kennedy's autopsy, have remained in my personal custody at all times. Autopsy notes and the holograph draft, handwritten draft, of the final report were handed to the commanding officer. No papers relating to this case remain in my possession. So he's essentially saying that all the papers that they had with all the notes were turned over to official sources, that a working draft was destroyed, but otherwise all the papers were turned over to higher authorities. This is an AP quote that quotes an important Assassination Records Review Board finding. Quote, under oath before the review board, Dr. Humes finally acknowledged under persistent questioning in testimony that differs from what he told the Warren Commission that he had destroyed both his notes taken at the autopsy and the first draft of his autopsy report. We already know that they did admit in this sworn affidavit 2 days after the assassination that he'd destroyed preliminary draft notes, but he says that he'd otherwise turned over all the original autopsy notes. Turns out he hadn't. He had destroyed some original autopsy notes. Now, the amusing thing about this, a bunch of amusing things, is he claims that he destroyed some original autopsy notes because they had the president's blood on them. In fact, on the back flap cover of Arlen Specter's new book, he's going to reveal, he says he reveals in his book for the first time why he destroyed these autopsy notes, and the reason he says is because they had the president's blood on them. Well, it turns out that the autopsy notes that we have in evidence, Dr. Boswell's notes, which have survived, also have the president's blood on them. So, but it turns out that this story that Specter says he's premiering in his story is at least 20 years old, perhaps 22, 23 years old. He also told the same story to the House Select Committee on Assassinations. He also told it to Dr. John Latimer, and he mentioned it also in the Journal of the American Medical Association. So obviously, Arlen Specter's fact checkers have not checked those things. It's a small point, but the importance of this point is the following exchange. Now here we have Humes saying they destroyed the original draft notes because they had the president's blood on them. Okay, so now he's under oath before the review board, and of course, those of us that work the review board gave the review board this question to ask him. Gunn, who is the AARB counsel, is asking Dr. Humes, Dr. Humes, do you see any inconsistency at all between destroying some handwritten notes that contained blood on them, but preserving other handwritten notes that also had blood on them? Humes, well, only that others that he destroyed were of my own making. I wouldn't have had the habit of destroying something that someone else had prepared. Well, it turns out that Dr. Fink had also written up autopsy notes the night of the autopsy, and his notes are missing, as are Humes' own autopsy notes missing. So you have a case where autopsy clothing is not allowed to be examined by the forensic pathologist. They pick second-rate pathologists to do the work. And I'm going to leave you with just one little gestalt as I finish. You know, how could all of these results have, come asunder? I mean, most people think that the circumstances that autopsy surgeons are given at the time of death play very little role in what conclusions they derive. That the conclusions they derive are a matter of hard science. It's all there in the body. That's all you pay attention to. You hear nothing. You pay no attention to the circumstance of the murder, and that's exactly wrong. The forensic pathologists particularly will sometimes go to the crime scene to see how it all happened because they want to put all that and incorporate that. But this is how it went down. If you read the handwritten autopsy report, and it's Harold Weisberg's book, you will see that it says in there, 3 shots were heard and the president fell forward face down to the floor of the limousine. And and that is scratched out, but you can still read all the words, and then it says 3 shots were heard and the president fell forward. And that's what makes it into the typed version that you also see is in the Warren report. But these guys, these 3 not particularly competent for this kind of work guys, are given a body, told 3 shots are heard and he fell forward. There was a single assassin that we have now captured who was up shooting at him from above and behind. Here's a body. put it together, boys. And they're good military men. They're loyal to their country. They assume that this information is solid information and that the wounds are going to have to explain the circumstances that they have been reliably told obtained at the time of the assassination. And there, I think, in a nutshell, explains the problem with the autopsy. And then later on, all the dissembling about it. Hume's testifying falsely to the Warren Commission about autopsy notes which he destroyed and denying that he destroyed them, and then having to fess up to the review board later on, signing false affidavits, not being allowed to see autopsy clothing and that sort of thing. All that sort of stuff is stuff that the Kennedy family would have had no control over whatsoever. And so, in conclusion, I would say that someone may want to make a case for the Kennedy family interference, but I think that the limitations and the failings trace more directly to the military. Thank you very much.
So maybe we can ask some of the other panelists to come up and have brief questions, and we have another panel coming on Garrison. Do you have something else to say?
No. I'm just going to shut off on that.
What?
Yeah.
John, we have another mic, house mic.
Okay, so there's two mics up here. If folks want to have a question, I know Jerry Smith had something to say if he's still here. Oh, here you are. Okay.
Just a couple of quick comments. With regard to whether or not Zapruder's camera had adequate spring tension to advance the film through the camera through one side at 48 frames per second. Did Bell and Howell produce a camera which would not perform as advertised? Did they put a spring in that camera which was inadequate to advance one side of the film through the camera? I don't think they did. With regarding the question of how the double exposures were formed, to conclude that the double exposures were formed on the film on the take-up reel is to suppose that the camera was so poorly designed that it allowed light leakage from the exposure area to other parts of the film, and this is an argument that is directly refuted by Roland Zavada's study of the Zapruder camera. With respect to the argument that a copy was, two surreptitious copies were made before the film was acquired by Life magazine, that might be, but since we can't see those copies, we really can't use them as a comparison to the putative original film. That's all I have to say on that. If there's any questions?
What was the camera?
It was a Bell and Howell camera.
Was it their model number?
Right off the top of my head, I don't have the model number, but certainly there was a model number.
Director series with a zoom rather than a turret lens. And Bell and Howell never, nor did any other manufacturer, ever create a manual spring-load camera that could go from one end to the other. None of them will do 25 straight feet. It always has to be rewound somewhere in the middle. Depending on how much you wind it or how little you wind it, it always has to be redone one place or another. Some people had come out with a concept that the film must have been faked because it doesn't show the entire motorcade. Zapruder filmed the opening sequence of the motorcade with the lead motorcycles, thinking the president would be right there at the beginning. He wasn't. He realized he was running out of spring tension, stopped, rewound the camera, so it was once again fully loaded, and by the time he put it back up to his eyes, the president had already completed the turn on to Elm Street. It would be very easy to take a copy of that camera, run it at both speeds, take a stopwatch, run 26 seconds worth of film, and see if at the high speed it'll run 26 seconds. It won't. But give it a try sometime if you get the camera. I don't have one, but I have a friend who does. And because of your argument, Jerry, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to run the test on it. Yeah.
Well, you said twice. Use the mic, please come to the mic.
Twice you made mention of that it wouldn't wind up for 50 to 60 frames, but we're
Feet.
talking about 48
Feet.
feet. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but what about 48?
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's the amount of tension. The faster it
Well,
runs.
up to what point will it?
Well, it depends on the individual camera, the individual model. I
This
can't tell you
particular-
exactly to the foot.
So you haven't done a test, actually?
That's what I'm saying, we have, because this is an issue that has not come up before. But the idea is that the faster you run it, the faster it's going to load the tension of the spring. And when the film was tested, the way they tested it, the way the FBI tested it, is they actually shot a clock with a sweep second hand. And they just ran it, and then they analyzed where the second was frame by frame. And that's how they gave the running speed of the camera.
Okay, but you actually haven't run a test to see if it goes
No,
48 feet?
no,
Okay.
but the other thing too is that the faster you run it, the lower the exposure. Because you're getting a shorter exposure time, so there's less light that hits the film, because the time goes by faster.
I just have one comment to actually add to this. You know, Jerry, I know you brought up one of the anomalies and tried to answer it, and you disagree, but there's about a dozen other things, and there's some very good research that has been done by David Mantic, Jack White, Martin Shackelford, Harry Livingstone, who spent about two weeks approximately, about 10 different days at the archives with their, which I believe is a Secret Service copy of the Zapruder films, and there's about a dozen different anomalies, and if you really want to forget about, I wish Tink was here, but I mean, he addressed all these myths. Forget about all the myths. You look at the evidence and you look at the anomalies and see if you could explain them any other way. And I think,
David Mantic's arguments were very well phrased, and they're addressable. It's not a problem. There's nothing there that he
Well,
came
then,
up with that.
why not
that
address
couldn't be
them?
addressed. Well, I have in the past.
I haven't.
About this.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
Well, I have here, as a matter of fact.
I've been here.
And one time I tried to do it here and got attacked for it.
Well, I think
if
you
you
brought up
remember that.
generalities, though. You didn't actually address you
Yeah.
said about how this is inconceivable and this is not possible, and there are answers for these things, but you don't actually address the evidence.
Well, once again, it doesn't work that way. I mean, when a film is modified the way Jerry is suggesting it be done, they could only be done on an optical printer. Only. It could not be done on a contact printer. It could not be done on a precision printer. Must be an optical printer. Must be. There is not anywhere in the world today, nor has there ever been, a shuttle mechanism for an optical printer, either Acme or Oxbury, the only two companies that make them, that will duplicate a film that way and include the information between the sprocket holes. For the House Assassinations Committee, we offered Oxbury and Acme an unlimited amount of money to create such a shuttle. They couldn't do it. It won't work.
That's one point of about a dozen.
Well,
I mean, I
there
must
is
say, this to
no-
me, this sounds like somebody who gets up and says, why would the government want to kill Kennedy and ignores the evidence?
But if this is a critical objection to the idea that it was duplicated, I mean, but if it's a critical objection, and that is you can't duplicate it and retain the sprocket information, that in itself devastates the hypothesis. I mean, all you have to do is have one fact that ultimately is lethal to the hypothesis to destroy the hypothesis. I mean, the contact theory of gravity worked very well to explain everything until all of a sudden you could come up with a couple of things that didn't work with
Yes.
the contact theory, and then the idea of gravity, ultimately prevailed.
I don't think we know what the assumption is that the film was changed in Rochester in a Kodak laboratory by the CIA. I presume we don't know what they have or what they had in 1963, because you couldn't have something done, or a particular place couldn't do something. You don't know what their capability was. So I don't think you can. You need to address the specific anomalies.
The possibility of a custom-made machine, I think, is realistic. I agree with the idea of having the Zapruder camera tested. I would like to have seen that camera loaded with another roll of film and have that film shot, so we would have another example of film from that camera, and that would give us a much better idea of whether or not any of the anomalies that have been reported are the product of lens defects in the camera. But we haven't been able to do that so far. No one's been able to get permission to run a film through that camera, and I would like to see that done.
Well, I agree, it needs to be done, but it does not need, no, the camera is right here at the 6th floor. They have it on loan. It's from the archives. It doesn't necessarily have to be for many of the cases, although ideally it would be great to have the actual camera that Zapruder used, but any other one from that product run would do the job. And I know somebody who's got one. So will be able to do that. The film, unfortunately, is outrageously expensive because no one makes or processes 8mm film anymore. But it can be done, and I'll make sure that it is done. As far as the light leak goes, that was an interesting point and something none of us had addressed before. The light leak that we're talking about leaks only to an area that never projects, so it wouldn't matter. Where it leaked, there's also information written in, it's called a preprint, where they preprint the type of film it is, the fact that it's safety film as opposed to nitrate film or something of that nature. It identifies what the film is. Say Kodak, Kodachrome 2, and there will be perhaps edge numbers, dating, information of that area. So it doesn't matter if that gets light struck by something else occasionally. It's not a sloppy manufacture, it's just the way it works. And not all cameras, by the way, photograph into that area. Some do, some don't.
The argument that this would result in a displacement of the motorcycle 10 or perhaps 12 frames away from the image of the limousine for any particular frame, I think is belied by simply viewing the film with the inner sprocket area. You can see the motorcycle traveling along right beside the left or the right rear side of the car. You don't see a 10 or 12 frame lag between the automobile and the motorcycle.
That's only half a second.
Yeah, but even a half a second, considering how Zapruder was having such a terrible problem with his pan rate, that if you were to be able to find out the exact size of the loop in frames, and then just take 2 copies of it, one way or the other, and shift, and compare the location from one copy to the other, the position laterally should remain either the same or very, very close to it.
The argument that Zapruder had problems tracking the vehicle I'll just say this about that. With respect to whether Zapruder tracked the vehicle, we see the president at all times. We never see the motorcycles immediately following him. The jiggle analysis and the article that he did not track accurately presume the film is genuine. But absent that presumption, the jiggle analysis and the other arguments fail. They depend on that which way they are intended to prove.
But I know this will stop. I'm not even going to debate it anymore. Hopefully we'll be able to prove it by next year. There's one very...
Can we maybe commit a dinner table to people that want to discuss this issue?
Okay, well, but I had another issue that'll take less than 1 minute to discuss. Tom sent me a fabulous little notation this morning. I wanted to share this with you. My mind is just a blank. I can't really... Tom, you here? Tom? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He said, this is a fabulous article, and I thank you for it. For those of you who study through the HSCA stuff and then into the House Assassinations Committee follow-up with the Assassination Records Review Board may know that UPI claimed that they had lost the original Nix and much more films. Well, as of an article this morning, they apparently magically found it after more than 20 years. They got it back, they're analyzing it, they are digitizing it, which means that they found much more. They also found Nix because they were in the same place. So they either have been lying for all these years or they magically discovered it. I wanted you to know that they're here. Thanks.
No more.
Lisa, I have a question for you. No.
Just get a small group of people that want to talk about this, send them off in the room and beat one another in the head about it.
Lisa, I have a question for you.
Okay. Well, it's not about the film.
No. Inasmuch as we know how the military controlled the autopsy, the disappearance of the code books on the plane where the cabinet members were, as various other things, what control, or do you have any thoughts on what possible control that Angleton would have had over the military?
Angleton was actually a colonel in the Army at one point, so he actually had a lot of contacts that he'd probably maintained over the years from that time. I think it should be well known that the CIA uses the military for cover very often, and often it's very high-ranking military people who are ensuring that the will of the CIA is met, and vice versa, I am sure. I'm sure it goes both ways. I do not exclude military involvement. I honor what John Judge has done in that area. you know, like I said, I don't know how high the conspiracy goes. I think it's very provable that Angleton was one of the key players. I do not believe he was the only key player. I don't believe he's the highest. Not sure Helms is either. I mean, God knows, it could go to the Rockefellers. I just don't know.
Could it be the military control over Angleton?
No, that I don't believe. From what I've read, you know, his own CIA couldn't control Angleton, you know.
How about wasn't he educated in England or Britain? I think Clay Shaw has some British connections too, maybe. But do you know his educational background in Britain? Is that right?
He went to school in Britain as a youngster in the summer, but no, he was, yeah, his college was here.
I got two questions.
Okay.
Has anyone checked into the background of Zapruder, and does he have a military background? And I had read something on the internet, and I wondered if anyone had been doing any research on his sister. Apparently, his sister had some kind of connections. Did I miss something earlier? Because I was out.
I'm not the person to talk
And
to
also,
about that.
with the release of these tapes for Air Force One, do you think that, is there someone that has a two-body, two-coffin theory because there was something released about Jackie Kennedy being forced to leave one side of the plane versus the other? And does anyone hope that they will shed some light on the handling of the body by the release of these tapes?
Which of those questions do you want us to address?
All
I'm
of them.
sorry.
All at once.
Right. I don't feel qualified to answer the first three, and I only feel a tiny bit qualified on the question of the coffins. As I understand it, there were two coffins, and one was meant to be a decoy.
Okay.
And whether, you know.
Two coffins, not two bodies.
Right.
Okay. And
Yeah, I was going to say.
and
Sure
Zapruder
there are others.
Zapruder background, there's, that researcher's not here, and you've
I've
not
never
of
heard
it, or-
anything
The
that
only thing
doesn't.
I know about Zapruder's background is in the obituary in the New York Times, they said that Zapruder was White Russian. And I always found that
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
That
because
is
of the White
interesting.
Russian circles around Oswald.
That's what
The
I've
other
heard,
thing
yeah.
is that Jean de Mohrenschildt at one point worked in Zapruder's
That's what I
store.
heard too, yeah.
And that's another White Russian connection. So it links him into that community. And then the fact that he bought the camera specifically to film the president, you know, and that it ended up over at the CIA for training purposes, as Hoover's
It's
memo
very
said,
interesting.
made me wonder whether he was really paid for making the film in the first place for another reason. Pardon?
Didn't his partner have intelligence connections?
That I don't know, but it's worth checking. Anybody that he knew.
Do you know of a relationship between Angleton and Robert T. Crowley at the Operational Support Branch?
Oh, well, they would had to. Right, I'm sorry, he was asking if there's a connection between Robert T. Crowley, famous for the Operation Zipper in Regicide, which I actually don't give much credence to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but if you go,
But yes,
he headed up the operational support staff. of
Right,
the
I
section
find
of
it
the operation.
inconceivable that they didn't know each other because they both operated in the same circles.
Because Crowley's the first person to look at Webster's file and put the alert out on Webster's file. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that, that's very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, Lisa, you raised the question of jury tampering in the Clay Shaw trial. I want to read from you 3 lines from my latest petition in the Sirhan case. Here's from one of the memos in the LAPD file. Comment from jailer handling jury, very amicable group, impressed with Sirhan's intelligence and evidence of his plotting. Now, let me tell you what that means. That means that jurors in the Sirhan case are violating a court order. See, there's multiple misconduct going on here. They've been told not to form opinions, not to discuss the case. They're discussing the case among themselves. They're discussing it with the bailiff. So the bailiff is colluding with the violation of a court order. The bailiff is then transmitting this information as a prosecution snitch to the LAPD on the scene, which in turn gives it to the DA's office. So the DA's office has the functional equivalent of an opportunity to take a juror out to lunch during the course of Sirhan's cross-examination and question this juror, what do you think of how our examination is going and where should we go from here? So this is exactly
And
the
gross violation of justice.
That's right,
yes,
and
yes.
this is one of the claims that I've raised in my second petition, but it's comparable to what you've talked about, and it illustrates the fact that this trial was essentially a complete meltdown of the judicial process. You've got bailiffs who are supposed to be court officers serving as prosecution snitches to aid the prosecution. So, I mean, everybody in that room was campaigning for the prosecution. The judge refusing to tell Sirhan that his lawyer was under pressure from the U.S. Attorney's Office. The bailiff snitching for the police there doing their thing, and the defense lawyers presenting the prosecution's case. The guy didn't have a chance.
I guess the Patriot Act is just catching up with judicial reality.
Yeah, exactly. Very good, John.
I have a tidbit, sorry, that's apropos to James Angleton and maybe of interest to Larry Teeter as well, and I'm not sure it's well known, and it's in the category of an interesting fact, I guess. And that's that I have a project of scanning documents, including now the segregated collection. And in there, there's a memo about the day in which James Angleton's office is cleaned out. And it goes on for about 10 pages, and the people involved seem to be somewhat horrified. And one of the things that they in fact found in his files was the autopsy photographs from Robert Kennedy's autopsy.
Of Robert Kennedy's. I don't know if all of you heard that, but he said the day Angleton left the CIA and they were cleaning out his files, one of the things that they found there were the autopsy photographs of Robert Kennedy's autopsy. That's very interesting. Thank you.
I have a question for you. I'm sorry I forgot your name. Would you speak to how you concluded that it was definitely a different Minox camera, and then could you speak to what it means to Michael Payne's 30 years after the fact claim that it was his camera and not Lee Harvey Oswald's that the FBI examined?
Okay, just... Yes.
Just the simple fact that the camera in Michael Payne's garage that belonged to Michael Payne was a Minox 3 model. He testified to this, that was his camera, and the Minox that I saw at the archive said Minox 2 on it.
Did you photograph it?
Did I photograph it? Yes.
I could say one thing to that.
Go ahead, John.
I was at the Cambridge conference and asked Maureen about the rifle, and then a fellow in the back said, "Why were you asking about the rifle?" And I said, "Well, I never saw a chain of evidence that said that Oswald owned it." And he said, "Oh yeah, my uncle told me he owned the rifle." And I said, "Well, who's your uncle?" He said, "Oh, Michael Payne." And he said, but he said that was his camera. And then he told me also that Michael Payne came into the house when the police were searching it after Marina and Ruth left with the police there, that Payne came home and, or into the house. I guess he wasn't living there, but he found the police searching their stuff, the Payne stuff, and they said, "What are you doing in here? Don't you want to see Oswald stuff?" And took him out to the garage. Okay.
No other questions, we'll go on. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we should move on to the next panel, which is on Garrison, and Lisa barely gets to get off the stage, and she has to come back on.
Well, I'm not giving a talk on Garrison. I didn't prepare anything on that.
Okay, well, Bill Turner is.
Let Bradford say a few things, too, if there isn't much for the Garrison panel.
Well, we'll see. I don't know what's here. Okay. I got to take a look for a second. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that we had planned to have on the Garrison panel dropped off quicker than Garrison witnesses. But Ralph Schoenman, we were hoping would be here, and Bill Turner is here, and is Joe Beal here? Joe Bile. Joe Bile, yeah. Is that how you pronounce it, or is Joe Bile here?
Rhymes with Bile here, I hope.
Okay, in history, he wrote this book in History of Shadow, and
There he is. Hi, Joe.
oh, great. Well, come on up. The two of you can come up, and Bill can start. Joe wrote this book in History of Shadow. All right, you can come first, Joe. And Walt mentioned it last night in the talk. And there's a lot of new evidence that's come out in the records about Garrison and backing up Garrison's case in the new files.
All right, I'm going to be using the overhead projector here, so. Turn it on. All right, good deal. Let's see. Okay, good deal.
Double exposure.
All right. Okay. That's not the title of my presentation. All right, well, is my microphone on? Oh, great. Okay. Well, I'm Joe Biles. I actually grew up about 2 hours from here, so I was always really fortunate when I got into the conspiracy business to be able to just come over to Dallas and check out the sites and meet with some of the researchers that hang out around here. it's also really good to come to these conferences and see old friends, see people we haven't seen in a while. I see Ed Sherry and Malcolm Blunt hiding over there, and I actually had a funny story with Bill Turner earlier this summer. I was visiting San Francisco, and we tried to hook up for lunch, and kept having trains getting delayed, all sorts of things happen, and it just did not happen. So it's a pleasure to finally get to meet him here. As John was saying, there were a number of problems getting the Garrison panel together. One was Jim DiEugenio was going to give a presentation on the CIA's interference with the Clay Shaw trial, and of course he injured his foot, unfortunately. And secondhand, I actually got some of his notes from that presentation. He gave them to Larry Hancock, who made that same presentation to Lancer yesterday, and then he accidentally left them on a table I was sitting at. So I'm gonna give my version of his presentation for about 10 minutes, and then I'll go into Kerry Thornley, who I wrote about in the book, and then I'll close with a document that I kind of, not really a document, a quote I came across in researching the book that is one of those things that kind of hid out in the research community for about 30 years, and no one really noticed how important it was, I don't think. So to begin with, the CIA's interference with Garrison's investigation and the Clay Shaw trial. As you all know, Clay Shaw was charged initially March the 1st, 1967, and his legal team approached both the Justice Department and the CIA very quickly. They raised the issue of that they felt Garrison was going to undermine the Warren Commission findings and people's confidence in the government. And you'll even remember from the Clay Shaw preliminary hearing that Shaw's lawyers attempted to have the Warren Commission had the report in the 16 volumes entered into evidence, and the 3 judges rejected that, and in fact one laughed at it. So he was Garrison's first convert. They submitted a list of individuals they expected to be implicated in the case, people who were informants for the CIA or for the FBI, people that were CIA assets, people involved with the Cuban operations that they knew Garrison had been talking about, and attempting to get the CIA interested in taking the case. The Justice Department did establish a liaison with the Shaw defense team, and there are indications that Justice Department lawyers were actually assigned to work in New Orleans with the Shaw defense team, also very illegally. The CIA began monitoring the Garrison investigation officially in May of 1967, but before that, they were getting information from informants like Gordon Novell went over and reported on Garrison's investigation. We know that James Phelan, our favorite objective reporter, informed on the Garrison's investigation of the CIA. But if you believe Patricia Lambert, it wasn't actually James Phelan, it was somebody else, and they just used his name as a cover. I don't believe that. The CIA began to take some of Garrison's investigations very seriously. As early as February, Lloyd Ray, the CIA, head of the CIA office in New Orleans, had written a memo to the people upstairs that there was some truth in the allegations Garrison was making, some truth in allegations, the quote. Noted the FBI was conducting a secret investigation of the investigation, and Ray urged them to take action based on this. But the CIA really didn't take Garrison seriously until the May timeframe, after a lot more had come out in the press. And I think at that point, Garrison actually, that was about the time Garrison was charging Dean Andrews with perjury, and it was just ratcheting up, a higher gear. Well, the CIA first kept its distance, used Alan Dulles as a channel to the defense team and Novell unofficially, but established an official Garrison team in September of 1967, and this was, I believe, what Jim DiEugenio was going to talk about. He had the documents. I don't have copies with me. And basically what happened was the CIA established a formal team to discuss what they were going to do in relation to Jim Garrison. People on the team, very high profile. Ray Roca, who was the deputy under Angleton. Scotty Myler was there. Was Helms on there?
No. Well, Helms did participate in that. Helms would be the one at the meetings to say, are we giving Shaw all the help he needs? Are we
Right.
getting all the help he needs?
Right.
Yeah.
And basically these real high-profile CIA people that took it very, very seriously. And this kind of goes back to one of the things that Lisa was talking about. It's kind of interesting. Roca, who was Angleton's deputy, Roca specifically said in the course of the first meeting that he was certain that Garrison would convict Shaw of conspiracy. And the CIA had back in, no, actually about the same time, they a CIA asset named Alfred Moran actually became a Garrison witness related to the VIP room at Masson Airport, which I'll get into in a moment. And he said, basically, Shah's in trouble, Garrison has a rock-solid case. So the CIA was very worried about what was going to happen, what was going to be exposed. Very concerned over CIA contacts that were going to be implicated. I think one of the items I've seen the most in the CIA documents from the Garrison investigation that I've seen is, more than anything, you'll always see lists of contacts of CIA assets that Garrison had mentioned or was talking about, or people that he claimed were assets. In most cases, that turned out to be so. And so they were very interested in keeping tabs on who that was CIA was going to be exposed. There was concern over how much Garrison knew about the Castro assassination projects. Garrison clearly stumbled onto Operation Mongoose, and a lot of people believe that if he had had more resources and had been able to push on a little harder, he would have eventually gotten wind of what J.M. Wave was doing down in Florida. Well, according to the memos and the minutes we have from these meetings, the CIA director, who DCI at this time was Helms, wanted to fight back, needed conversational material basically they could spread in Washington circles about what Garrison was doing. Most of that conversation material came from Shah's defense attorneys and was later started being distributed to CIA field offices, CIA employees the following year to give to brief interested press contacts tied into the propaganda aspect. And finally, in January of 1968, they assigned Lloyd Ray the responsibility of being the secret defense team liaison. All very, very illegal. Well, what did the CIA actually do in relation to the Garrison investigation? We find that Angleton and the CIA, counterintelligence, Angleton compiled a list of the jurors and ran security background checks on them, as Lisa said. He also investigated at least one of Garrison's witnesses that we know about. That's Dr. John Nichols, who in the real Shah trial was the guy that did the whole back into the left scene that showed the Zapruder film. CIA headquarters in Langley actually established a relationship with a judge, a state judge, who agreed to reject all subpoenas from Garrison's office for CIA personnel. And the local CIA office began to collect information on Alfred Moran, who had seen Shah use the Bertrand alias at the Masson Airport VIP lounge. That is one of the issues from the Shah trial that was introduced in the Shah trial, the VIP room evidence, but this witness, Alfred Moran, did not testify. What happened was, Garrison's investigators heard that Shah had basically been in the VIP room and signed it as Clay Bertrand. They went to the VIP room and found the VIP book, the guest register that he had signed. They interviewed a witness who had worked there. Was it Jesse Parker? Was the name of the witness, if I remember right? No, it was. Yes, okay. And she agreed to testify. They gave it to a handwriting analyst who said it was Shah's handwriting. Well, they talked to Alfred Moran, who knew Shah and was in the room that day, and he said Shah was in the room that day and he signed the VIP book. And he's talking to Alcock, and he tells him this. Well, then he goes and tells Lloyd Ray that he talked to Garrison office, that he saw this, and that Garrison had a rock-solid case, and they had reason to be really worried. Well, we know that the CIA might have interfered directly because Alfred Moran goes back and recants after he agrees to be a witness for Garrison and winds up being dropped from the case, never testifies at the Clay Shah trial. So this is an example where the CIA might have even intimidated this potential witness. As far as the Justice Department, under Ramsey Clark and the FBI, they did establish direct liaison with the Clay Shah team. We know very shortly after Shah was charged, Ramsey Clark shoots his mouth off and sells out the house, admitting that they had investigated Clay Shah in December of 1963, and that he was Clay Bertrand, but Clay Bertrand didn't have anything to do with it. And then the story changes several times, and that's all noted in Bill Davies' book as well as mine. We know that the FBI, and this is thanks to Dr. Aguilar, we now know that the FBI arranged for Dr. Fink to go down to New Orleans and testify at the Clay Shah trial, and that they paid all his fees, paid for his hotel room, and that wound up backfiring.
Well, the Justice Department.
Justice Department.
Yeah, right. And then they also arranged quietly to have Boswell
Right.
go down there to refute it.
Right, exactly. And they told Boswell that basically he was going to get up there and refute Fink and say that Fink was a very funny man and try to undo some of the damage Fink had done. And in the end, they decided he wasn't needed and he got shipped back to Washington. But the account that Boswell gives in his interview with the Assassination Records Review Board is very disturbing, in that they take him down to kind of the back parts of New Orleans to this dock on the port, and talks to somebody he assumes is Shah's lawyer, and basically they brief him on what he's supposed to say. So it's very, very disturbing.
They made transcripts of
Right.
Fink's testimony.
Right.
He was
That day.
all night reading them,
Right.
preparing to go in and refute things. But he never did. They never put him on the stand.
Right. And the Phoebes, as Dean Andrews would say, could have only gotten those transcripts from Shah's defense team, I'm sure, because it was the prosecution and the defense team were getting those transcripts daily from the court reporter. We know that a team of FBI agents monitored Garrison's investigative efforts, staff, and potential sources, and this was partially confirmed by a Lloyd Ray memo that Jim DiEugenio has and I don't, so send him an email. And we know that ex-FBI types were involved in bugging Garrison's office and transcribed tapes for Shah's defense team. We know this from William Walters, who most of you know from the fact that he said that he saw this telex warning the assassination that later disappeared from all the field offices, and he was told not to talk about it. Well, William Walters also contacted Garrison during the Watergate era, after the Clay Shaw trial was long over, and told him that he had known what the FBI was doing in regards to Garrison. And Garrison couldn't use this, unfortunately, at the time. He was no longer district attorney, and but he had always suspected that something was going on. There are indications in the documents that even you'll see in James Alcott, when he interviewed David Logan, one of Garrison's witnesses, he interviewed him over the phone from a payphone because he was worried about what the federal government was doing, worried that they had the phones bugged. And Alcott later actually turned against Garrison almost and testified negatively at the Herbert Christenberry hearing and refused to be interviewed by everybody except Patricia Lambert. So even this guy that we know from the Life magazine guy, Billings. We know from Billings' journal that Alcott was slowly turning against what Garrison was doing, but even then he was one of the most paranoid people about what the federal government was doing. So this was something that Garrison had long suspected and was then confirmed. And then back to the CIA, and I have a slide for this, and I forgot to show it. Basically, one of the things I found in working on the research for my book was a memo that Harold Weisberg, who had come down to work with Garrison's office on some things, wrote to Garrison about CIA, well, specifically Tommy Baumler, one of Bannister's agents, who he had occasion to interview, and he kind of gave away some interesting information about what the CIA was doing. I'll put that up now. Okay. This is actually page 2 of the copy I made. I had the original document, but I typed it up to put on my website, and that's what I printed off. And a lot of the documents I'm going to talk about today, or that I mentioned in the book, are on my website, and I'll give the address for that at the end. But one of the things Baumler said was that he described a CIA man that was in New Orleans that he knew of, who was very informed and very articulate. He knew what was going on as far as the Garrison case. And basically, Baumler says outright that the purpose behind the CIA's collusion with the media to do this disinformation campaign against Garrison was to influence potential jurors and to influence public opinion against Garrison. And that's, as far as the jury tampering aspect, that's something that has long been suspected. This is the first direct proof I saw of it as far as the media's involvement. And of course, we know that that Angleton got a list of the jurors, and the only purpose for that could have been jury tampering. That's the only reason he would have needed it. So, very interesting document. I'm going to show the first page here as well, which doesn't tie into the CIA aspect, but it is very interesting that it gives you a good portrait of Baumler and exactly the character of these people that Garrison was investigating, these potential conspirators. So I'll show that now. Well, what Baumler says is that basically he's a self-described fascist, and Weisberg writes that he's very indignant about it. Not indignant, and he doesn't care at all about this injustice being done to Garrison. He says that that Shaw will never be convicted. Andrews is going to go free, which actually Garrison had a little to do with, but Thornley will never be convicted. The justice will not be served, and he doesn't care about this at all. And totally, utterly, entirely without indignation and injustice in the failure of justice. So, he says that the Shaw case will end without punishment for him because the federal government will see to it. Will see to that. Very interesting document. Now, those of you who have seen my book know that it still focuses mainly on the Clay Shaw trial, which was obviously the big issue, but it does give a lot of attention to the role of Kerry Thornley, which is a very important aspect of the Garrison case that you almost never hear about because you never saw Kerry Thornley in the movie. And basically, a lot of people just don't know what Garrison had. David Lipton wrote a very negative article about Garrison and related to the Thornley issue in a West Coast left-wing magazine called Open City, I think. And you just never heard about what Garrison actually had. Well, what Garrison did have was, as he began to suspect that Oswald was not a real defector to the Soviet Union, that when he's reading the information about Oswald getting educated in the Russian language, he began to figure out very quickly Oswald was probably not a communist at all. And Kerry Thornley is the Warren Commission's star witness to the fact they say that Oswald was a communist. Well, Garrison began looking at the testimony of the other Marines in that unit, and this is what he found. Here. This is, except for the last one, this is all quoted directly from the Warren Commission testimony. Most of Oswald's friends in the Marine Corps said that he actually didn't talk about foreign affairs a lot at all, that he wasn't very interested in politics. He was studying Russian, they all knew that, and people make jokes about him being a Russian spy, but according to these witnesses, he took that all in fun. There were some indications that he talked about Castro, they admired Castro, but this is also 1958, 1959, and Castro was a media darling. He's one of the most popular men in America, and he really hadn't come out as a communist yet. So we find that, and Garrison found that Thornley was telling a very different story from what everybody else was saying. What I have next is an FBI interview of Kerry Thornley from 5 days after the assassination.
Joe, that is a nice little piece right there. What you might want to do is just after each one put down the volume page number, like, say 5H,
right.
244 or whatever it would be.
Okay. And this, a lot of these quotes are in my book, and they do, of course, it is footnoted. So if anybody is interested in this, wants to find me later, I can. Actually, this is the only copy I have with me of this this overhead, but I'm going to give my email address at the end. I actually couldn't bring down a lot of documents with me because I'm going to school in Lubbock, and I took a lot of the documents that related specifically to my book with me, but I left the vast, my boxes and boxes that Ed Sherry has sent to me, and the other research I've done, I left at home just because I had nothing to, nowhere to put it in Lubbock, but yeah, I'd be happy to answer that for anybody that wants to email me. I can give you the exact citations where in the Warren hearings this is. The James Botello quote at the end is actually from Jim Marr's book, and I actually think he's quoting Mark Lane's interview of Jim Botello. But anyway, this is an FBI interview that Kerry Thornley gave on November 27th, just 5 days after the assassination. And one of the things he says in here that I think is very interesting is that he says it was his opinion that Oswald was not a communist when he was at El Toro Marine Base. So that basically Oswald was not a communist yet while he was in the Marine Corps. Well, this next item is Thornley Exhibit Number 1. It's in volume 21 of the Warren Commission hearings, and it's a newspaper article from the States Item. The New Orleans States Item also interviewed Kerry Thornley, and in this interview, he says that I think Oswald became a communist before he became a Marine, but I believe the Marines only made things worse with him. This is the same day. So Thornley hasn't made up his own mind yet about whether or not Oswald is a communist. Well, before Garrison even got the opportunity to talk to Thornley about this, they were investigating Oswald's contacts, what he was doing in New Orleans before the assassination in the post-Russian period. And one of the things he began to find out was there were a lot of people that had seen Oswald with Thornley. They talked to Barbara Reed, who kind of became the star witness as far as the media was concerned, but really she didn't have a whole lot to say. She testified to the grand jury, I believe, but basically Garrison used her as bait to get Thornley to lie when he had all this other evidence he didn't tell anybody about, which is one reason a lot of people don't know about it. But basically he had learned the lesson that he, from the year before at the Shaw preliminary hearing, that he kind of gave away the house, and then Shaw's defense lawyers used that to Shaw's advantage. But Barbara Reed saw Thornley eating with Oswald and Peter DeGino in the Bourbon House, one of Thornley's haunts in New Orleans. Peter DeGino says that he saw Oswald and Thornley there together with Jean Hack, who was Thornley's girlfriend, but I think he must be confusing her with Barbara Reed here. That's, I guess, one of the problems you run into with eyewitness evidence. But Garrison also talked to Doris Dowell, who was the proprietor of the Shirlington apartment house in Langley, Virginia, where Thornley worked after he left New Orleans, also where Roselli was staying at the time. Is that correct? Or was that later? You don't? Okay. Okay. Well, at some point later, Thornley worked at an apartment house where Roselli was staying, which is pretty interesting. But he talked to Doris Dowell, and he told her basically that Oswald was not a communist and that they had hung out in New Orleans the summer before. And they had met at a place in the French Quarter that she probably wouldn't like, which I'm guessing is the Bourbon House, because we see next Bernard Goldsmith, who had been in the Bourbon House that night with Carrie Thornley, obviously his favorite place. And that Thornley told Goldsmith Oswald was not a communist, and that obviously that they knew each other, but he didn't specify whether it was in New Orleans or it was in the Marines or what. John Spencer ran the apartment house that Thornley was staying at during the period he knew Oswald in the summer of '63. And that was actually a few blocks from Clay Shaw's house, so there's a lot in the memo about this. So it's all propinquity. But the interesting thing is that Thornley left in a hurry, and he had already paid his month's rent. He was only 10 days into the month, and he just had to get up there to Washington, and that every piece of paper in Thornley's apartment was torn up into little itty bitty pieces and soaked in water so the ink smeared. So interesting indication. Wonder what Thornley was doing. John Schwebman sent Garrison a letter. He ran a set of grocery stores. One of his employees lived next to Oswald on Magazine Street, I guess it was, the Oswald family, when Marina was there, and said that they saw Thornley there a number of times. They wondered who was the husband, Oswald or Thornley. So. Cliff Hall was a TV personality in Florida that interviewed Thornley for television or for the radio very shortly after the assassination. After the interview was concluded, Thornley took him off to the side and basically said, you know, there's something I didn't say on TV, I didn't say in the interview, but I actually was with Oswald after the Marine Corps. We hung out this past summer, something to that effect, and it's in his testimony. I have his interview with Garrison's office, and it's quoted in the book. And Cliff Hall calls Assistant DA Cliff Burns at Garrison's office and tells him this, and this is at the very end of 1967. Thornley was not interviewed by Garrison's office until February, and that's when they knew that he denied that he had been with Oswald after the Marine Corps. So this is, again, Garrison, this wasn't important to Garrison yet, and Cliff Hall is telling him this, so very important. Oh, Dan Campbell and Alan Campbell worked with Thornley at the Bannister apparatus in New Orleans, and Dan Campbell, in an interview with Jim DiEugenio in 1994, said Thornley was very ill at the time. He subsequently died, but said that Thornley was afraid to reveal what he knew about New Orleans. And you can listen to that on Garrison's taped interview with Dan Campbell, which I think you might be able to get from Andrew Manierzik at the Last Hurrah Bookshop. I don't know if that was one of the things Probe was selling at some point, but that's on that interview. Well, Thornley's story changed very rapidly over time. In February of 1967, he told Garrison's office that he didn't know David Ferrie, that he might have met Guy Bannister. Well, then he tells Burris and L.J. Delza at the House Select Committee in 1976 that, oh, he did meet accidentally David Ferrie in 1962, but they didn't talk about anything important, and that he accidentally met Bannister in 1961, and they talked about his book, The Idle Warriors. Of course, we know from Campbell, from the two Campbell brothers, that Thornley stayed in touch with Bannister and actually was in at the 544 Camp Street apparatus in the summer of '63. This is one of those little nuggets from the Warren Commission volumes that you just kind of, you read over, and then something important will pop out at you that you never really noticed before. This is from Dean Andrews' interview with Wesley Lieberler. They're talking about Clay Bertrand and the gay Mexicanos and Oswald and all that stuff from the summer of '63. Well, at one point, Lieberler asks, did you ever know a man by the name of Kerry Thornley as one of those gay kids? Andrews says no. He says, have you heard of Kerry Thornley? And Andrews basically says, well, I can find out really quick if he made the scene around here. And Liebler says, no, he's not in New Orleans. I don't think at the moment. When Oswald told you about the discharge, ... changes the subject very quickly when Andrews offers to find out about what Thornley was doing. So there's some indication that the commission, and probably by way of the FBI, knew that Thornley was up to something fishy. This is from a letter that Thornley wrote, and Garrison's office found this later on. It was written in February of 1964, before he testified to the Warren Commission, but after he had gone to Washington very quickly after the assassination. And I quote this in the epigraph to my book. It's quoted in On the Trail of the Assassins. And it's very disturbing, I think, the same reason that the Tommy Baumler interview with Weisberg was disturbing, because, and how I kind of relate to it is, on Oliver Stone's DVD of JFK, there's a really cool special feature where it's a scene that they shot but was never meant to be in the movie, with Gary Oldman going on this monologue as Oswald, talking about, beyond the grave, how evil Bannister was and how he manipulated people, and about what kind of a man Ferrie was. And this was all supposition on the part of the actor Gary Oldman, who didn't know the facts of the case or make his own conclusion about it. But you could hear in that actor's voice, Bannister was an evil man, and it gave a human, a depraved human kind of condition to these people that we're used to reading about in these old documents. And this letter does that for Kerry Thornley, shows you the depth of his hatred of President Kennedy and how loosely he held his regard for truth and justice. So anyway, that is the last I'm going to have on Thornley. I'm going to put one more thing up and then I'm done. Okay, as we all know, one of the core issues of the Garrison investigation was the star witness, Perry Rousseau, that supposedly his testimony, if we believe James Phelan, was influenced by drugs and hypnosis, that he told this great biography of David Ferrie when he and Chiambra talked in Baton Rouge, and then 2 days later when he goes under sodium pentothal, he just happens to remember something really neat extra, that there was a conspiracy meeting at David Ferrie's apartment. And on this basis, after it's been solidified in his head by mental programming and hypnosis, Garrison arrests Shaw out of the blue. Well, Chiambra, and Rousseau both told James Phelan, who introduced this allegation in his New York Evening Post journal article, that in fact, they did talk about it in Baton Rouge. They were very vehement about it, and despite that, Phelan claimed that Rousseau actually admitted to him that he didn't talk about it till New Orleans, and that he had a photographer along as a witness that heard this. Well, Garrison talked to the photographer, and he said that Phelan was lying. Well, you get into that whole story of the Chiambra memos. There was the long memo about the Baton Rouge meeting, and there was the short memo about the sodium pentothal interview where they talk about the conspiracy meeting that's not contained in the Baton Rouge memo. What the critics basically say is that that's proof that they didn't talk about it in Baton Rouge. What Chiambra said was, he wrote this memo, or excuse me, he wrote the sodium pentothal memo in one day to summarize the most important thing, that there had been talk of a conspiracy at the party at David Ferry's house. And that then it took him about a week to 10 days longer to dictate the longer memo, which had the less important information. Well, that memo, the second memo, the Baton Rouge memo that Phelan uses, wasn't actually even finished until a few days before Garrison gave it to him in Las Vegas, because the first memo was written finished the 28th, written the 27th of February. It took about a week after that. Well, this is an affidavit that Lou Ivon made out on March 2nd, right after they arrest Clay Shaw. And Ivon needs to get this affidavit to the New Orleans court system to get the warrant to search Shaw's house. And specifically, he has to justify it by saying what the source of the charge is, where they got this information. Well, he talks about Rousseau. They call him the confidential informant because that's what he was then. Nobody knew he was the confidential informant until the preliminary hearing about 2 weeks later. But he says specifically that, details his story about the conspiracy meeting. Then he says that the said confidential informant, after giving this statement to the affiant, went under sodium pentothal under supervision of the coroner, and that while under sodium pentothal, verified, corroborated, and reaffirmed his earlier statements, not that we planted some new ones in his head. So this was written before the Baton Rouge memo was even finished, and by that fact is basically the smoking gun. You can question the veracity of Perry Rousseau's story, but what you can't question is that he told it in Baton Rouge, that Garrison believed it, and that he was not dishonest and unjustified in charging Shaw, that they did not program this information into Perry Rousseau's head with hypnosis. So that's how important this is. But it's very funny because we knew about this in 1968 because Harold Weisberg quoted it in Oswald, New Orleans. Well, because of the way Mr. Weisberg wrote, he never had an agent, never had an editor, more importantly, didn't write an index to his book. Nobody really knew what, I don't know, I'd never seen this, and you would think that Lisa Pease on her website, Real History Archives, goes through at length over the issue of the two Chiambra memos. You see it on the critics' web pages, you see it on my page, and I'd never heard of this until I got a copy for $40 of that book, Oswald, New Orleans. I was just reading it, and I said, what? Huh? So there it is right there. That more than anything proves the issue of the Chiambra memo was at the heart of the defense team's argument, and that shows how dishonest Phelan was, how dishonest the defense team was, and how unfair the attacks on Garrison were. Garrison, as a person, he was not perfect. He was a man that was very much aware of the importance of his importance to history. He was a politician, but he wasn't doing this to search for higher office. He did enjoy publicity, but he never at once talked about Clay Shaw before the Clay Shaw trial. It was always about the assassination. And this is a man that, was a complex, complicated man, but has always been attacked unfairly by people with something to hide who had an axe to grind. And this is what has gotten inserted into the historical record. Despite Oliver Stone's movie, you never read about Jim Garrison in a history textbook, and if you hear about him in a newspaper, it's always negative. And this is what we're left with, and this is what we have to, as researchers and as scholars, we have to try to change. And this is what hopefully Joan Mellon, with her biography of Garrison that'll be coming out in 364 days on the 50th anniversary from New York University Press, will be able to reverse. Bill Davey also, he wrote the excellent book, Let Justice Be Done. He has a new book coming out this year as well. So this all goes back to our place as researchers, and as Bill Kelly was saying, we had to find an outlet for the truth, and that is our solemn duty, to make sure that we correct this historical inaccuracy, to correct these lies, and that someday, somewhere, we're going to win the war for public opinion. And that's what that's all about. That's what Garrison was about. And it's truly, truly sad what he endured. And he was a great man. I'm not ashamed to say it. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
So this is in Oswald in New Orleans?
That is quoted from Oswald in New Orleans.
And can you give us the page number and their website or something like that sometime?
Sure, sure. In fact, if somebody has a copy of my book with them, I could actually tell you, because I don't have it with me.
Oh, that's all right.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So, anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Bill Turner.
What's the name of your book?
In History's Shadow.
Yes.
Can I ask one quick question?
Oh,
When did Ramsey Clark declare that Clay Shaw had been investigated by the FBI?
This is very early. Okay. Her question was, when did Ramsey Clark declare that Clay Shaw had been investigated and cleared by the FBI? This all took place in March of 1967. 67. And Bill Davey talks about it at length in chapter 13 of his book, that basically what happened was the FBI spin doctors realized exactly how important what he said was, and that it didn't help Shaw at all, and so they reversed their decision. Well, a year later, Ramsey Clark gives an interview to another reporter and says that, yes, that's what my people said, but the truth is we investigated Clay Shaw. And you can find evidence of this in the FBI and the CIA's memos from the time, and I kind of go into that in my book too. So.
And Andy has the book.
And Andrew Winierzik has the book. Oh, the website, okay. It has a long URL. I actually had a slide prepared with that on there, but I lost it yesterday. If you go to my website, it's www.joebiles.com, my name. It has a link on there. JOEBILES.com. And click on features, and there'll be a link on there. There's also a link to it at the Lancer webpage, at a lot of the web pages, or just do a search for it.
It's a problem when people ask questions from the audience because we don't get them on the mic for the filming. So I'm going to have people come up to ask the question. But if you can wait just a second, I wanted Bill to make his presentation because we're almost to the end, and then people can line up here for questions.
Well, we got, we're right at 5.
We're right at 5, so if you just do a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll do a few minutes.
Yeah, and then we can take questions.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great stuff, Joe.
No.
Great stuff. Glad to have you aboard. What Joe said about Jim, the character assassination that went on that man was ruthless, but it was dictated and orchestrated from Washington. He had a great sense of humor, by the way. One time, well, I should introduce myself as a former Garrison investigator, as well as writing on the assassination and the Garrison investigation for Ramparts magazine. But he had a great sense of humor. One time when one of the volunteers disappeared with a file he was supposed to take to another investigator and it never showed up, Garrison said, "What? Well, what about it? Would you expect a rabbit to deliver a carrot?" And when he called me to ask help in the investigation, he was getting onto the Cuban exiles, the mafia. They always say he never was onto the mafia. Well, that's not true at all. He actually was on to what we now know as the alliance between the CIA and the FBI, or in the mafia, to assassinate Fidel Castro. And he didn't know the operation by its, we know it now as Mongoose, like Joe said. But we could see the contours of what was going on at that time, although no name tags were attached to it. So when he called me, I had done an article on the Minutemen for Ramparts magazine, and I talked to a Minuteman defector from Depew's headquarters in Norborne, Missouri, who had, in 1962, served as kind of a Batman for people in New Orleans that were to figure in Garrison's investigation. His name, the defector's name, was Jerry Milton Brooks, and what he told me was he recited about the Minutemen all over the country. He had a photo-retentive memory, but what he told me was in, like, New Orleans, Maurice Gatlin reels off an address, gave $100,000 to the French clique that was to assassinate Charles de Gaulle, the French president, involved in the Minutemen with W. Guy Bannister, 139 West Lafayette. New Orleans, Louisiana. I think he included Bannister's license number. So when I first went down to New Orleans, I had a break from the Garrison, talking to Jim Garrison, and I wandered over. It was only a few blocks to this 139 West Lafayette place, and I noticed there was a sign on the door. There was nothing that said anything about Bannister or any occupant, but there was a little sticker that said Republican Party of Louisiana, which at that time was a midget. And so I was able to walk up the flight of stairs to the second floor. It was a 3-story building. And when I went around to the other side and down, I came out at 544 Camp Street, which I knew was where Oswald had used as an address on some of the literature he briefly handed out in the streets of New Orleans the previous summer of 1963. So when I went back to talk to Jim about this, I was kind of excited, and he didn't act too excited. I said, 544 Camp Street is Bannister's office. He says, yeah, I know Bannister. I said, well, we got to interview him. He's a material witness. He said he's dead. So Bannister had died the year in 1964, and I said, well, let's talk to Maurice Brooks Gatlin. Well, he's dead too. He had been pushed or shoved out of, or jumped out of a Panama hotel in Panama City, Panama, also in 1964. So our material witnesses were drying up. At any rate, I told Jim that one of the things, he was into the second Oswald thing. He liked to brainstorm with me. And John Armstrong, now I'm sure Jim would approve, has developed that to a point of almost certainty. But one of the things we brainstormed about was what the Soviets knew about Oswald in the Soviet Union or wherever else. So I had the bright idea of using a cutout to go and contact the Soviets, not in Washington, D.C., which was their home turf for the FBI and the CIA, but down in Mexico City. So I sent Jim Rose, this ex-CIA flyboy who had pangs of conscience shooting nuns in the Congo, and decided to go with the good guys. I sent him down to the Mexico City embassy of the Soviet Union and asked him to ask for the third secretary, which is usually the KBG resident. And sure enough, there appears Valery Kostakov. Jim Rose later identified him from photos I showed him as being the third secretary that talked to him. The Russians put a double tail on him, meaning that they put a tail on him and then they put a tail on whoever might be following the tail on him, which is the wilderness of mirrors of the intelligence trade. And they put him up in a hotel for a few days and then called him back to the embassy and gave him his camera back. It was in better operating condition than when he had left. And told him, we have signaled Moscow, and you may or may not get an answer, but if it comes, it will come in a foreign country. So when this Farewell America project landed on Jim Garrison's desk, we kind of thought maybe the Soviets were involved. And it was some of their information. This was about 6 months later. But it turned out that maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but that the chief instigator of the project was Charles de Gaulle himself, the president of France. Steve Jaffe, who was a young Garrison volunteer. I couldn't go to France because I was in the midst of my congressional campaign. But Steve went to Paris, was contacted by Hervé Lamar and the front man for the French intelligence, and was taken up to the office of Monsignor Ducret, who was the Secret Service chief, who went into de Gaulle's office and came back with a calling card from the general inscribed, "I'm very moved by the confidence you have placed in me." He said it in French, of course. I have a copy with me if you want to see it. So that book was aimed at Bobby Kennedy's 1968 campaign for the presidency. And because there is a section up front that explains the mission of the book, and it talks about the man of November 5th, meaning November 5th, 1968. And de Gaulle, when the Nazis overran Europe and he was forced to flee to Britain, he was known as the man of June 16th because that was the date that he broadcast to the mainland of Europe his famous rally to the French resistance to resist the Nazis. And he was always known in France as the man of June 16th. So he was close to the Kennedys spiritually, and he wanted Bobby to win. And of course, Bobby was gunned down, and Larry is still fighting the fact that Saran did it. At any rate, I'll close by saying that what we might explore, Larry Teeter mentioned the connection of the RFK case to Grant Cooper, the attorney for Saran, who really betrayed him. And that connection was Johnny Rosselli. Well, it was Johnny Rosselli who was the instigator of the story that Castro did that broke right in the midst of the Garrison investigation, that was really a retaliation by Castro and in response to the attempts by the CIA to assassinate Fidel Castro, the series of assassination plots, the Mafia and the CIA. So I suggest that the link between the two assassinations may well lie with Johnny Rosselli, who's no longer with us. He was knocked off a while after his boss, Sam Giancana, was killed with the .22 that we talked about this morning. I suggest that as a new avenue of exploration to link the two cases. I'll close because we're running overtime here, but in 1995, this is the way other people see us, people abroad. I was invited down to Rio de Janeiro to a Kennedy seminar, and we didn't know it till we got down there. Gayton Fonzie went, and several other Americans, and a couple of the Cuban officers were there. And it was put on by the courts, the Superior Court of the state of Rio de Janeiro. And all of the moderators of the panels were sitting judges. And they told us right off the bat, this is not to decide whether there was a conspiracy in the John Kennedy assassination. This is to let us Brazilians know what a conspiracy looks like in its formative stages, so that we can prevent another coup d'etat like the one that occurred at Dealey Plaza, so that we can prevent it because we've been through the night of the generals for 30 years, and we don't want it to happen again. Thanks very much.
Okay, we can take a few questions at the Rock, and then we'll get back together at 7 over at the second floor of the Hotel Lawrence in the rear. If folks have questions, please come up to the microphone and ask them so they get on tape. Did you have something, Gary?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Anybody else have a question?
This goes back to the previous panel, but I didn't catch the significance of the little camera. What was that?
The Minox camera?
Yeah, what was...
It was a camera. It was a camera that was found in the supposedly by the police in the garage at the Payne's house, and was attributed for some time to Oswald, although there's some indicators in the record that it belonged to Michael Payne. It had some photos in it of pictures in the Soviet Union, and so the theme was supposed to be that that Oswald had it with him. Those cameras, Michael Payne's nephew told me, were very common, but my understanding is in those years they were not, and that they were used as spy cameras because they were small, and they also contained more frames per roll of film than a normal camera would, so they were useful for that purpose too. They got like 55 or 60 frames. There's a whole section at the new International Spy Museum about Minox cameras. So it was a piece of evidence that supposedly showed up in the garage, but of course in my view, all the evidence from the garage is suspect because there was no chain of custody on it. It was picked up at the house. Marina and Mrs. Payne were there. The police showed up, and Mrs. Payne said, "We've been expecting you," and said, "Go ahead and search it. We've got to go do some shopping," and then came down to the police station later and signed off for it. So that's a perfect cover to plant as much evidence as you want.
Right. Another related question about the Bell and Howell. How expensive was that camera? Was it likely that somebody would have been out there making home movies with it? Do you have any indication?
I don't know.
I know you're the wrong one to ask.
Yeah, that I don't know.
This Aperta camera.
Yeah.
It was a brand new camera, it just come out, in fact.
Was it a consumer camera?
What was the price tag on it?
It wasn't so great.
What was it, do you know what it sold for?
No, it was expensive, it was a new camera, it just come out, he bought it the day before, which was about a week or two after it came out.
Yeah.
It was in color, and they had just come out with their first color cameras.
Didn't matter, he had money.
Joe, I was wondering if you would talk about Pat Lambert's book.
All right. The great thing, one thing I'm really waiting on Joe Mellon's book for is she's going to address a lot of what Pat Lambert had to say. Basically, Pat Lambert is a good friend and research buddy of David Lifton, who, of course, was personal friends with Kerry Thornley and was very offended by Oswald's getting involved in this. Lambert was, initially was one of those people who were supporting the Garrison investigation and had high hopes for it, and I think after the acquittal, she was greatly disappointed by it, and then her knowing David Lifton played a part in that. Three areas I think she talks about directly is one, just the whole standard Chiambra memo, Perry Rousseau thing, and of course she takes the standard critical tack on that. Also, she was the one that believes James Phelan when he says he never talked to the FBI about Garrison. Second thing, she addresses the Clinton witnesses in about 2 chapters in the book, and from all the research I've heard done and from what Joe Mellon has told me, and she'll be addressing this, she badly misquoted and misrepresented what Ann Dishler, who was a Garrison investigator she interviewed for that chapter, had to say, and she is going to, in the book, she'll be able to refute that. Another thing she presents is the allegation that Garrison molested a young child, and from everything I've heard, that person that made that claim is real. He does exist. A lot of people have talked to him. However, what Jim DiEugenio probably, I was meaning to ask him when he came down here actually, but I asked him about that in an email, and Joe Mellon will be addressing this also. She interviewed the child who's now grown up, but this kid was a cousin of the Wegmans, and basically everything, from what I understand, that whole idea was created by the Wegmans and perpetuated through.
The Wegmans are the defense counsel.
Right. Right, and was perpetuated when it was mentioned by, what's-his-face in his column, the guy that was always positing Cuban blowback. Anderson, Jack Anderson, that's right. And basically it was just something that they created and sustained. Joe Mellon will address that issue in her book, and I'm going to defer to her on that.
Joe, David Lifton had a friendship with Kevin Thornley for about 30 years. Did you get his information before you published your book?
I didn't talk to Lifton specifically. I mean, I've been in touch with Lifton about the Judith Baker issue, some unrelated things, but he's very emotional about Kerry Thornley, and it probably wasn't going to go anywhere. And also what you have to realize about Thornley is after the Garrison investigation wound down, eventually the charges against Thornley were dropped when Harry Connick Sr. took office. You'll remember, but Thornley gradually kind of turned pretty nutty. He started his own religion, kind of a cult religion. You can still, if you search on Google for Kerry Thornley, that's all you'll find is his religious stuff pretty much. He wrote out a long manuscript where he confesses his involvement in a conspiracy to kill Kennedy, but the conspirators are non-entities like Slim, brother-in-law, and so on. I think eventually he named one of those as Milton Brooks. Basically it didn't go anywhere. And 1992, after JFK came out, he showed up on Inside Edition saying, "Jim Garrison, you should have charged me with conspiracy, not perjury," and threatened him and all this stuff. And at that point, Thornley had gotten kind of nutty, so I think anything that Lifton would have had to say would have been pretty tilted. And Lipton's a good guy. I mean, I disagree with him on that. I disagree with him about body alteration, but those aren't my areas. But he's, from what I've seen as far as addressing the Judith Baker issue, which is another sidetrack to the New Orleans stuff, he's a sharp guy. He's a good researcher.
No, what I meant was Lifton, as far as Thornley ever talked to him about meeting Oswald before the assassination.
See, that would be interesting to find out. In the article he wrote for Open City, basically, Lifton wrote the article, and he was just a staunch defender of Thornley's innocence, and he said that the whole thing was Garrison was on a witness recruitment drive, and that he recruited Barbara Reed to say this, and he recruited Peter DeGino to say this, and so he didn't say it specifically, but I seriously doubt Lifton believed that Thornley had been with Oswald in the summer of '63.
Joe, are you aware that Thornley's father made a statement on the 22nd of November, the evening of the 22nd of November, to say that his son was in possession of numerous letters.
Repeat the question.
Numerous letters from Oswald. Are you aware of that,
Okay.
Doctor?
What Malcolm just said is that, asked if I was aware that Thornley's father had said on November the 22nd that Thornley had several letters from Oswald, the evening of the 22nd, that he had several letters from Oswald. And actually, I didn't know that, and I'd like to talk to you about that. There's a couple of things I didn't mention, like what Thornley had to do with Mexico City that I go into in the book, and Thornley was identified by the guy that ran the printing company as the one that was printing the leaflets that Oswald distributed. So I didn't get to talk about those, but that is very interesting. I want to talk to you about that afterward. But no, I was not aware of that.
This mic amplifies, so if you need to be heard, use the outside mic.
Yep, we're all through it. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, thanks. We're going to get together back at 7 o'clock. Please go have dinner, and please, if you're going to continue talking, talk beyond that door.
Where are we going to?
So that I can also be able to get out of here and have dinner. 7 o'clock at the rear of the second floor of the Hotel Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
Across from Andy's bookstore.
Okay, across from there.
And
John, could you start that again?
talk about the guy that knew a relative of Napoleon Bonaparte. And he also got a whole slew of nice files from a guy in the military named Vandeman, who used to keep files early on during the Palmer raids and the early Red Scares. And Andrew Keel's done a lot of work on that period. But it was military spying files that got him started and kept him in power for a long time. But he figures into many of the different political assassinations, so I thought it was worth having a panel on J. Edgar Hoover, because we know he played a role with the Warren Commission, which I think you're going to talk about today. And Bill Turner had the disagreeable privilege of knowing him personally and working for him. So, but if we're still not close enough to him, I think we can pick up some other stories. So, whether you're a terrorist, a pinhead, a leftist, or whatever it was he didn't like,
Touching on the Union Station, man.
or somebody that liked Martin Luther King or believed in civil rights or whatever else it was that got you going. Now that he's dead, we can talk about him, and Ashcroft will listen to us instead. So you want to start, Andy?
Sure, no input.
Did you say he killed Emma Goldman?
No, he didn't kill Emma Goldman. He deported Emma Goldman from the United States along with her pal, Sacha, and Alexander Berkman, because an anarchist, well, at least erstwhile, assassin who shot McKinley, they said he heard an Emma lecture, and that was enough. You hear an anarchist once, you just go shoot the president. I don't know. I'm an anarchist. I can't organize them that well. But I didn't like Emma for other reasons, but that was the excuse they used. So
Where did they deport her to?
they sent her to the Soviet Union. She didn't stay there.
Originally a Soviet?
She was, yeah. No, she came from Russia, Russian Jew, and came during the pogroms and lived here and put out Mother Earth magazine and
What year did she
made a name for herself. And the cop today at the thing was talking about tape in my mouth, and it reminded me that Emma showed up at a lecture one time when they were trying to ban her, and she just put tape over her mouth and showed up on the stage anyway. But she was a character. And in Skull and Bones, the initiation is that you're supposed to dig up the bones of famous radical people, and the story is that we don't know for sure, but that not Prescott Bush, but George Sr. either dug up Zapata, and there's some argument in that direction, but another story that he dug up Emma Goldman, and all I said about that was I hope she bit him. But
Zapata would be appropriate for him.
yeah, that's right. No, Zapata would fit the other things. So, but then Prescott dug up Geronimo, and when he went into the White House, the Apache Nation sent a delegation of elders to ask for his bones back so they could put them back in the sacred ground. I don't know if he gave them up or not, but.
Where did he put the bones in the head?
Oh, they put them up on the mantle at the 322 Skull and Bones crypt at Yale.
What do they do with Geronimo's Cadillac?
Geronimo had a Cadillac?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really? I didn't think he was that old.
He became a reservation Indian, basically, and his reward was one of the first lines of Cadillacs. In fact,
Wow, he lasted that long into.
he did. 1909 he died. That's right.
Wow.
And he got there's a famous photograph of him sitting in his Cadillac.
Well, I'm sure somebody got it. Maybe Hoover kept it. Elvis Presley? I don't.
Have you heard the song Geronimo's Cadillac?
No.
It's based on this.
That's amazing.
Sing a few bars. At the bars.
All right, so, well, Anders Keel's here, and he's done a book on Hoover and the Cold War, and he spoke last year on the Cold War part, so I thought I'd have him do the last chapters on Warren Commission.
Alrighty. I'm a teacher in Ohio. I teach advanced placement U.S. history, so sort of college level class in high school, and also some history classes at Akron U branch in Ohio. So that's how I first got started in being interested in history in general. J. Edgar Hoover was my master's thesis in college. So I started to do a little more detail in terms of, what's that?
You want to stand up?
Stand up?
I think you can hear you.
The whole time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think I'll sit down. Anyhow,
Speak up.
initially my interest in Hoover was I wanted to try to find somebody who would be a mindset or example of why the assassination took place in the first place. J. Edgar Hoover, as the father of the Cold War, which is the title of my book, was a vehicle for that. So I wanted to be able to trace from the beginning of the anti-communist movement up until the assassination of President Kennedy to be able to tie it together in terms of how it was able to be pulled off. So J. Edgar Hoover, of course, comes into the whole picture in 1917 as a Justice Department employee. And of course, in the early 1920s, he becomes head of the FBI. But it's ironic, he becomes anti-communist crusader just, of course, as the Bolshevik Revolution takes place. In 1917, that's his first job. That's the same year as the Bolshevik Revolution. He, of course, identifies communists as the problem in this country initially. He, of course, is responsible for the Palmer raids, those of you who know about that, which is really the first anti-communist roundup in American history. And some people would say today that you could replace the word communism for terrorism, and we're sort of in the same boat again today. Which, of course, with legislation being passed today, with Homeland Security and all that, should be a concern to all of us. So I gradually tried to chart his course all the way through the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, in terms of how he tried to declare war on anybody who was socialist, leftist, communist, and of course, in the 1960s, of course, in 1960 directly, John F. Kennedy, of course, is the antithesis of what he's all about. He sees John Kennedy, of course, as someone who, as his presidency goes forward, a person, of course, who didn't send in troops in the Bay of Pigs invasion we were supposed to, supposedly, with the Cuban Missile Crisis. He, of course, allowed more communist students to come to the United States to study, of course, in Hoover's mind and some of the other Cold Warriors. So, of course, he becomes the focus of this whole anti-communist mindset. And I think, of course, most of us believe that Kennedy was killed as a result of all these policies. And Hoover's work with the Warren Commission, of course, is the culmination of that anti-communist mindset, and it leads, of course, to the escalation of the Vietnam War, which is, turns that Cold War into a hot war. One of the things I really dwell on in the book is the relationship between Hoover and Johnson, which I think was very important in terms of pulling all this off. That's why we don't have the truth today. Everyone knows, for the most part, those who have studied it know that Johnson and Hoover were neighbors for 20-some years in Washington, D.C. suburb. That relationship will never be known in terms of how close they were, but I think that's the crust of where everything is. I'm always interested in people who have the opportunity to find out phone records of what took place that weekend. Some of the things we've talked about over the years here, for example, is the phone call that Johnson made about the confession for Lee Harvey Oswald. What was Johnson actually up to? Where was that phone call made from? How much communication did Johnson and Hoover have that particular weekend? Were the tape recordings that we have today of Oval Office recordings, were they staged? I've always been concerned about that Hoover and Johnson were very smart in terms of what was going to be left for future historians or people to study. And those particular tapes, of course, relate the fact that Johnson and Hoover act like it's a surprise. Were they shooting at me too? Johnson asked Hoover. So those are real important issues that really someday, somehow, we'd like to be able to find out more examples of was Hoover and was Johnson making phone calls from the Vice President's office, from his private residence, from the Oval Office itself later. Those kind of things are important. Johnson's, of course, on Air Force One. Those communications have disappeared for the most part. They have edited transcripts that are left. So Johnson obviously was in charge of a lot of activities that helped result in covering things up. Hoover himself, in terms of being a master blackmailer and finding, as was talked about today, how he was able to control the Warren Commission report itself, that is, the members of the Warren Commission, opening files on each one. That's of vital importance to people like Boggs and all the other ones. So that's very important too. As far as the relationship between Hoover and Johnson, again, I don't think we'll ever know the exact detail. What do you think about their relationship, Bill?
Well, it was very close. I mean, Johnson petted G-Boy, Hoover's dog, and the girls minded Hoover's dog. Johnson, it was a family affair, frankly, and that's why Johnson always said, I'd rather have J. Edgar Hoover inside the tent.
Pissing inside the tent rather than outside.
Rather than outside the tent pissing in.
Okay. I figured Bill would know some of the inside scoop a little bit more since he did know the two. Scoop, pardon the pun there.
I don't know any scatological part of it.
But why don't you talk a little bit about what you think about Hoover and Johnson's relationship would have been, and I can play off for you because you're the...
Well, all I know is, they were politically soulmates, and not that Hoover was a Democrat, but they were both conservative and both had the same visions of power, and they knew that they could reinforce one another, and they did.
Right. In the first part of the book, I deal basically with Hoover's rise to power, how he develops communism as his main vehicle to keep that power. I go through, of course, the Kansas City Massacre, how he's able in 1933 to gain more power. Even before he comes into the head of the directorship of the FBI, the Mann Act is very important for all that. Those of you who know that part about our history, you know that the Mann Act was meant to stop prostitution from going across state lines. So what he was able to do then was find out who in officialdom, those as senators and those in cabinet positions were using those particular ladies of the night, and that way he would get his claws on people like that and be able to find out information and gain control over them. So I go through that in the first couple chapters in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. And then as John was talking about earlier, Ralph Vanderman, very important individual, because in the 20s and 30s, he was a general or colonel, I forget, in the military intelligence. And evidently, Hoover learned a good bit about how to gather information from Ralph Vanderman, who died, I think, in 1952 or 53. So what he found out was how to get involved in church groups, social labor groups, and how to get informants and all that. And those trends continued all the way up to the 1960s and 72, of course, when Hoover dies. So in the first part of the book, I deal, of course, with Hoover's credentials about anti-communism. The second part, I deal, of course, with the the cover-up itself. And basically I argue that you can prove, or anybody can prove, through the documents, research, and so on, that Hoover and Johnson obstructed justice, at the very least, with the assassination of President Kennedy. How much they actually knew beforehand, that's sort of what we wanted to talk about a little bit with question and answers. We didn't really plan to talk about anything specific here. We wanted to just bring some points up and have you guys, bring up some questions. But the second part, of course, deals with obstruction of justice, and you guys can comment on whether you think that, or ask questions that relate to the fact that Johnson and Hoover know beforehand. Were they just covering up? They both gained the most powerful positions in the world, basically, as a result. Even though Hoover already was FBI director, most people do know that by age 70, Kennedy was having each person retire that was head of any agency or department. So Hoover was going to have to retire by 65. Johnson probably never would have been president. Did they cooperate together beforehand, after the fact? That's a question that probably will never be answered. And the third part of the book, I deal with the final result is the Cold War leads to the hot war in Vietnam, which is really the biggest catastrophe of our war against communism in basically the 70, 80 years of the Cold War, which of course becomes hot because, we all pretty much believe, I think for the most part in this room, that President Kennedy would not have committed 500,000 troops and bombed North Vietnam. Now, he might have kept a commitment and pulled out after the '64 election, but he was one of those people who really was moderate, cautious, prudent, and I don't know if he would have really totally pulled out until after '64. Though I do understand his campaign platform was going to be peace and prosperity. So he would have lived up to that more than Johnson did. Johnson ran on that platform, but of course he was already setting in motion with the Gulf of Tonkin and all the things that he had already planned to go ahead and escalate the war. So what do you have to say about all that? Do you think that Hoover and Johnson might have known beforehand what was going to happen, or do you think that it was a process in motion afterwards to protect their positions and keep their power, or what?
Well, down in Texas, there was a joke about Lyndon Johnson. What did Lyndon do just before the shots rang out?
Right.
Putting his hands over
right.
it. The Texans didn't trust him, but I don't believe Johnson, even though he had an overwhelming motive to have Kennedy killed, I don't think he was part of it. But both he and Hoover may have had some sense that something was going to happen that was in their favor and didn't do anything to stop it.
So the Madeline Brown statements, what do you think about those? Do you think those are, obviously you think those aren't accurate then totally?
No, I think they're accurate, but I'm not sure that the wordage is correct as to show that he had absolute prior knowledge or just a feeling or a rumble that something was going to happen.
Well, one of the things I picked up and I wrote about in the book is the fact that almost all of the advisors around President Kennedy at that time felt that the trip to Texas was a waste of time. It was not something that should have been on the schedule, and that they were doing as a favor to Lyndon Johnson. Kennedy, I have numerous quotes in there from Bobby Kennedy, from Ralph Dungan, from other advisors close to Kennedy, that really this trip was a favor to Lyndon Johnson. And according to Evelyn Lincoln and some other people, Johnson was not seen really for the month leading up to the trip to Texas, and that he had been in Europe and he'd been down here. And so there's a lot of speculation, of course, with Madeline Brown and some others, that possibly that was what was on the table. When you look at the fact that Oswald didn't get his job at the depository until, what, September, late September? That's interesting too, of course, because Johnson, of course, was down here just about a month before. So that's going to be eternal speculation there in terms of their relationship there. Right after the assassination, one of the things that intrigued me was, as a result of the Assassination Record Review Board, a lot of documents, of course, were released, and I didn't realize that a Navy plane had flown up the photographs of Oswald, quote unquote, at the Mexico City embassy situation, and that Johnson and Hoover had actually looked at these photographs together, according to the documents I saw, and they realized that it was not Oswald right off the bat within a couple days. Yet, of course, Johnson used that argument to justify to Richard Russell and to some other ones that we need to have you serve on the commission, because otherwise we're going to have nuclear war, because Oswald was tied to the Russians. But obviously they knew right off the bat that it wasn't Oswald, and they were continuing, or whatever they were up to at that point, to tell the public and at least convince those that serve on the commission that that was the reason for that. But they already knew, obviously by the documents and by the photographs and recordings that they had in their possession, that Oswald was not the person. I've also been intrigued by the fact that Robert Kennedy had stated that Johnson had told him personally, or Pierre Salinger, I forget how it actually played out, that Johnson felt that Kennedy was killed, President Kennedy, because of his assassinations of DM, and I think it's Trujillo is how it's pronounced. Trujillo, thank you. So Johnson, of course, was making some rationalizations then for what happened, and what do you think I mean, obviously you think that Johnson didn't know pre-knowledge. What about Hoover?
Well, I think, like Johnson, he had some feeling that things were coming down, like the teletype that was referred to earlier today.
William Walter.
William Walter, and that a radical Cuban exile group was going to plan to assassinate Kennedy. Well, there were only a couple operative in the United States that had that capacity. The DRE was one, and the Alpha 66 was another.
Right.
So I think he probably looked at that and said, well, let it run.
One of the things I've been intrigued about, too, is trying to find as many documented instances of prior knowledge of assassination and try to tie those together to see what sort of thread there is. I think that's pretty important for all of us. Garrett Trapnell, those of you who are familiar with his workings as a FBI informant in Louisiana and Texas in the 62-63 period, he reported to Hoover and the FBI that there was a kidnap plot of Robert Kennedy, which switched to a plot of assassination. This was, you know, I have numerous quotes in here of Trapnell. You can take that one. You can, of course, take Richard Case Nagel. You can take the Rose Cheremy one, obviously. And to tie these together is interesting to see where the threads are. And one of the things I really was working on with an FBI agent back in Akron, Ohio, where I'm from, is Don Adams. Don Adams was the individual who actually pulled up and arrested Joseph Miltier 5 days after the assassination. And as many people know, that the FBI says that, you know, Miltier was at his home in South Carolina. Well, Don Adams, who I've talked with face-to-face many times, has told me, of course, that Miltier was not at his home. He was responsible for surveillance. He didn't know where he was. And according to what he thinks now, he was in Dallas and is in the photographs on Houston Street. You know, Don Adams has told me now, if you look at all the photographs. So Miltier, of course, is one of those prior knowledge individuals that's documented, obviously with the tape recording. Trapnell, Rose Cheremy, Nagel. What's the thread with those people? And also, I do have some, a lot of you have probably heard of Eugene Dinkins, and I have some original files I got from Jim Lassar a number of years ago, the FBI files. And the point, how it relates to Hoover, is Hoover had knowledge of all of these. In fact, Nagel, of course, as mentioned earlier, had sent documents to Hoover saying it's going to happen. Trapnell had warned the FBI it was going to happen. So all this, of course, Rose Cheremy didn't, but Rose Cheremy, of course, was known, I'm sure, to Hoover very soon afterwards. So that would be an area of a lot of, I think, important research, is to find out what is the thread. And what I've found out through Adams and Miltier's investigation is that the Congress of Freedom meeting in April 1963 in New Orleans is a real important meeting. Why I think so is that because many of us, in terms of the research community here, we think it was the CIA. We think it's the FBI. We think it was right-wing Texans. Obviously, it can't be all those people. What we have to do is find some sort of theme or thread that ties it together. And you know, there's all these circles of people. Somewhere along the line, there was a circle of these people that froze together, or you know, were actually were connected in some fashion. And the Congress of Freedom does that, because when you actually go through the documents of the informants, like Willie Somerset, he's an individual who stated for a fact that within a year, this is like 62, early 63, that there's going to be people dead in high places, because for the first time he had gone on a number of these meetings for 10 or 15 years at the Congress of Freedom. If you're not familiar with them, right-wing extremists, Birchers, Minutemen, Klansmen, White Citizens Council people. But he said that year in 63 that this was the most serious group he had ever seen. They had the motive, means, money They had bankers, they had people in high positions, and had secretly members of the military were also members of this Congress of Freedom. So that sort of brings in a lot of people together. And being in New Orleans, and one of the quotes from the informant that really got my attention was the fact that they stated they were going to hire the criminal element to carry out these hits. Well, if you're in New Orleans carrying out this particular meeting, and you have Guy Bannister, Marcello, and that sort of group right there as individuals to carry out what you have planned, then I think there's probably some ring of truth to that, because it can't be all these different groups. It's going to have to be somewhere within those groups that communicate with each other. And the Congress of Freedom seems to tie that together. And that's one area I think is of great interest that a lot of people maybe need to get into. In fact, there's an individual named Jeff Caulfield who's from back in Cleveland, Ohio, and he's writing a book right now. He's taken about 10 or 15 years. He's been down in New Orleans numerous times. He's interviewed everybody close to Guy Bannister that can never be found now. And what he's found, one little interesting sidelight, not related to Hoover directly, though Bannister, of course, was an FBI agent, which I want to ask a question about here in a few minutes. But he had a secretary, Bannister did. Of course, we know about Delphine Roberts, but he had another one named Mary Bringell. And Mary, after being interviewed by Jeff Caulfield, related to him that Guy Bannister didn't drive much at all. In fact, I don't know if he drove it at all at that point in his life. But the weekend of the assassination, he was getting a car ready for some reason, or his associates were, and he was gone for a couple days. And another thing I didn't find out about, except from Caulfield, is I guess Bannister was a crack shot. He was in the FBI. I guess he was, in his early years, he was one of the best sharpshooters they had. And it's interesting when you look at Lee Bowers' testimony. I mean, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but it's something to speculate on. Bowers, of course, one reason I think he was killed was that he had the best view and the most detailed view of the people behind the fence. If you read his testimony, he described in detail what these guys looked like behind the fence. One was tall, longer hair, and the other one was middle-aged and stocky. And Bannister, of course, was middle-aged and stocky at that point. And he did return, of course, according to Jack Martin's account, you know that from the movie and just from research. Jack Martin, of course, supposedly was punched by Bannister, beaten up, and that would have been Bannister's alibi, supposedly. Of course, anyone of Bannister's caliber would have had some sort of alibi set up. So that's an interesting little sidelight that some other people might be able to bring out. But Jeff Caulfield's going to have a good book out here in a couple of years, and each time he thinks he's done, he finds some more information. But he goes around various libraries in the country and down in New Orleans and finds out all sorts of information about the Klan groups and the right-wing extremist groups and ties this together pretty well. So that's something that's going to be coming out soon. I think it's important. So what do you think about Bannister in terms of the possibility of involvement in dying in 64, what, April 64? Not?
Yeah, April of 64. I think he was a material witness at the very least. And he may have been surprised that what he was doing came down in Dallas the way it did, but he was operating, as usual, an intelligence apparatus. And Bannister's interesting. I heard about him when I was in the FBI. He was a guy that kind of a loose cannon, although he was chief of the Chicago office, and he always had a saying that the FBI is like a divorce. The field and the headquarters are living in adultery. And by that he meant that the field was ignoring headquarters, which is the way he operated it. I don't think there were any rules when it came to Guy Bannister. Garrison knew him.
Right.
When he was superintendent, deputy superintendent of police, and then he was kicked out of the New Orleans police when he, which bar was he in New Orleans? There's so many of them. Broussard's, I think, and he fired a gun into the ceiling because he got angry. So he had a short fuse, and he was a very opinionated, very anti-civil rights guy.
Right.
So I think he was operating Oswald the same that he was operating Baumgartner, Tommy Baumgartner. And Tommy said, in effect, that when he questioned Bannister about Oswald, Bannister said, well, he's one of ours, because he was handing out pro-Castro literature on the streets in Higginbottom. figuring out, what is this guy doing here? And he's one of ours, is what Bannister told him. Higginbotham was a Tulane University student, and he was responsible. They were out trolling. In other words, they were putting out, or Oswald was out trolling and was putting out literature pro-Castro to see who would come around, especially on the campuses of Loyola,
Tulane,
Louisiana State, and find out who the local left-wingers were. So...
Do you think it was possible that Bannister could have been in Dealey Plaza that particular day or not?
Well, I don't think so, but I mean, like you say, he would have set up an alibi if he was.
Right.
But I don't think he would have been at the operative level.
Right. Right.
He was used to running operations. He had O&I connections, he had CIA connections, he of course had FBI connections. And as a matter of fact, a diversionary strike against the Guantanamo Naval Base was arranged out of his office in the Walter Building in 1961 in preparation for the Bay of Pigs. So what they were supposed to do was go and land at the same time that the main invasion force landed at the Bay of Pigs, and they were supposed to go ashore over in Oriente Province near the Guantanamo Naval Base and go ashore in rebel army uniforms, Cuban uniforms. They had a supply on board, and lob, these were the little missiles that were spotted in Bannister's office, lob shells into the Guantanamo Naval Base, giving the United States a pretext noir for sending in the Marines who were all ready to go. But they got cold feet and didn't go in. It's interesting that one of the guys was Moss, who was a founder of the Cuban National Foundation.
That's interesting because that sort of ties in with Operation Northwoods, those of you who are familiar with that, because that was one of those directly off of General Lemnitzer's plans for trying to create an incident which would cause a war with Cuba. And it also ties in with some things I have in the book about other incidents, even back in Eisenhower's era, when the people under General Thomas Power and LeMay, they actually were flying missions over the Soviet Union under Eisenhower's regime to instigate a war with the Soviet Union. And of course, as we know, that maybe even the assassination of President Kennedy was part of a continuation of Operation Northwood. That's quite a possibility now that, you know, with what we know about Oswald being supposedly indicted initially as a communist in an international communist conspiracy. Whether that's accurate or not, it's a possibility considering all the schemes. I mean, they actually were going to think about shooting John Glenn's spacecraft down and blaming it on the Russians. That's how severe they were. They'd actually planned, like was said by Bill, Guantanamo in '62 they had a whole series of escalatory events which were going to lead to an invasion of Cuba. So I don't know if we can throw anything past some of these individuals. That sort of ties in too with Hoover had a warning also from Eugene Dinkins, as we know. Eugene Dinkins, the file I have my hands on over here, just a little bit about that. You know that in October of '63, he left his base in France, Metz, France, and went and told various embassy individuals in various countries in Europe that the Army was planning an assassination of President Kennedy, and they were going to blame it on either a Negro, according to the actual quote in Dinkins' testimony or transcripts, or a communist. And it was going to happen in, first he said Thanksgiving, and then he changed it to the exact date, November 22nd. So this is 6 weeks or 2 months before the assassination. What's ironic, of course, he's actually, no one's listening to him. He knows he's being followed, and so he goes back to his base. He's immediately arrested. He's sent back to the United States, and he's held in custody at Walter Reed Hospital. How ironic is that? It becomes a little important later with the autopsy, maybe. And he's given psychiatric testing, and they actually say later that he learned all this about the assassination through reading Stars and Stripes newspaper, the Army, of course, newspaper, and that's how he figured it out, which to me is a little bit far-fetched. I think his position was as a cryptographer, and supposedly he was able to pick up messages, and I think that's probably how he learned about it. But from what I understand, Dinkins is still alive. Does anyone in the audience know about Dinkins or his whereabouts? He's sort of like the Richard Case Nagel up till a few years ago, when Nagel, of course, was contacted by ARB and they found him dead in his apartment in Los Angeles. I wonder if that would be the same thing that would happen to Dinkins if somebody tried to contact him for official comment. So that's where we are in terms of people who knew pre-knowledge about the assassination, the threads those are, how important that is. I think that's some areas we need to go into in this day and age. We can sort of open it up to questioning. We got started a little bit late in terms of time here, so you can address it to either one.
You brushed over the Union Station massacre.
Yeah.
That seems to me a very important part of Hoover's progress and Hoover's idea of later controlling the evidence in the Kennedy case, because that was the only time the evidence went outside of the FBI.
Yeah, Union Station massacre.
After that, everything stayed internally. All the evidence stayed internally.
The FBI became a large federal bureaucracy as a result of that. The idea that Hoover wanted power, he wanted a larger force, he wanted the ability not just to investigate petty crimes or kidnapping, that wasn't petty, but he wanted to be able to expand his power, and that gave him the excuse to do so. Yes. So that was a turning point, because FDR then, of course, comes into presidency in '33.
I also think, obviously, that led to the experience of the Kennedy case, where they absolutely controlled the evidence.
Right. That's a good point, because that was supposed to have been all forged, faked evidence, and I think the individuals actually prosecuted for those particular murders were falsely.
Yeah, I mean, they were innocent. Sure.
Jerry?
What was the Union Station massacre?
It was a transfer of a couple criminals, and there was a murder that took place of federal officials during this particular transfer. These prisoners were going to be transferred to supposedly secure prison, and there was a murder took place. All these people were supposedly killed as a result of criminals that really were falsely accused, and Hoover knew they were falsely accused. Which, and a similar sidelight that's come out in the last 5 years, those of you who've been following Joseph Salvati, which was touched upon, I think, this weekend sometime, is if you know about Joseph Salvati, you know that he was an Italian-American in the Boston area in the early 60s or mid-60s, and he was falsely imprisoned for a murder he did not commit, along with a couple other individuals. And what's ironic with Hoover is Hoover knew, according to memos now released, that all this was false. He knew that people were falsely imprisoned for 20, 30 years, and this, of course, just adds to the credibility, the fact that Hoover was capable of anything. He didn't really care about innocent people being prosecuted or put in jail. He cared about his informants. He protected some informants who were actually killers, and these guys were allowed to go free. Meanwhile, innocent people were found to be guilty and imprisoned for 20, 30 years of their life and ruined their families. And Hoover was capable of that in the 1930s, he was capable in the 1960s, and he was doing it all along. And I'm sure at some point Hoover thought he was doing what was his patriotic duty through all this. Hopefully it was somewhere at the beginning he at least had a little bit of that in him. But by the end of his career, he was just so much of a master blackmailer in terms of almost everything he was doing that, of course, by the end he got a little bit of a guilty conscience in terms of he wouldn't carry out any operations under Nixon at the end, and that's why they formed the Watergate burglars, and of course they ended up leading to Nixon's resignation in the end. And
well, that's a story in itself, because he got very defensive and hunkered down after I wrote an article in Ramparts called "I was a bugger tapper and burglar for the FBI."
Yeah, that would do it.
And immediately thereafter he canceled all burglaries because they were illegal, they were not authorized.
Oh.
And he became very defensive with the "do not embarrass the Bureau" shibboleth was highly operative in his last years that he was director of the Bureau, and that's right, Andy. He turned down Nixon's request to investigate.
In fact, one of the Watergate tapes itself, Nixon's talking about, we got to get rid of Hoover. The exact quote I don't have memorized, but basically it comes down to the fact that we got to get Hoover to resign some way. But the problem is he's going to pull everything down, including me. And I've always wondered what Hoover was going to have hang over Nixon's head. There probably were a lot of things in in Nixon's particular background, but I wonder what Hoover actually was going to use to pull or blackmail Nixon himself. But it's ironic because those of you who have followed the career of Nixon know that Nixon's career was jettisoned by Hoover as a result of Alger Hiss case and things of that nature, is that Hoover, of course, fed information to Nixon to make him on the national scene, and of course he becomes vice president as a result of the Alger Hiss case. Basically, that's where his popularity at the national level comes from. And they're so close for a while, and Nixon's first statements when he comes in the Senate is that, you know, Hoover deserves all the credit and praise for finding communists in our country, and that he should be recognized as the #1 anti-communist crusader in the United States and should be given credit for that. And so there's no doubt that they were close all the way up, and it's just ironic that once Nixon becomes president, all of a sudden Hoover becomes sort of an adversary to him, and they blackmail sort of each other, sort of deserve what they get, I guess.
One of the files I've been looking at the National Archives is John Howard Lawson, you know, one of the Hollywood 10. His files are misfiled in a Kennedy collection. They were sent as a misfile in 1978 to the House Select Committee. They were looking for Larry Howard, by the way. So they accidentally sent John Howard Lawson, you know, one of the Hollywood 10 script writers. Yeah. And he's got four boxes, and it's and Hoover seems to take a great deal of personal interest in those guys. It's a smothering, all-encompassing surveillance file, which starts in 1941 and goes on until 1976 when Lawson died. And you probably know this. The Bureau even sent agents to the funeral to take down the names of the mourners and the license plates.
Like it was a mafia wig.
Yeah, unbelievable. But I was unaware that, I mean, the surveillance files are so close. I mean, he had from 1941, he had a trash cover, surveillance, phones, and other stuff.
Trash cover, to explain what Malcolm's talking about, is what we used to call going down in the dumps. We'd have the local garbage company put in a canvas sheet the trash from a certain address, no questions asked, and then we would look it down and sort through it and see what was thrown away. So that was the trash cover.
It's ironic because if you remember, Jack Anderson, of course, did that to Hoover himself. Right? And a couple of years before he died, he actually went through Hoover's trash, and Hoover was so mad and upset according to his memos. But Anderson didn't really find anything of any meaning, but he sort of found out Hoover's dietary, quote-unquote, habits, I guess, is what actually came out of it.
Medicines.
Right. I'm sorry.
I take it from your reactions that you don't give much credibility to the Murchison meeting on the 21st. In particular, I guess you, Bill, and I was wondering why you don't accept that.
No, I accept it. I'm not sure that everybody that was supposed to be present was. It might have been a tidier little group than...
Well, from the witnesses, I assume, I mean, that Nixon, Hoover, and Johnson were certainly present.
Well, Nixon was certainly in town for the Pepsi-Cola bottling convention.
Yeah, well, and Pepsi-Cola didn't know about it.
Yeah, Donald Kendall.
There's really no, collaboration or documentation that Hoover was there, though, is there?
Well, there really isn't, because he definitely was in Washington when it came down.
Right. But it's not, I mean, of course, it's possible he could have flown there, but I've never really heard anyone say that Hoover was there. They're always talking, of course, Johnson was there, and Nixon was in Dallas, but all three of them...
Madeline Brown has said that Hoover was there, and there's another woman whose name I don't recall offhand.
I just wish there were some photos, because there's photos actually of Johnson and Nixon being there that weekend. I mean, that's what I'm saying, sort of, People said he was there, and Madeline did say that Hoover was there. I understand that.
There's also a second woman whose name I
can't recall. Great to have that photograph, though. I mean, that just makes it that much more documentable, because the other two are there in photographs.
I know, I'm aware of that.
Did anyone get to go through or find Hoover's own private files that were well guarded?
Only Helen Gandy knows about that, and supposedly she shredded everything, and I think it was, I'm not sure who the actual person who was interviewing her.
John Moore stashed a lot of them down in the Blue Ridge Mountains in a hunting lodge down there. Yeah, and the hunting lodge.
He's associate director of the FBI.
John P. Moore, the administrative director.
MOHR.
MOHR.
Have they found them or looked through
They
them?
went up and smoked.
They had a big burn party from what I heard. I heard that actually maybe Angleton might have been part of that too, in terms of the burn party. I had in some documents I read.
Nixon tried to send somebody over to the bureau, didn't he? Did you get him? No, to Hoover's house.
Well, what happened was G. Gordon Liddy. G. Gordon Liddy actually called the White House right away and said, "You got to get those files right now. There's going to be a race on. Everybody's going to be bustling up there to get those files." And I think Angleton, from what I understand, was one of those who got to the files, if I understand correctly. It doesn't surprise me with the conversations we had today and discussions. He was quite capable of doing that. But yeah, those documents were definitely destroyed in one fashion or another, either by Gandy or by John Moore and others. But it's interesting too. The personal correspondence of Clyde Tolson is missing from 1963-64 period. I know it's definitely 63, but they tried to find his personal correspondence too, and that's gone. So there'll be nothing found from him.
I don't know whether he was capable of corresponding at that juncture.
He's lost his faculties
Yeah.
towards the end there. I mean, he had a stroke. Right. Jerry?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I noticed that both you gentlemen had at least a tentative consensus that Hoover and Johnson probably had no prior knowledge of the assassination. I don't want to dispute that, but it does raise a question.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I'm saying Bill definitely feels that Johnson did not.
No. I said he might have, like Hoover, I said he might have had that something was going on and didn't do anything to stop it.
Well, my question is this. Let's assume he just didn't do anything to stop it. They both sort of sensed that something was coming down.
Right.
How could the perpetrators assume that the cover-up would be put in place if there was no prior communication between the perps, the conspirators, and the cover-uppers? After all, the cover-up is the most important thing about this assassination, not who did it.
Well, the important thing to know about J. Edgar Hoover is it only took him. The FBI's investigation in this case was like no other. No other major case was ever handled in this way.
I'll just close with one comment.
And I talked to Wesley Liebler on this. The FBI had explicit directions that each agent that was assigned a lead to go out and talk to somebody, if that talk was productive in terms of somebody else to interview, they were not to go on and interview that other person. They were to send their report in, and that was it. Wesley Liebler told me he had a hell of a time with the Bureau. If he wanted something done, it had to go to the commission in Washington, be sent over to Bureau headquarters. Bureau headquarters would sit on it, and if he wanted to talk to somebody in the Dallas office, it was routinely turned down. So it was a controlled investigation right from the top. The agents didn't have a chance of putting together a conspiracy.
And my belief really is that Hoover and Johnson did know something beforehand. Whether they were involved in the assassination is a different matter. But I think Hoover's tentacles went everywhere. What he actually knew, like I said, Garrett Trapnell, he notified his bosses in the FBI. Richard Case Nagel sent letters to Hoover. Eugene Dinkins sent letters, basically, or tried to inform people of what was going to happen. I think Hoover knew, and basically he had no love lost for President Kennedy. He would allow it to happen or facilitate it if he could. Actually, how it was carried out, I don't know, but I think Hoover definitely was not unhappy that it happened, might have facilitated it, and Johnson might have facilitated it too by helping to plan the trip, maybe some operations, as J.B. Marshall, Gene Hill's boyfriend, stated on the morning of the assassination. Supposedly, he had gotten the word from people from Johnson's Secret Service car to stay at the back of the bumper of the car. So, I mean, there is some documentation that Johnson might have had some knowledge and some activity that day which helped bring about the assassination. We do know for a fact that individuals were taken off the Secret Service car that day. Henry Ripka, anybody who's watched the film 3 Days in November knows, he was waved off the car by Emory Roberts. Was that under somebody else's direction? I don't know, but definitely something happened there. Godfrey McHugh was supposed to sit in the right front where Kellerman was, take notes. He was asked specifically not to ride in the front seat that day so that Kennedy would have maximum visibility like the cars, like the motorcycle policemen would be on the back bumper for maximum visibility, despite the San Antonio and Houston and Fort Worth motorcades where they did actually have the proper motorcycle formations. So that particular morning, there was some motorcade or Secret Service changes that might have come from orders from Johnson's Secret Service car, according to J.B. Marshall. And maybe Roger Craig also talks about that with what the Sheriff Joe Decker told them that morning. You're going to stand and watch, and you're not going to be involved at all. Margie Barnes, for example, a Dallas police information lady, she was in charge of all communications that morning. She was given a special invitation to go to hear the noon luncheon speech. She was not in her position. So there are a lot of key positions that morning in terms of protection and communication that were called off. Was Johnson involved directly? I don't know, but I know Cliff Carter took his coat, took John Connolly's coat. I know about the limousine being rebuilt. I know about the communications on Air Force One, where it was Walter Reed originally, that comes from Mary Femmer, I believe is her name. She was the secretary to Johnson that said that it was Johnson who said that the autopsy should be at Walter Reed. So there's definitely some food for thought there in terms of Johnson's involvement, and I wouldn't put anything past Hoover. So.
Do either of you find anything suspicious about the circumstances of Hoover's death?
I'm not really sure about that. I've heard some rumors about the fact that it might have been murder, but I don't know about
Well,
that.
there's been a lot of rumors around, but no evidence. That's a problem.
As far as I know, there was no autopsy done on Hoover. He was buried without autopsy, but there was a story in the Harvard Crimson that claimed that some of the anti-Castro Cubans that were involved with the circle around Bernard Barker and the White House plumbers had gone into his apartment on a night when Chuck Colson was visiting him. This was the story, that they climbed into his bathroom window and put curare derivatives in the toothpaste, and it caused a heart attack. But we don't know, because there was no autopsy, but it was an interesting article. We have time for maybe, there was a question in the back, but I mean,
I was going to say, follow up real quick. They both died within 6 months of each other, Johnson and Hoover, so maybe that's interesting, maybe it's not.
On a slightly different note, do you have any information on information that Hoover might have had about Joseph Patrick Kennedy or the other Kennedys?
Well, he had the files on the Kennedys, including Joseph, and they were kept down in an exhibit section near the Crime Records Division office in the basement. And they also kept all the exhibits, the photographic movies that have been taken, photographs and that kind of thing were kept down there.
Where are they?
God only knows.
I think L. Patrick Gray took them.
And then also along with that is the fact that, of course, Hoover, I think, transferred the information that John Kennedy was having an affair with Inga at the time, and that's how he ended up being switched to a different responsibility in the Navy.
There's somebody in the back trying to ask a question for a bit, but then we have to move on, I think, because we've got...
I was going to say, Andy, I think you could probably eliminate Nagel's warning letter to Hoover. Nagel never said he sent that. He said he dispatched.
Okay.
And that would have gone through Mark Gay. I don't think there's Mark Gay sent the letter.
Although I do think that he probably would have been aware of Nagel's warning. That's what I'm saying more.
After the Kennedy assassination, it's not to preclude that Hoover had prior knowledge to what was going to happen to Dallas, but I think you could probably eliminate it. I think part of the reason Nagel walked into the building
Right.
was
But
because of the letter.
if you combine Trapnell's with Nagel's with the other ones,
Trapnell's story is
right.
anyway, just thought
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, the important thing to know about the timing of Hoover is that 2 nights after John Kennedy was shot and right after Ruby shot Oswald, on that same night he talks to Nick Kaltenbach, who was acting attorney general, and he tells Kaltenbach, look, we got to convince the American people that there was no conspiracy in either case. Ruby wasn't put up to it, Oswald wasn't put up to it, they acted on their own. We got to convince the American people of that. That did 2 things. It absolutely handcuffed the FBI agent in the field who would never go against the director's dictates, wouldn't dare, and it also handcuffed the Warren Commission when they convene and they're talking about housekeeping, where's my wife going to pick me up kind of thing.
Right.
They're confronted with a leak from the FBI saying that Oswald did it alone and Ruby did it alone. So before they even get down to business, they're confronted with the eminent director of the FBI saying that there was no conspiracy. Now, what are they supposed to do? And what did they expect from him when he gets up there and says, I have no knowledge that FBI informant, that Lee Harvey Oswald was an FBI informant. The semantics of it are interesting because...
when you read it closely.
Yeah, but they had to take him at his word.
I was going to say one final note on that. At the evening of the assassination is when a lot of people say that Hoover said it was Oswald by himself. But actually, Richard Nixon's own book, he writes the fact that he either called Hoover or Hoover called him the afternoon of the assassination, and Nixon asked him, was it one of the right-wing nuts? And he goes, no, it was a communist. That's the afternoon assassination. It's ironic how Nixon was able to do that because he flew out of Dallas that morning, and he calls him, what must have been from New York that afternoon, or Hoover called him. But it's interesting, that afternoon, Hoover had already decided it was Kennedy by himself without even doing any investigative work himself. So, on that note,
well, we have to have a regime change. And, we're going to talk about Martin Luther King, but you may still think we're talking about J. Edgar Hoover. So Lyndon Barston is here, and T. Carter. Both of them have done a great deal of work on the case, and I had a few words about the records that have been recently released and that we're working to get loose. So, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dick can't get here till tomorrow morning, so he'll be on the 911 panel in the morning, but he couldn't get here tonight. And Dick Gregory was to be on this panel with us, but he had some other engagements, so he will be in the morning, though, I understand, so he wanted to get here. And our folks... Well, a minute ago I saw Lyndon Barston at the back, now I don't see him. Somebody yell for our speakers. Well, as I mentioned the other night, even Noam Chomsky believes that Martin Luther King was killed by a high-level conspiracy. So now, yeah, that one he thinks there's a reason to kill him. So we're looking into it, and we wouldn't want to be in bad company. If Chomsky believes it, I guess we'll have to believe it. So, hi T. Do you want to start this? I didn't know Lyndon was there a moment ago, and then he disappeared. Well, I need to get my papers. That's why I was asking if you would.
Okay,
Okay.
I can start because
All right, well, let me
mine
give
is
you
very
that.
short, though, John. I'm just going to tell him about the rifle.
That's all right. I'll go Greg Lyndon and so he can be next.
Okay.
Go get what I need.
Okay. I just need a second.
Okay. So this is T. Carter, who's worked very closely with Judge Joe Brown on the case and done her own independent investigation, and she's going to talk about the rifle and the issues around the rifle.
Okay. Hi again, everyone. This evening, I'm just here to give you a quick update about the rifle that was allegedly used to kill Martin Luther King Jr. by James Earl Ray. Allegedly by James Earl Ray. As a lot of you know, I worked hand in hand with Judge Joe Brown on the ballistics of this case. And as of now, the rifle has been removed from the county court. It has been taken to the Civil Rights Museum in the middle of the night, thus has broken the chain of custody. So it can no longer be tested and still be valid legally. I am a friend of Jerry Ray, and Jerry Ray has just currently willed Lyndon and I the right to the rifle. So we have the right to a rifle that cannot be obtained. What this basically means is, when Jerry Ray passes on, we will have the right to file action to get the rifle back from the Civil Rights Museum. However, if we choose to test it, it won't be legally valid. But I just want to let you know that's what Jerry Ray has done. And when did he basically decide this, Lyndon? Just a few months ago. So the rifle will be in the hands of Lyndon and I when Jerry does pass. And what has happened since the rifle has been moved to the Civil Rights Museum, Denny's has given $2 million to help build a museum to house this rifle and all the rest and all the rest of the James Earl Ray artifacts. It's going to have its own little building, so you can go visit it very soon. So Jerry Ray, as of now, is trying to get the rifle back, and he's defending himself in court with some help of a few friends. He has filed 3 petitions, and all 3 times he's been denied every single complaint. He wants to take it to a higher level of court, and right now it's in the process, and it's kind of in the middle right now, and that's the state of the rifle. So I just wanted to update you on that, and each time I will update you on this, and that's all basically I have to say, and I'm going to turn it over to Lyndon.
Good evening. Thanks for coming. I'd like to just take a minute. James Earl Ray and John Ray and Jerry, we have a personal relationship with them. And the brothers, all 3 brothers, really wanted to clear James's name and also the names of the brothers because they're sometimes implicated. And the work that has recently been done by John and the amazing, excruciatingly detailed legal work that has been done by T. Carter is important to the family and really important to the nation. And I think we should give Tia a round of applause because she's really done an amazing job. Tia is one of the people that is so busy that her life is really devoted to her work, and nothing's more admirable than that. I'd like to talk not so much about the assassination, but give you what, at least to me, is a very interesting little piece of the cover-up. And I have to a little bit watch what I say because there's a legal side to it. I want to talk about a very honest reporter, Mr. C.D. Stelzer of St. Louis, and the rather rough methods that he was subjected to recently when he tried to tell the truth about the King case. CD worked as a reporter for 12 years for the Riverfront Times. I have copies of the Riverfront Times for as many of you hopefully as want them. And he also had a very popular website, C.D. Stelzer's Urban Guerrilla Journal. C.D., because he was a working class man, grew up as a truck driver for the Anheuser-Busch company in St. Louis, and because he had lots of black friends, was attracted to the King case and wrote extensively about the King case over probably the last nearly 15 years. To give you a little bit of a background, in 1988, I was watching 48 Hours. It was their show for the 30th anniversary of Martin Luther King's assassination. And one 15-minute block of it was devoted to a man by the name of James Green, Jim Green. And it was interesting in that rather than be able to talk on camera, he was arrested in Memphis on dummied-up charges and later released. He was actually one of William Pepper's witnesses. And it kind of intrigued me, and I was able to find him living in Florida. His hometown was Caruthersville, Missouri, in the Boot Heel, the southeast corner of Missouri. And in 1998, I went down to Caruthersville, met with Jim. I usually travel with a trunk full of documents. Started talking to him and really was blown away. Because I'm so familiar with all of the Merkin documents, he'd be talking about something and I'd go, wait a minute, I got a document about that nobody ever even looks at. Again, he'd say something, I got a document about that. So really, I would say there's probably easily 25 documents that document what Jim Green has been saying for years. Because I knew that C.D. Stelzer was interested in the case, I was down in the Boot Heel. I drove up to St. Louis, to University City, and just stopped by, because any one of us could be, killed on the road or whatever. I just always want to protect the story. So I sat down with CD and told him what Jim Green had told me. Interestingly, the tangle of mobsters in union clothing that Jim Green had said manipulated him were in photographs above C.D. Stelzer's desk. Well, I'd talked to C.D. in 99, 2000. In early 2001, C.D. Stelzer, as a reporter for the Riverfront Times in St. Louis, contacted me and said, we're interested in doing a story about Jim Green. So on March 1st, 2001, I drove down from Minneapolis, which is my hometown, and Jim drove up to St. Louis Jim drove up from Florida, and we met on the 2nd of March in the offices of the Riverfront Times in St. Louis. Meeting with us was a member, I can only say a member of management at the Riverfront Times. We sat, Jim Green, myself, the manager, and C.D. Stelzer, and spoke in a recorded interview for, I would say, 2 hours. During that time, something that kind of was a forerunner to what would happen kind of perplexed me, that I'm shuffling through all my documents, and I handed the manager a copy of indicating that there had been a trashing of the black militant group, the Invaders, in the press in Memphis. Now, the paper that was deliberately trying to discredit and trash the Invaders was the Commercial Appeal, and the manager in previous years had worked for the Commercial Appeal. The Commercial Appeal in Memphis has always said James Earl Ray was a lone nut, and that's all there is to it. So I handed him this document. He looked at it, just smiled and put it down. So as we left, actually I kind of got a feeling that everything would be all right. Interestingly, I think we left at 12 o'clock noon on the 2nd. By 2 o'clock, C.D. Stelzer received a telephone call from the FBI. It was his first one in 12 years. The telephone call came from the Milwaukee field, from a special agent of the Milwaukee field office. And he didn't call from the Milwaukee field office. He called from the, I'm going to make sure I get the name just right. He called from the Artsy Fartsy Furniture and Art Store in the suburb of Pewaukee. So, CD reporter calls him back at the Artsy Fartsy Furniture and Art Store, and he's then told, no, you have to contact him at the Milwaukee field office of the FBI. So CD calls, and this special agent says, essentially, there's a trial going on in Milwaukee, a gentleman by the name of Richard O'Hara, and we wanted to, I did a search on the internet, and we found that you had written about Richard O'Hara, and we wanted to question you about him. Now, Richard O'Hara is the FBI, oh, thank you. Richard O'Hara is the FBI informant who, without him squealing on Russell Byers, the House Select Committee could have never come up with their phony baloney story about James Earl Ray hearing of a $50,000 bounty on Dr. King, which is an absurd story anyway. But the man on trial, Richard O'Hara, essentially made sure that that story would exist. CD asked the special agent, you're calling me to find out more about one of your informants? And he said, oh, I just want to talk about it. The special agent was to make several more calls. Interestingly, I'm just going to throw this out there, and I don't want to sound too paranoid, but CD was to later feel that the calls from the FBI were essentially there for intimidation. In other words, he's never gotten a call in 12 years from the FBI, and within 2 hours of this interview, the FBI starts calling him at work, and it has to do with the King case. Interestingly, the special agent starts pumping CD for information about his family. Oh, am I keeping you from your wife? CD says, no, I'm not married. You know, oh, you don't have any family? I have a mother, she's elderly, she's in a nursing home. The next day, CD's mother suffered a massive fatal heart attack. I'm just saying that, I don't want to sound too paranoid. So, the article was essentially going to be, CD started working on the article. He was sidetracked for, a couple small stories, and began to call me, predominantly began to call Jim Green, finding out additional information. Now, the manager who was actually interested in doing the story had he said he admired Gerald Posner, and he was definitely, I would say, a member of the establishment. So as CD began to write the story, he tried to write an honest story. There were a few discrepancies in, who owned clubs years ago and that type of thing. But I actually have one of CD's early drafts here, and the way that the manager attempted to alter the story was, well, Green's a lying sack of, I can't say that word, I don't think. He's been peddling this story for a long time. Barston Me is his only defendant. He's a liar, he's a loser, he's a con man. He edited things like, however implausible Green's account may seem, it pales compared to what is verifiable. That type of thing is edited out constantly. So, while he was writing the story, this manager would walk by his desk and go, Green's a lying sack of feces, right? And, CD would go, I'm writing this honest story. So, the Riverfront Times, CD's title is Maybe in Memphis, came out on, I want to make sure I get the date right. Came out on May 9th, 2001. The CD's employment at the Riverfront Times was terminated about 6 days before this was to come out. They printed the story anyway. They cut out what would be the most valuable information and added a subhead. Jim Green, ex-con and government snitch, says he and his buddies from the Boot Heel took part in the plot to kill Martin Luther King Jr. Trouble is, Green's been lying all his life, so why should anybody believe him now? So actually the article is written has only I've read it. So I have, by the way, copies for a reasonable amount of people on the article. CD has family in St. Louis, relationship in St. Louis, and actually hasn't worked since his termination from the Riverfront Times. And an interesting thing happened recently, and you'll see it on video later. I spoke with T and John for the MLK. I'm too loud. For the MLK legislation in Washington, mentioned on the 13th of September CD's predicament or situation slightly, And a couple days later, 2 or 3 days later, he can't find the paperwork, police showed up, handcuffed him, and arrested him for telephone harassment of the Riverfront Times. And he had indeed called them a few times, but never were those calls not returned. So it was not as if he made a lot of harassing calls to the Riverfront Times. So just kind of wanted to throw the story out there if you know, kind of as a humanist thing, if anybody knows a great journalist's job, you know, he's honest, he's got integrity, and I kind of feel a little responsible because I'm the one that talked him into the story, and I'm the one that mentioned him at Congressional Black Caucus. So we can actually pass these out to people. Are there any, can I answer any questions, or? Yeah.
Well, if you're going to pass it out, maybe you don't have to answer, but what was Jim's Green story that was so irritating to management?
That's a big one.
Jim was actually here 2 years ago, and I believe you can actually read this online still. Jim says that he was hired. He did not know that Martin Luther King was going to be killed on April 4th, 1968. What he says is that he was hired to shoot James Earl Ray as he was walking south on South Main, and that he was hired, for one thing, because he knew who James was. They had verifiably been in Jefferson City Penitentiary together in 1966 and had known one another slightly. Interestingly, the FBI has them selling amphetamines together. That's his story in a nutshell. However, he says that he was being manipulated by the East St. Louis mob boss or union boss, Buster Wertman. Buster Wertman also is the man today that John Ray says hid his brother James shortly after his orchestrated breakout from Jefferson City Penitentiary on April 23rd, 1967. So there's corroboration there, and Wertman died shortly afterwards. But there's corroboration there, plus when the plot went wrong, Jim was on the first photo lineup that was passed around Memphis. There's people that he had spoke about that were in the right hotels at the right time when James Earl was supposed to be there. But that's in a nutshell. That essentially James Earl was supposed to be another Lee Harvey Oswald to die shortly afterwards.
I was here 2 years ago, and fortunately I had, aside from the talk that Jim gave us, I spent about a half hour, an hour or so having a separate conversation with him. Somebody else was present, I don't recall who. But there was one thing that bothered me, and I brought it up to him, and he gave me like a double talk answer, and that bothered me even more now. And I don't know if you...
I'll try to answer it as best I can.
There's a fallacy with the story, and because there's other evidence which is about regarding Jowers receiving the rifle, and you have two different people, and I think Jowers himself acknowledged that at some point. And according to Jim's story, the rifle's in the trunk, and they took off with it in the car. And this is a conflict, and also in a sense he's waiting for Ray to come out. But Ray is not there. We know Ray is having a tire fixed, unless that was just a part of the plot.
James was not told to get the tire fixed. In other words, it wouldn't have been part of the official plot.
Okay, but what about the rifle in the car being driven off?
I believe, and Judge Brown also believes, that there were actually several things happening on the ground that day, and that there was not just one. There was not just one team. To be most of what I have done is to not so much create a historical record of what happened on that day, because I don't think you're ever going to prove it. Most of what I have done is to try to prove things on paper. And frankly, I can't say that Jauer's story is 100% true either. Jim does not believe it, by the way.
Jim doesn't believe Jauer's story at all.
Jim doesn't believe Jauer's story.
Well, it would be in conflict with his story. But with Jauer's, at least there's some corroboration. Jim's story is just
Well, in
Jim.
Jim's story, there's a lot of paper
There-
documents to back it up.
Not as far as the rifle and the, I mean,
I can show you, I believe I have the Jim Green collection with me, but I can show you on paper where there's probably 25 things that he never, ever, ever could have known before he saw them, before he knew that they're on paper. He didn't know that there was such a thing as a mercantile. For instance, he told me early on that there was James Mustang, which was springtime yellow, that there was another white Mustang, and that there was a third Mustang back in front of that little cafe that's been there for years. The name escapes me. He said, we had the CB equipment in that Mustang and ID in that, and our fake ID in that Mustang in case something went wrong. And I was like, nobody's ever mentioned that, but that's in the Memphis file, the Merkin file. People that he had claimed were plotters are in Corinth, Mississippi, in the same hotel as James was supposed to be in. I mean, there's a lot that's too much of a coincidence.
well, I mean, I hadn't spoke with him, he seems credible and want
Right.
to give him the benefit of the doubt, but obviously, if he was giving us misinformation, he would be well briefed, I would presume. So,
Jim would have been close to the plot anyway with the people that he was surrounded with in St. Louis. You know, that's a fact. I can only tell you, other than Jauer's file, Memphis field office file being sent to the Army, which is odd. Bill Pepper's done the majority of work on that, and I can't verify that story. I don't.
Bill can address any of
I
this?
don't discount it. What Bill Pepper said is he cannot verify what Jim says, and really it has been 34 years. You know.
is Bill going to address this in his book that's coming in?
What I have seen does not address it. No.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I was going to talk a little bit about the files, if I could, before we go on with questions.
Sure.
It's all right, I don't need this.
I do. It's a recording.
So you need it on me?
To record.
Okay. I need to hold it or?
Here.
So we've continued to do work to get the files loose on the Martin Luther King case. The House Select Committee on Assassination files were never released regarding Dr. King, only on Kennedy. We believe there's 600,000 to 700,000 pages in that collection alone. And we keep finding indications that there are files surveilling King going well back into his history. In fact, Army intelligence files exist spying on King's grandfather and his father during most of the years of his family and up into the time where he was killed. And it also was interesting to me that the two people in charge of the main spying operations for the Army that were set up on the Civil Rights Movement, one of them in a G2 unit that was created at the time of Little Rock incident in Arkansas. And what happened there was General Edwin Walker, who, anybody who's studied the Kennedy case, I think you know that name. And the other major one in the Army Security Agency was General Charles Willoughby, who worked under MacArthur, and his real name was Kurt Wiedenbach, and he was trained at the Kriegsakademie in Germany, and is a proto-fascist. He's the one that cut the deals with the Japanese scientists on behalf of MacArthur's G2 staff to let them off the hook for their experiments if they gave him all the scientific results of their horrible human experimentation. So those were some of the people the Army used to spy on them. And you may know that COPA brought a suit, FOIA suit, first when we filed under FOIA and were denied any information on King, to the Army, specifically around information that came out from Pepper's work and the work of Douglas Valentine in his book about Operation Phoenix, and information that he had from veterans in the Army intelligence who told him that there were actual photographic record of the moments of the assassination, including pictures of the assassin in the Army intelligence files from surveillance they did that day. We also now have further corroboration of that from the Memphis civil trial, because I believe his name is Cartha Weems. He's the Whedon, okay, and he was the head of the fire station there, and he reported that two people identifying themselves as Army intelligence asked him to get a surveillance position up on the roof, and went up with boxes that he assumed were photographic equipment, and then he never subsequently saw them and doesn't know when they left or whether they were there at the time of the assassination or not, but this gives some indication they may have been there taking pictures. And so we asked specifically for the names of the units that we knew about from other work that was done by Thompson and the Memphis papers and other researchers, and they just denied all of it. They said they didn't have any records. First, they said they didn't have any record at all on a Martin Luther King. And so we, spelled out his whole name and his date of birth, and, said, this is the fellow, have you heard of him? And then they said, well, we did have some records, but those have all been destroyed, routinely. And so we kept pressing. We asked them to search other indexes. We took it into FOIA court and went up to the Court of Appeals in D.C. and then eventually lost the case. But even when they were arguing their appeal, they brought in new evidence, which they're not supposed to do, trying to deny that they had these files. Then at the 11th hour, they said, well, we don't have any files, but we did send some files over to the National Archive as part of a huge collection of files about the civil rights movement. And we just happened to find a file of ours over there relating to Dr. King, and we'll give you that. And they did an emergency speed-up release on this 30-page file. So that's how we got a document several years ago concerning what was called Operation Lantern Spike, which was an element of Operation Garden Plot. Garden Plot was to weed out the left and dissidents and by Army intelligence, and it also included martial law plans out in California under Operation Golden Bear, and that was headed up by Meese and Turnage and Gifrida, the FEMA guy that Reagan brought in with him and headed up FEMA. And as head of Federal Emergency Management Agency, Gifrida did these readiness exercises every year called Rex 87 or Rex 88, where they practiced roundups of Central America dissidents, in the United States, or different scenarios. And when he was at the Army War College, Gifrida had written, his thesis was on how you could do a mass roundup of blacks in the United States into Army-run detention centers, and mapped it out as an actual Army plan. So these are the people who were around this Operation Lantern Spike, which was supposed to be military response to potential riots. But the net effect was, despite denials in the Memphis press up to that time, we have now, these files that clearly show that these people were in Memphis prior to and for several days after, up till April the 12th, the actual assassination of Dr. King. So that was a 30-page document that we got loose. And then there were, of course, many documents released under FOIA during the Church Committee hearings and everything about the COINTELPRO spying on King by the FBI. Counterintelligence program, which was created by two fellows that came over to Hoover in '42 from the Office of Naval Intelligence, named William Sullivan and Cartha Deloach, and they began the domestic intelligence division of the FBI and what was called Division 5, and under that and under this rubric of COINTELPRO, they created not only spying but disruption, and eventually operations that led to the deaths of people. They'd pit different sections against each other and try and get them to fight or kill each other within the movements. And we know that they made specific threats to Dr. King, that they wrote in one of the memos about getting rid of anybody who could be a black messiah and a leader. And so many people link this to the King assassination. So we have an extensive record of the FBI spying on him, Army intelligence spying on him and his whole family during his life and right up to the point of his death. And the documents around this are significant. in addition to that, and a lot of these other ones I'm talking to you about also came out under the JFK release. If you look carefully in the JFK indexes, you'll find Martin Luther King files. And early ones that came out in the pre-release section before the board was created in the segregated files included records from the CIA that were released about spying on King and on people around King, especially on Harry Belafonte. And these claims by this guy whose name is blocked out in all these things, except that in some of them they forget to do the redaction. So his last name is Kennedy, and he's the informant up in New York, and he was somebody that had some ties with the Communist Party, I think, and but in the past, and had defected from it, and then was tattling on King. And his thesis that he kept pushing and that they were believing was that King and Robert Kennedy were controlled by Peking and by the Communist Party and the Maoists. And so, they had all these files about how these naive Negroes, as they speak of them in the documents, are being fooled by the communists. According to Mr. Farmer, and I'm sure that that's the famous civil rights activist, who's somewhat naive politically, and although Mr. Blank has tried to explain to him the Maoist tactics, Farmer does not as yet fully comprehend them, and Mr. Blank stated it's perfectly obvious that behind the Deacons is a strong organization force of hardcore Peking line communists, and Mr. Blank stated further that the communists are provoking violence, and also quite obviously that they're provoking violence in an area where CORE is active, Commission on Racial Equality, and it's also clearly apparent that they worked against Farmer at the National CORE Convention in Durham, North Carolina. And Mr. Blank stated that there is a facade of legitimate harassed Negroes who are honestly trying to protect other Negroes and themselves by defending them by physical means, and that these Negroes are being duped and pushed into violence by the communists. So this is the sort of, nonsense that this guy's pushing out. But what's scary is that they seem to believe him, and they're thinking seriously that Robert Kennedy and King, here in the late '60s, are controlled somehow politically by elements from Peking and Maoists. And then in the Lantern Spike report on April the 4th, they talk about things that were happening right up to the time of King's assassination, and they mention at 1750 hours, Memphis FBI sources disclosed that Dr. King, Abernathy, and Andrew Young had made reservations on Eastern Airlines to depart for Atlanta at 0900 hours, 5 April 1968. So they were tracking him closely enough. They knew what plane he was going to take out of town. And then immediately after, they say, this was written in April 69, a year later, and it says, 1803 hours, Dr. King was fatally wounded by shots fired from a high-power rifle with telescopic sights while he, King, was on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel. The assailant, a white male, sped on foot to an automobile, eluded police cruisers, and escaped without leaving any apparent clues to his identity, except for that bundle somebody dropped in front of Kniep's 5 minutes before he was shot with a rifle that was eventually linked to James O'Reilly. But 1830 hours to 1845 hours, all Tennessee National Guard units were placed on a Phase 1 alert. And then they talk about bringing in all these mechanized and engineer battalions and everybody, because they know the whole thing's going to explode. And they're there till the 12th. Then the most recent thing that I got with the help of Rex Bradford, who sent these down to me a little bit ago before we went to the panel that Cynthia McKinney arranged at the annual legislative session of the Congressional Black Caucus. These are files that indicate very, very close surveillance on Dr. King by the Central Intelligence Agency. And this isn't like second or third hand. This is people reporting in that report on direct conversations that they're having with King, that list the names of everyone that's with him in the room or registered at the motel, that list every phone call that he makes out on the phone, that take every piece out of the garbage, any note that he made a note on, that have every receipt for everything, like a clothes cleaning or anything he did while he was in town. I mean, this is close surveillance on King by the CIA, and the source of this is CIA Chief of Station J.M. Wave. Any of you Kenny researchers know J.M. Wave? This is the largest CIA domestic operation in the United States, supposedly to go get Castro. Well, I've said for a long time that I thought Jamwave and Mongoose and these plans to kill Castro were in large part a smoke and mirror operation to create a domestic assassination capability, and if anybody ever stumbled across them, they would say, oh, we were trying to kill that bastard Castro. But don't you think if they could kill Kennedy, they could have killed Castro? Had they wanted to. You know, but I think it was good cover. So here's an indication, these guys, as late as, you know, the early months of 1968, are right dead on top of King and following him very closely. So that's all three, FBI, CIA, and Army intelligence all over this fellow. And then they have something from Howard J. Osborne. You ever hear that name? Director of SECU, Deputy Director for Support at the CIA, and this is titled The Threat to the CIA by Some Black Power Elements. Not to national security, the threat to the CIA. The growing hostility expressed toward this agency by some of the more volatile advocates of so-called black power presents this agency with what might be a new threat to its operations abroad and its image in the United States. And it says, so-called civil rights organizations preaching hatred for the white race, demanding immunity from laws, and advocating violence constitute a serious threat to our country's internal security. Where's Mr. Ashcroft when we need him? So all of this, of course, is being renewed now by Ashcroft, who's calling for authority to start COINTELPRO all over again, but they name specific black leaders, they name a lot of the groups in the country, and they do updates on it, and also someone at CIA named Charles W. Kane, an acting director, is involved in this and does an update called The Militants, an update on the black power threat. And they're very concerned about Dr. King's statements that the Washington protests are for jobs and income for all, and there can be little doubt that the activity will be closely interlinked with the peace movement, particularly at the stage where the peace groups are formed, and that's in quotes, peace, are formally invited not only of willingness but even an eagerness to accept communist aid, support communist causes, confer with high-ranking communist functionaries, and rely heavily on the advice and direction of dedicated communists. And so they're talking about, you know, he's going to come and do this massive civil disobedience in D.C. What are they going to do about it? So these are just a little sample of files that we've gotten out just in the last 2 or 3 years on King, and show the level of government involvement around that assassination and that time. And that's why we want to go get more. And T. Carter and I have done a great deal of work with Cynthia McKinney's office. Of course, she's now out of office because they targeted her and pushed her. Well, she's out of her physical office even. I mean, this legislation. But on the very last hour that she could, at about 11:30 before noon on the day that they closed the legislative session, she put in the draft that we had pulled together for the for a bill to release the files on and based on the JFK Act and the same model with improvements over the JFK Act that we know from experience we need, and no sunset date and whistleblower rights and other things that we got put in. And this will have to be picked up again by the Congressional Black Caucus. We're hoping Conyers and others will pick it up, but she did put it on the record under her name as a bill just as the legislative session ended. So they won't vote on it, but we need pressure on the Black Caucus and others to get this loose, and we did focus on the life and assassination of Dr. King to make it a little less of a red flag, but also because if we can do the life, we can get more of the COINTELPRO files loose and expose more about these operations. One other area where a great number of files have been coming out under FOIA, and there's going to be even larger releases, that's a related area in my research that you might not consider a related area if you don't know about it, is Jonestown. And here's a little newsletter from some of the survivor family people and religious people that study Jonestown called the Jonestown Report. But it's full of stuff about new tapes that have been released at Jonestown, including some that were made after the massacre. And they don't know by who, that were left behind in the situation. But they're pushing, like we've been, to get files released on this case and you know, what actually happened there. But they talk about large cases of documents available with FOIA, State Department, FBI, Federal Communication Commission, U.S. Air Force. So there's a lot there that's also coming out. But besides the obvious link of Mark Lane being an attorney for both James O'Reilly and Jim Jones, and whatever that meant, there's also people I found around the murder of King's mother. in Atlanta, and Marcus Wayne Chenault and his mentor, who called himself Rabbi Hill in Cleveland, who then went to Guyana and formed a place called Hilltown, about 20 miles from Jonestown, and they were brought in and allowed to clean the bodies of shoes and guns and anything useful at the camp after the murder was done. And they also served as political goons for the CIA-placed Burnham government in the elections, the people from Hilltown. And he claimed he had 8,000 black people at Hilltown. We don't know, but these were the claims that he made. And he was the mentor of Marcus Wayne Chenault. Chenault had a list of civil rights leaders that he said that he was going to kill, that he gave over to the SCLC. He said he was part of a team of people that were going to go out and kill civil rights leaders. And he went into the church in Memphis and apparently shot Mrs. King. There was never really any ballistic worked on him. He came out with a gun in each hand and grinning like Arthur Bremer, and appeared to be programmed. But there's links there, and there's other links in the work that I did on Jonestown to key figures around the King assassination. So but as I say, that's another whole set of files that may relate to the King assassination eventually if we can get them loose.
John, what's the segregated files you're talking about?
It's just that certain files were segregated by the agencies into collections on behalf of the House Select Committee on Assassination Investigation. And they just called them segregated because they took them out of the main file and made a special separate segregated file. And so that file was already pulled out but not available to the public. And I think parts of that file, if my memory are right, the House Select Committee staffers could go and see it, but they weren't allowed to copy it. They weren't allowed to take a note, I think, or, it was very restricted. But they released those before the review board even came into existence from the CIA and FBI segregated files. But very early on, the CIA segregated file was released. It wasn't indexed. It was hard to look at, but there were thousands of pages as an early dump of files, that included stuff on King. And there's probably still more on King in the Kennedy files. Nobody's been through all of them yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned Charles W. Kane there.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the veteran CIA agent Charles W. Kane was sent in to Florida after the presidential elections and the problems that they introduced in troubleshooting.
Could be the same fella.
You can Google that.
All right.
And also the COINTELPRO files from Sullivan are also in National Archives, but under court seal.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Bill Turner about that earlier. There's a huge mass of Sullivan's files there. I've got the finding aid for that. But you can't physically access them, but at least you know they're there.
Interesting.
I just have a quick personal question, actually. The suggestions I made on the act, did they get to you in time? Were they incorporated?
I sent them in. I haven't seen the absolute final draft of the act that was sent, so I don't know. But I sent some from you, some from Jim Lazar. I asked John Tunheim if he would comment to them, because I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't hear at the end whether he got them in. But we'll continue to go to people who knew what the limitations of the act were and have suggestions. And if others of you have suggestions, we'll try to get them into a final version of the bill for the next legislative session.
Excuse me, does it have to be reintroduced, or is it on record?
Yeah, it'll have to be created as a new bill, so we have time to modify it.
Who would be?
Well, we're hoping Conyers will take the lead, but, we'd like the whole Congressional Black Caucus to do it. And we did do a panel, which we'll see some in the video tonight, at the legislative session. It was supposed to be done a year before, but it was scheduled for September 27th, and something called September 11 got in the way. So, we had to wait a year to get it out there, but we did do the panel. It was broadcast uplinked, and a local black activist, political activist, videotaped it himself, so that's how I have a tape of it. Yeah?
Is there a Robert Johnson?
I haven't, you seen that name? Do you have more on it, or?
You're talking about Robert Cammett Johnson?
Yeah, I just saw it in a documentary.
He may have been involved with Oswald in New Orleans and handing out the leaflets. I think it was in some of the pictures.
And how does he figure into the King case?
Well, in the documentary I saw that a lady named him as being involved in the King case. So that was all I heard about it.
You mean that he was Raoul?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Raul, yeah.
It's not the gentleman that Pepper has identified as Raul, and there's a great deal about the man that Pepper has identified that's very highly suspicious. So, I think their Pepper does absolutely have this man. His name isn't Johnson. It really is Raul.
Lyndon, what you get from Jerry Ray on his belief in the credibility of Jim Green? Because when I spoke to Jerry, he didn't seem to be terribly enthusiastic about Jim Green's story. I mean, putting it diplomatically, you know.
Jerry to me said, sometimes I don't know what to believe.
All right.
And
Can't hear. Could you speak a little louder?
could I speak louder?
What was the question?
No, question.
Repeat the question.
The question is, does Jerry Ray believe Jim Green's story? And Jerry to me said, I don't know what to believe sometimes.
He doesn't discredit it.
No.
Or maybe
John Ray
maybe I
says-
caught him on a bad night.
And sometimes Jerry just likes to play with people. Well, he's been in this in
Maybe
a
he's
long
playing a
time. He's
game,
been
yeah.
through a lot, and sometimes his sense of humor is hard to understand. Maybe
Right.
that's
Maybe, yeah.
yeah.
I think Jerry's main focus has always been to do the ballistics to prove James' innocence. And the highly detailed story above and beyond that, I've never seen to be incredibly interested.
Right.
I guess I would say that.
Just a brief comment, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I always got the impression from Jerry Ray that he is not as knowledgeable as many of us are on the King assassination.
Right.
Oh no, no, he's not a researcher.
I know he's not.
He's
but
just
I-
the brother
well,
of an accused assassin. He doesn't have an interest in the case like we do.
No, well, that's what I mean. Well, some people would if their brother was accused of a crime.
But he doesn't.
By the way, there are some flyers that say the White Pope, and that's John Larry Ray, the other brother who lives in St. Louis today, and he's marketing videos, and I've spent a lot of time recently trying to verify what John says, and I believe he's 100% credible, and I think James actually told John a little bit more. So they might be very interesting for you to pick up.
Put that up when we're done with the question.
Does anybody have any comment upon the allegations in, what's the guy just said, the author of the book, that had the military intelligence crew in Memphis?
Look out.
Pepper, yeah, Pepper's book, and then the ABC special in which they allegedly produced the man that Pepper had said was dead by the time he wrote the book. Has anybody followed up as to whether that guy really was the guy that Pepper was talking about, and is that totally discredit Pepper's last part of his book, the part about the military operation in Memphis, or?
I didn't feel that guy not being dead discredited anything. I mean, Pepper was investigating. People that knew that guy or said they knew him told Pepper that he was dead. I mean, somebody tells you somebody's dead, you don't go down and get their death certificate usually to find out if it's true. Also, you should understand that death is a common cover for covert operations. And so they tell you somebody's dead, it may just be that they're covering up what he's doing. He was living outside the country, so they didn't have, you know, I mean, to the extent he tried to find him, he couldn't find him, and then people told him, no, he's dead, so he stopped looking and accepted it. Then they tried to make this, you know, Jerry Springer thing, you know, oh, the guy you think's dead is right here. And the guy comes on, you know, won't shake hands with him and acts like he said he was dead to insult him or something. You know, I don't, why does that discredit Pepper at all? I mean, it just means that he made a mistake about that particular guy.
That he had proof that he was elsewhere, the guy.
Well, maybe he wasn't there, but we now know that some of these guys that were claiming in the Memphis papers weren't there, were there because this Operation Lantern Spike talks about their units being there. And, you know, and we have morning reports with their names on it. So we know that they were there now, but for a long time all of them denied it.
I would just add, I had the opportunity to talk to William Pepper about this in 1998, and I asked him very quickly about the Eidson story. And Pepper explained to me that part of the reason he had trouble finding Eidson was because Eidson was in prison on a murder charge. Of course, Eidson does deny having been involved and having been there, but he would, of course, have a motive to deny that if he was there. And it's also important to remember that you don't have to be at the scene to be involved. So, but yeah, Eidson was in prison on a murder rap, and then he left the country, which was why Pepper had a hard time finding him. And I would agree with the assessment that this really doesn't change the import of Pepper's assessment. It just shows that he was misled in the particular case of Eidson's presumed death.
The woman who produced that show called me and said she had read my Jonestown piece and wanted me to come on and do something about Jonestown. And she told me, you know, we're the same ones that produced that show with Dr. Pepper, as if that was some kind of a recommendation. I should go on there. You know, they'd probably drag out one of the Jonestown dead and say, see, I'm still alive. You know, you're lying. Maybe I would have gotten Grace Walden Stevens. That's another connection. Do you know they made arrangements to take Grace Walden Stevens, the key witness in the Ray situation, who said it wasn't Ray in the rooming house? And Mark Lane sent a letter along and Terry Buford to Jim Jones saying, "Can you send us a fake passport so we can get Grace Walden Stevens down to Jonestown?" And they suggested the passport of a woman named Maxine Swaney. Maxine Swaney was murdered along with 7 other people in Ukiah, California at Jones's operation there, who tried to leave. A woman named Kathy Hughes wrote a report in the Ukiah Press Democrat, as it was called then, called 7 Mysterious Deaths. And she was one of the ones mentioned. And then an Esquire reporter approached her and said he was interested in what she was doing and asked for all the details of the story until she learned it was Mark Lane. And she tried to get Mark Lane debarred for posing as a reporter when he was the attorney for Jim Jones. And you know, he inserted himself there and lied and tried to ferret out what she knew. But here, and then he and Terry Buford, they found in the rubble at Jonestown this memo trying to see if they could get Maxine Swaney, the dead woman's passport, to take Grace Walden Stevens to Jonestown. And I don't know if any of you, does anyone know if Grace Walden Stevens is alive? Because I always suspected she was taken there and that was the last of her.
Wasn't there a woman who was, I don't know, in Memphis who saw something, saw someone run by or whatever, or drop something, a rifle maybe? I don't know, it was some kind of testimony. I can't remember all the details, but she had given some testimony, then she was put in a mental institution?
That's her. That's Grace Walden Stevens.
Oh.
She was the common law wife of this guy Charles Quitman Stevens, who they said, you know, he was the credible witness. I mean, he was so dead drunk that he didn't, you know, couldn't have seen it. But she saw the guy come out in the hall from the bathroom and said it wasn't Ray. And part of her commitment hearing to go put her in the mental institution was that she was out of touch with reality because she wouldn't identify Ray as the gunman. I mean, that's how they prove you got to go in a mental institution, is because you won't identify the assassin the way they want you to. You know, meanwhile, they paid the bar bill for Charles Quitman going back 5 or 6 months, cleaned out his credit with the local bars and made him the key star witness because he would say it was Ray. But he wasn't in a position. But yeah, that's the woman. And Lane got her out of the mental institution under his custody, and she lived at a house with Terry Buford and Lane in Memphis, and then they were trying to get her down to Jonestown.
Where is he in this case?
Hmm?
In any case, where is Mark Lane?
Well, he still lives in D.C. He's an attorney.
Where does he stand in all these cases? I mean, is he
Well, he wrote a book about it called Strongest Poison.
credible figure?
Not in my view. I've never thought he was credible from the beginning. It was Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston published Rush to Judgment, made it into a bestseller. You know, that was owned. The largest stockholder in it was the Murchisons, the oil company. I always thought he was the planted critic. You know, that he was the official government critic, and for 10 years he gave the same verbatim lecture. And if you asked him who killed Kennedy, he'd say, "I'd be as irresponsible as the Warren Commission to say anything." Then by the 60s, by the time we'd at least pushed it to the CIA, he would say CIA, but he'd never, you know. And then eventually he fingered Hunt, but the CIA hung Hunt out to dry, in my view, you know, and then said that, you know, he showed it was Hunt because Hunt couldn't tell where he was. Well, you know, and Hunt's kids know that. I knew kids that were kids of friends of my mother's, went to school with Hunt's kids, and they never believed him about Dallas. They always thought he was there, and they knew he wasn't with them, you know, on the holiday. So, you know, they wondered where he was. And but I mean, for me, I've never thought Lane was anything except some kind of an opportunist, if not government funded. At least he did their job, in my view. Well, even worse, Jonestown, to be Jones's attorney and try to get Jones this good reputation with the left, which would have smeared the left if he'd been successful in doing PR. And why is it that Charles Gary, the Black Panther lawyer, and Mark Lane get to walk out of the death camp? Why are they allowed to leave? You see, if there's 800 of us in an auditorium, and you and I go out to the bathroom and come back, and all but 3 are dead, do you let them walk out? Or do you have some questions for them? How did he get out of the suicide camp? Supposedly, it wasn't suicide, it was murder. But why? And he says he went through the jungle and he tore up his underwear so that they wouldn't get lost. Well, I mean, if there's people shooting behind you, you're going to leave them a trail to find you? You know, and he doesn't go anywhere near Port Kaituma, but he gets to Georgetown somehow and he flies out of the country. Well, you know, ask him if he's got a receipt for buying new underwear when he got to New York. You know, there's something completely wrong with that story. He says, well, I told him I would tell the story. Well, that's what an intelligence survivor is for. They let you survive so you tell their version of the story. And then he writes Strongest Poison and blames everything on Jones. But in my view, Jones was long gone by the time that operation came down. And this was no cult run by some white guy who could tell black women to put poison in their babies' mouths. If you believe that, you haven't taken a look at your white skin privilege in a while. You know, I mean, this was a lie. It was a black genocide operation, and the people were murdered. There was no cyanide pathology in those bodies. Dr. Mutu found forced needle marks and bent needles and forced injections in the back of the left shoulder blades, or he found strangulation or gunfire. The Guyanese grand jury on his testimony ruled that there was not a single suicide at Jonestown. Not a one. They were all murdered. And yet we're told, you know, they sat there and drank poison because this minister told them to do it.
Where'd the Kool-Aid story come from?
Well, the Army. The Army said they found this vat of Kool-Aid there.
The Guyanese Army?
No, U.S. Yeah, the Guyanese Army was there, though, too. Guyanese, British Black Watch, and Green Beret. And that's why the body count came, because Mutu counted the dead 408. But the final count 5 days later is 915. And then the Army started making up the lies. The first lie from the Army, official statement of the Army, Guyanese can't count. They don't have 10 digits on their fingers. They had to move every body and punch it with the bayonets so bodies wouldn't explode in the heat. They could count as they went. Okay, they weren't finding bodies on top of bodies, which was the second story, that there were piles of bodies. I looked at 150 photographs, aerial and otherwise. There's no bodies on top of bodies at Jonestown. Most of them are face down. They're in rows. As the days go on, the bodies are clearly dragged in out of the jungle. Very first headline in the New York Times, 400 dead, 700 flee into jungle. Because they realized that the suicide drill was not a drill this time, and they fled. But they were surrounded by troops. They brought 400 Green Berets in. 100 of them did the cleanup, and the other 300 didn't specify what they did. But I met one, and he took out a long serrated knife about 16 inches long, and he says, this is what we used on them in Guyana.
That's U.S. or Guyanese?
It was U.S. Special Forces, but the Guyanese Defense Forces were there, and the guy that trained the Guyanese Defense Force officers was Dan Mitrione, a CIA torture trainer who was a boyhood friend of Jim Jones.
Weren't the British there too?
The British Black Watch troops were there on maneuvers, and a BBC guy read my story and interviewed them on the 20th anniversary, and they said that they were stationed along portions of the jungle and told if anybody comes out, shoot them.
John, what do you think is the motivation?
The motivation for the killing was to wipe out the evidence of what they were doing. They were doing a massive mind control experiment on people. They had enough drugs in that camp with 1,100 people living there to drug the entire population of Georgetown, Guyana for over a year, which is 110,000 people. They had footlockers with 30,000 doses of Thorazine per locker. They had all the drugs that you mentioned. You read anything about MK Ultra, every drug that they mention is in the store there at Jonestown, and they were using them. The early photos show medical tags, like those little things you wear in a hospital around the wrist or the ankle, but the final ones don't. And in Wooten's book, Children to Jonestown, he said that there were direct orders from Zbigniew Brzezinski you know, in Carter's administration, down through Alexander Haig to a guy named Robert Pastor, who's now in the CIA, to take the identifying tags off. And the later photos, you don't see them. They're all clipped off to people. That they had extensive medical records, all of which were piled up and taken by the Army and never appeared again. And they were using torture on these people. They had live burial boxes. They had cattle prods, and you know, they were torturing them in the camp, and they were trying to create a slave labor batch back in the Guianese jungle, because from 1909 on, they had tried to move labor back in there because it's one of the most mineral-rich areas in the world. Charles Gary said to Jim Jones, "You're sitting on a gold mine," and he literally was sitting on about 5 of them, the 5-star mines up there right at Matthews Ridge. But they had tried from 1909 to move populations into that area to work it. It's contested by Venezuela, the Orinoco River Valley, and they want the land because there's uranium and bauxite, all of the infrastructure there, the little ports that they used, and the Port Kaituma Airport, and the little, you know, docks that they had around Jonestown were built by Union Carbide in the 50s when they had a bauxite mine there. And they couldn't keep labor in there. They tried to move blacks in from the UK. They tried to move people in from Dominica. Even after Jonestown, they moved in the Laotian and Hmong people that had worked for the CIA as their special operations people, and then they moved them out to Suriname since then. And before that, there was a Green Beret training camp called Shalom, where they were training assassins in that same area. It even goes back to, I found 1936, Otto Albrecht von Bolschwing at the Hebrew desk, at the Jewish desk, directly under you know, Eichmann he was the superior for Eichmann. When Eichmann says, "I was only following orders," they're this guy von Bolschwing's orders. And in 1936, they took 50 Jewish families as the next to last solution, the next to final solution, and moved them to Matthews Ridge, Guyana. And they couldn't get them to survive out there, and they gave up on it. But that was one of the places they were going to move the Jewish population out of Germany. So they've been putting people back in there, and the 2 families, Noonan and LeCoux, and LeCoux is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the best lawyer in the world because he never loses a case. Well, that means he bribes the judge, doesn't it? I mean, you know, he never loses a case, you know, and he was Jim Jones's Guianese lawyer. And those were the 2 families that were trying to move the populations back in there. So there's a whole story of Jonestown that's never came out. I wrote Black Hole of Guyana, the untold story of the Jonestown Massacre, and the Jonestown Banks about the money around it, but there are connections to the King assassination in
At
it.
the time of the deaths, I really should have asked before, why at that point? I mean, was the experiment over with? Did they disband it, or do you know? I mean, do you have why decide at that
Yes,
point?
because Leo Ryan was coming in to look at it, and he would have blown the lid on it. So they pulled the plug. And they killed him, too, for sticking his nose in their business. First congressman killed in line of duty.
What did he become suspicious about?
The families were telling him that something was wrong, something was going on. They couldn't get loose, they couldn't come back, you know, so he went to investigate. And his staff won't talk to Mark Lane. They feel Lane set him up to be killed. But there were people around him, but you know, well, we should probably end this and go to the next session, but does somebody else have a King question? Or?
I don't have a King question, but just as a tiny little sidelight. My stepfather is a real estate developer in Indianapolis, Indiana. And I found out just recently that he knew Jim Jones when Jim Jones was in Indianapolis and was working with church groups. And basically, while he was in Indianapolis and working with church organizations, he was taking in homeless people and then caring for them, giving them shelter and food in exchange for labor. See, and that's how he got a church built in Indianapolis. And so I have tried to prevail upon my stepfather to let me interview him about this, and I hope perhaps by next year, to be able to give you a little background information on Jim Jones in Indianapolis.
Great.
But I swear to you, my stepfather had nothing to do with it.
Just in the right place at the wrong time. So we have another presentation here, but I thought maybe we should take a break. Oh, Lewis? Yeah.
This is a quick King question. How is the family, the King, the King family, how are they involved in terms of, you know, trying to get to the bottom of the case?
You guys can talk.
Okay. The King family is 100% supportive of this. They were at the Black Caucus meeting, and if you watch the video tonight, you'll see Martin Luther King III there, and he's 100% behind us. As a matter of fact, he said we as researchers, have provided their family with much-needed therapy, and he thanked us.
Yeah, they're behind it. You know, they've gotten a lot of heat for the civil trial and everything, but they're in support of releasing the records. So are a number of the House Select Committee people. Bob Edgar said he would support it. I believe that Fauntroy would support it. I'm trying to find out if we can get the guy that actually locked them up, Stokes, to support it, but he's on the board of the chair of the board of the new Spy Museum, so I'm not sure how far we'll get with him. But you know, I think there are people from that era who would definitely support it, and that we should be able to get the Black Caucus to support it. So, but I thought, why don't we air out for a bit, like take a little break and come back. We're going to set up a screen, and there's a presentation about the Cuban pilots and things coming up. And videos. Okay, we're about to start. This is a transparency slide presentation that Chris Cox put together, and she approached me in D.C. Some weeks ago, and she's a family member of someone that she believes was involved in early CIA operations in Cuba around the time when Castro came into power, and she's in touch with other families. So she wanted to talk about some of that. So that's what this presentation is. She can introduce herself better.
Just here. That's good.
Push it on.
Push it through.
Yeah, push it on. Yeah, that's better.
Well, I had 62 slides, and I took pity on you. Cut it in thirds. I'm Christy Cox, and I'm going to talk about 4 families specifically, but there are plenty out there. We're an informal group, and I'm mic'd. We're an informal group of what we call spy kids. But one of the people didn't like that term, and so I changed the title. Can you hear me now?
You just have to listen.
Can you hear me now?
There's no mic. This is
just recording. This is not.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I will try to be as loud as I can because I'm usually pretty loud, but I've been talking a lot. So, what does our country's current leadership tooting the horn for our heroes of intelligence gathering? Seems military intelligence is experiencing newfound status. But these operations are not new, and what seems most confounding is the vehemence in shielding what has always been a part of our nation's foreign policy abroad. My perspective on this is personal. You might call it a child's eye view on the ruthless world of intrigue. In the 50s and 60s, our country was involved in all kinds of covert shenanigans. It was the most productive years of the CIA and counterintelligence gathering. The rules of the spy game were flexible. The agency was divided into the martini-drinking, regular paycheck set and the risk-taking operatives out in the plains and on the field were at any time prepared to be disavowed by their country and their cronies in the intelligence agencies. The Americans involved in risky Cold War operations are mostly forgotten by history, but not by their loved ones left behind. Among these Americans was my father, Paul Joseph Hughes. We had some vague understanding that our dad was needed in Cuba for a while. He took his wife and 4 daughters to live in post-revolution Havana. When things got too hot, Paul was put in jail with a group of Americans who Castro claimed were U.S. agents. My mother, sisters, and I escaped. Oh, sorry, folks. What we found in comparing our notes that each of us has a JFK coinkydink kind of, and we've been sorting some of that out in the last few months. Our fathers are found in the archives JFK section. They're part of the research surrounding JFK's assassination. One question I have for everyone here today is, do these stories come to us as fact or as part of a bigger Cuba JFK link, or are they just disinformation that have been given to us? These are for specific things. The first one applies to me. My aunt was a CIA officer in Russia, and she supposedly had stamped Lee Harvey Oswald's passport and had been handling him with her friend, a former Air Force officer, Alexis Davison. One of us, Tosh Plumley, was in Dealey Plaza and flew others to abort the assassination. And Tosh called me yesterday, and both Tosh and Jerry Hemming called me and wanted me to mention some things, and I don't have them on the slides, but maybe we can talk about that later. But one thing he did want me to tell you is that there were over 200 reports that military intelligence, CIA, and FBI got that told of an impending assassination, that at first Kennedy was targeted for Miami, and they had flown to Austin because he was due to be assassinated in Austin. Finally, he ended up at Dealey Plaza. And this is my family. My aunt was a judge. She was a military intelligence officer. She was a judge advocate general for the Air Force, and she worked on the NRC, among other things. My father served in Korea. Paul Joseph Hughes left Florida on a sabotage mission to Cuba. He was portrayed as a lone nut fighting Castro by Life magazine in one article, and by James Buchanan and Hal Hendricks and others. My father left a Florida airfield on Operation Trick or Treat on October 31st, 1960. He sought to publicly and violently avenge the deaths of his American friends from Korea, charged and quickly executed as counter-revolutionaries by Castro in 1959. Andrew St. George interviewed Paul Hughes the night he left with homemade bombs and another man using the alias Jay Hunter. What seemed like a small but dangerous and illegal endeavor by a couple of men was really a large operation, I later learned. This mission was connected to Rolando Masferrer, who was a prominent figure in anti-Castro operations. It was Masferrer who supposedly organized earlier that month a 27-man invasion in Oriente. My father was involved in this too, and he and another man were the only ones to escape execution. On the return home, they were held in the Bahamas and supposedly beaten by jailers who caught them passing through. No legal actions were taken against him by any country for taking part in this raid. The Cuban with my father was sent back to Cuba to await his fate, and my father was allowed to return to the U.S. But on Halloween night in 1960, he never returned. I've always been grateful that my father hadn't carried out this bombing. I wondered if he was willing to hurt little children in Cuba with his bombs. Was he worth learning about? I still wonder, and my research is full of stops and starts because of this. My family lived, as I said, briefly in Cuba. We quickly left quietly one day, and we barely escaped Castro's imposed surveillance and house arrest in the fall of 1959. We watched my father taken to jail on more than one occasion. Our home stateside and then in Cuba was occasionally raided. Militia hauled off men. Strangers came and went. As children, we were forbidden to explore our home. Bearded and non-bearded men became our friends and our keepers. My little contribution to Life magazine, and C.D. Jackson's contribution to this transparency. Life magazine is ever present in assassination history. They brought the world to us in great photos. Life magazine often sponsored and photographed, wrote about the Cuban operations as well. Claire Luce had her boys. Paulie and Henry had theirs too. They'd come up against some legal problems as a result of Life's participation in fouled media events or raids. So I think eventually Life's actions caught up with them. They're still complicit by association. If a story is staged or not, does it matter if its subjects are killed? Everyone made their choices, my father included. Life magazine was how my mother found out about my father. The messenger was a real nosy neighbor who ran across the street waving the issue for all of our neighbors to see. It was really horrible, and if Andy had come to us, the FBI, besides their surveillance of us for years, or the CIA, or the Fuller family, who helped load his plane with the bombs and assembled the bombs in their garage in Miami, if they'd come to us, anyone had come to us to give us a better understanding of what had happened that Halloween night in 1960, it would have been better than the years, literally years of wonder. And my buddy Andrew St. George, who wrote the article. Andrew's now dead. He died about 2 years ago. He's shown here. We interviewed him in 1999. And that was really the start of my search. I started with Andrew because he was apparently the last person to see him alive, and this is the cover issue. 2 quotes of Andrew, and I know I'm not the only one that's heard them. They're both true and false. St. George was deposed in relation to a Warbel and Mospera investigation, and he gave the entire spy history in his deposition. It's now part of the JFK collection. So maybe he wasn't entirely truthful about everything he told me in our interview. When I went to see St. George before he died, he told me that after Paul disappeared, he went to Life. He told them he wanted to contact our family. Life referred Andy to the legal department, which forbade him contact. Andy told me that my father gave him a message to be delivered to my mother in the event he didn't return. St. George said he didn't remember the message 40 years later, and that he didn't think it was that important, but he lived with regret that he hadn't contacted us. Andrew signed a copy of Deadly Secrets for me, which he's doing here, which is virtually a Bible for me, formerly Fish's read, and inscribed a message, the message seen on this side. These are interesting stories, but it's always the innocents who suffer. He kept emphasizing all these points throughout our interview. This is page 1. It's a little bit cut off, but you can find it in any library, November 14th. Just a simple, carried most of the popular U.S. publication of the time, but it was really something that defined our lives. It was what gave us the answer, and that was the answer. That was what we got.
Could you show the whole picture?
I'm sorry to say that I cut a little bit of it off. I do have copies of the article, and I have them on my website. Yeah, I did cut some of that off. I'm sorry. Tried to fit it on the transparencies. He was avenging this man, one man who had dropped leaflets. They were going to drop these leaflets. They were going to drop these leaflets over Cuba. Tony Zarba, he was a friend of my father's. All these men served in Korea together. If you want me to read it to you, fine, but otherwise you can leave it yourself. What I'm trying to show you, though, is that just 1 month before John F. Kennedy was killed, there was also an infiltration plan. So this didn't stop. It didn't stop with Zarba, didn't stop with the men before them. Tony Zarba, he left my father this flyer, and on the back of it, my father penned his last note to my mother. The Operation Trick or Treat was to avenge the deaths of Bobby Fuller, Tony Zarba, and Alan Dale Thompson. Oh, sorry, folks. The raid they were caught in was an infiltration sabotage mission. These men and others were quickly caught, tried without due process, and forgotten. All the press reports of the mission after my father says that he was on the mission and not caught. Bob Fuller's daughter has filed a wrongful death lawsuit in Miami against the government of Cuba. It's on the website. If you'd like to see the text of it, it's on Gordon Winslow's website. I'm unaware that Thompson or Zarba had any other children. I'd sure like to know. I heard there was a writer in Florida working on Zarba and the Fuller-Thompson story, but it's all I know. I could never locate her. Just a few of the men who went missing. I'll just give you a little background on Thompson Swanner if you don't know. Jeff Sullivan and Alex Rourke you probably do know because there's a lot written about it. I know that Weberman covered a lot on his. Sherry Sullivan, Jeff Sullivan's daughter, has been very active, and she's really inspired me. She was my first contact of any of the grown children of these men. Thompson Swanner disappeared as a part of Frank Sturgis's Operation Cellula Phantasma. It was a leafleting expedition, and it began in Norman's Key in the Bahamas.
Hey, what was the date on Sullivan and Rourke?
They were just about a month.
September 16th.
Yeah, just about a month before. Well, no, 2 months before. We'll get to them. But there is a tremendous amount on Jeff and Alex Rourke. We'll see. Let's see how we go, and then I'll take you up on it. Just a couple reports. As you can see, some familiar names there. And that's really what I want to illustrate to you. How familiar those names are. Yeah. Let's move on. Now I'm lost. Let's see. we are on 10. I'm trying to get my stuff organized. I think I have nothing really to say about this because I wrote it on the slide. One of my favorite pictures of after the revolution is Camilo Cienfuegos over there. And I believe it might be Raul, if anyone knows for sure. And if I'm using anyone's photos, sorry, but that's what I got. The photo in the upper right hand corner is my father in the hat, and a man named Rafael Huguet, a Miami Cuban. And I did talk to Ralph. Rafael is very close to Eloy Manoyo Gutierrez of Alpha 66 and the second front of Escambray. When my father returned from Korea, he was changed. He had undergone some kind of training along with a lot of the other guys that he had worked with. He had a contact in DC, which was Richard Russell, and I always thought that was rather odd since Richard Russell was one of the dissenting voices. Jerry called me last night, and he called me first, and I love irony, he called me while I was sitting on the grassy knoll in front of the picket fence. And he said, make sure to tell them that most of those covert operations that your fathers were on were destined to fail. They were protecting the bona fides of a lot of agents in place, one of whom was June Cobb, another Juan Orta. June Cobb was Castro's secretary, or Juan Orta was Castro's secretary. They were embassy contacts as well, both spies. This is what's called a temporary visa. A lot of the folks used them. They were kind of handy, Jerry said, because you could rip them out of your passport. You could switch them around. Apparently, he says that was one of the things Oswald had had. But as I said, a lot of this stuff is hearsay, so I'm passing this on as hearsay. Well, we went freely in and out of Cuba. He was called a captain. He was in the Air Force. He smuggled a lot of guns. He leafleted. He raided the cane fields both before the revolution and after the revolution. The only difference was that he was once supporting Castro, and virtually overnight in 1959 with the Second Front Escambray, he was anti-Castro. I'll call this the Hughes family safe house. This house was given to us supposedly by Castro. And I'm really sorry to put Jerry up there in that manner, but if you know Jerry, you'll know that that is the way he speaks. And it's really kind of one of the most endearing things about him. But I'm trying to illustrate to you that during this arrest, he was imprisoned with Loran Hall, Traficante, and so many others. There was a real massive roundup in the summer, spring and summer of 1959. I've been told that it was caused by William Morgan, but I don't have any proof of that. What I'm trying to illustrate to you, though, is that there is a connection. There's a connection with all of these fellows. Something I don't have in my script. But my father was with a man named Wilson Hudson, Carlos or John. He had several names. He was also a spy. He was British, and he also worked for Chile. And he was also interviewed and disappeared from the HSCA. I believe he just gave his testimony and then skipped town. If anyone knows about this man, I believe he's dead now, but I'd sure like to know more. He and another man, John Spirito, were at our house frequently.
What was his full name?
Pardon me?
What was his full name?
Carlos?
The one you said was Richard.
Carlos John Wilson Hudson. His name has been John Hudson Wilson, John Wilson, John Hudson, Carlos Wilson, all those combinations I've seen. Tosh Plumley. Tosh says Dallas was a twist of fate. He was there as part of the support team. Some were trying to stop the assassination. I told you about the 200 reports, and Tosh told me to tell you researchers that you're missing the whole thread that ties this together. The results of Dallas has its roots as far back as the Arbenz coup in Guatemala in 1954. And I have to say, because Tosh's children asked me to say this, that they've reunited after some 20-odd years, and he is now devoted to helping he has a quadriplegic grandson that was hit by a drunk driver. We don't know where Tosh is right now, but he calls once in a while. And I have a lot of other things Tosh wanted me to tell you, but as I said, I don't think we have a lot of time. And
Could you expand just a bit on
on Tosh Plumlee?
Missing the thread, but
On Tosh Plumlee?
Yes.
Tosh Plumlee was a gun runner. He was a gun runner early on in 1957. He and my father were both busted for the same shipment of arms from armories. Since I don't have all of the slides here, I do have the PowerPoint presentation. If anyone wants to view it, you're certainly welcome to. I have it with me. It's long. But Tosh and my father are connected through the papers that I found connecting those two is with an arms shipment that was controlled by the Teamsters, Bartone. I'm assuming everyone has done their homework, so I'm going to just keep rolling on some of these names. But one of the ways the arms got to Castro and to the Second Front, which were two really separate entities, along with some other people in the planes, they called them the planes fighters, was through stolen stock. And the military looked the other way, and that's, they were supplied by various means, but most of them were stolen from armories, from usually National Guard armories. And I connect Tosh to my father from a set of guns that were shipped down through Ohio. And all I can say about that is that when these are all pilots, these men I'm talking about now are all pilots, that was their particular skill. All these guys had a skill. Their skill was they were crazy and they could fly anything, and they were just nuts enough to do it. And they had Tosh claims that he had seen my father in some of the same installations that he had also seen Oswald. Tosh claims to have seen both Lee Harvey Oswald and Roscoe White in Honolulu, and then later in Pelican's Roost. Pelican's Roost is, I believe, the only place I've seen Pelican's Roost is in the Fisher's Red Deadly Secrets, I believe.
Where is that?
And that's in the Keys.
Where?
I believe it's in the, I don't know exactly where, but I believe it's in the Keys, though there's been some, I've been told some things are in the Everglades and they're nowhere near each other. So, you know, I mean, they're really, they were pretty much all throughout the South and Louisiana. Sorry. And Michael Cullen, I brought a movie, if you're willing to watch it. It's 50 minutes long. Michael's a filmmaker from California. I met him through Eloy Gutierrez. Gutierrez, and I just called him out of the blue, and he came down, and we met, and he's pretty much Spy Kid number 4. I didn't go into a lot about Sherry Sullivan. I have her on my PowerPoint presentation, but Sherry has a website, ForgottenFamilies.com, and she's been so active that you can find a whole lot about Sherry. Michael connects to us through William Morgan. He's the son of Michael Collins Sr. He recently went to Cuba. He's shown here at the ruins of his house in Miramar. He found the foundations of his father's house, and he had a stepmother, Olga. She's Cuban. She lives there now. And he also found some answers to his father's association with William Morgan. You'll see a lot of that in that film, and I really suggest, if you're interested in any of the William Morgan stuff, you watch it, because he went to UCLA and got a very rare footage of a Clete Roberts interview with William Morgan. And what Jerry Hemming tells me is that there are outtakes that had been altered, and that, now again, this is hearsay, but I'm giving this to you, that when the camera at some point swung around, and also in that group, Jack Ruby was there. He was doing some dealing. And apparently, the interview, the Clete Roberts interview, Michael Collins' father is also a filmmaker. He was a television producer, and he went down to Cuba. And he set up the interview with William Morgan as a means for a lot of the people selling either gambling interests or selling guns, jeeps, airplanes, supplies, whatever, to Castro after 1959, after the beginning of the revolution. The results are in his documentary, Lost in the Shadows. And if you want to visit Michael Collins' website, it would be lostintheshadows.com, no space, and I can always give it to you later if you want. The legend. And that's my father again, and the reason I have that there. This would be page 2. I believe it was a 3-page article in Life. This is the juxtaposition here. We have the freedom fighter, the Castro supporter, and the Castro hater. Apparently, the top was taken on the 1st of January 1959 because it was the counter-revolution was pretty much born in the palace that day. The way I understand it from Manoyo is that they were told by Raul and Camilo to put their arms down. Castro was on his way. Castro was gaining a lot of popular momentum as he was coming into the city. I think he was 6 days away from the Sierra Maestras. And at that point, all of their hopes were dashed. They knew they were not going to be part of Castro's new government. So what happened in Cuba? Well, I guess we really know. We hedged our bets. We both supported and tried to kill Castro. Jerry and some of the other men tell me that the Pentagon never trusted Castro. They were giving Pentagon officials, and all of them were reporting to the embassy on a regular basis, the U.S. Embassy in Cuba. They were reporting about missiles, they were reporting about activity, and that they all say that Castro was targeted very early on. In fact, Hemming says that they were pretty much trying to kill Castro as he was coming into the city. At every point it was foiled. And this was all before the Eisenhower Directive, which I believe was St. Patrick's Day of '59. They made these decisions in the field and also in D.C. Some of these are sort of my input. I believe there was some very interesting relationship that I don't know if anyone's really touched on between the two sets of brothers. They, to me, seem so identical, Bobby, Jack, Raul, and Fidel. Something I find very important is that the Teamster loans, the mobsters, were actually funding the gun runners, but they were funding through American weapons. So in a sense, you could say that American weapons stolen from U.S. stocks were being resold, a cut being given to the mobsters, I assume. The military looked the other way. None of these men were held for any length of time for this that I know of. In my view, Castro's chances of survival increased when Kennedy was killed. And this has to do a little bit with what we heard line in the sand, Cuba Walt say the other day, that there are rules. I think this might have something to do with that. I think today there's an unspoken quid pro quo of secrecy between Castro and the United States.
That's an interesting comment.
Think about it. Well, we supported him early on. We assisted. Counter-revolution started, so we tried to kill Castro. The crusade fails. They're constantly beginning to get shut down. Castro is the constant target, and the guns turned on Kennedy. You probably know some of these fellows there. That's Felipe Vidal Santiago, was killed by Castro. And we have Seymour and, I'm drawing a blank, forget who the other guys are. We have Frenchie, the guy known as Frenchie, and I'm not sure whose website. If you're here, I'm sorry I cut your pictures off.
Which one is Frenchie?
Frenchie is the guy with the glasses, apparently.
Yes, okay.
And in a minute, I'll recall who the other ones are, but I cut their,
What's the date of
I
that
cut their heads
magazine?
off. Ooh, man, you're challenging me. Boy, well, we can sure find out in the Reader's Guide to Periodicals, okay, folks?
It's digitized, I don't think you'll be able to see it.
Well, Reader's Guide, that's your best bet.
Charles Rogers.
I'm sorry?
Charles Rogers.
One of the four men? I don't know much about Frenchie. I'm really sorry. I'm a newbie to all this. I really just found some of this stuff out. So who are these guys? Well, they're all military guys. They're veterans of World War II, some of them, the old ones. Most of them Korea, very, very young. Usually a family in the military, and they join very, very early, and they often lie about their age to join. These guys are ready to fight. They combine the GI Bill with a reserve status. All of them that I can tell have had a lot of rotation between various branches of military and in and out of the reserves as well. They believe they're working for the good of the nation, and they seem crazy, they seem lone nuts, but they are being directed. None of the stuff they're doing on their own. They trained in Asia. They got their bona fides in Taiwan. The pilots did. Many of them trained at Atsugi, Honolulu, then in the Texas, through the South, and then later on through Bay of Pigs, Central America and the Caribbean. And Taj told me to tell you that they also were training at the School of the Americas in Fort Benning. Their service records are horribly incomplete. And I had a military O&I guy look at my father's records, and he really couldn't believe it. All the records are sanitized. We have, you know how it is. You get to the good parts, and it's just completely blacked out. Intruder there. They're all threatened with loss of citizenship, with being a man without a country, as my father was called in some articles. But remarkably, a lot of their little transgressions are forgiven, and they're allowed to continue. And all we children can think, we grown children can think about this, is that this was a very good way of pulling people into the business and keeping them there, because they always had something on them, you know. And all the time they're doing this stuff, they're talking to the FBI, Department of State, the embassies, the CIA, and military intelligence as informants. Patriots or traitors? Jerry says he was a singleton. And I talked to another person, I believe it was Tosh Plumley, who said that a singleton isn't exactly what Jerry says, but it's close enough for this. And I just had to put the graphic up of Douglas aircraft because the milk spilling from the bombers was just too much to resist. These are the bombs that were prepared at the Fuller, at the Fuller House. I have some other photographs that are more, I have a lot of, like a test sheet that Andrew St. George's wife gave me. They painted the names on them, and the deal was to avenge their deaths by dropping them. They were going to drop one of them on the oil refinery, oil refinery or sugar, no, I take it back. I can't remember if it was oil refinery or sugar refinery or what. Also, they had the one marked for the palace, presidential palace, and the other one was marked for the power plant, the electrical plant in Havana. The men, you know, they were all born during the World War, and if they didn't participate, they had friends and relatives and the movies and everything to tell them the glories of war. They took this mentality of their heroes at the OSS to the shores of Korea, which was really the next training ground for all the espionage in Asia. The men with military encouragement and a lot of bravery and craziness were willing to do the U.S. bidding of fighting communism. Covert operations was the means to the end, and there were men and a lot of women willing to do that. Sorry for the blank space, folks. One hand. When I went to Kornbluth's National Security Archives, when I visited, same weekend I visited John, I came across this. And all I can say about it is that it really defined the kind of world they were a part of. It almost seemed comical. They're all methods used in intelligence. I took these from the COPA manuals that they have, which are applicable to the Guatemala operations, which of course everyone knows were heinous. But I realized that this is what this means for these guys, and I was really curious about it, and it really seemed real to me. It was a lot of the stuff you can find in this research. Fairly unbelievable. I do have a guide to all of these words if you're so interested. I didn't bring it with me. Underneath it, as a watermark, is something else I found in the same Guatemala stuff, which was absolutely stunning. I was looking at it, and I thought it was in the counterintelligence section, which was the how to interrogate people, and it was called the conference room technique. And what the CIA would teach would show is a step-by-step operation where they would come in, two men, kill everyone at the conference room. The first one that would get it would be the one to react. And they tell you exactly, I'm not really sure who wrote this, but they tell you exactly how this is done. But as you can see in the second one down on the right, something that caught my eye was they command shift, they re-enter the room, they cover the group, they kill the survivors, and with two round bursts, I believe it is, and then they leave the propaganda. So this was a setup. This was a way to show that these people had died at the hands of someone else. Propaganda was a real big part of it. So what next? Our stories are forever linked. We find clues, and we're waiting for more, just like you. Our sources are drying up, and by that I mean they're dying. We're the last generation that's going to have them here with us. We've lost so much time, I certainly have, because I started only about a year or two ago. I didn't want to get into it, I was afraid. I had small children at the time. And we have all had some very strange stuff happen to us. And we're really calling for other families to come forward. So if you know of any, I'd like to share with other people, because I believe there are a lot of us there. I know Frank Sturgis had kids. We know Howard Hunt has kids. And we have Oswald's daughters. I'd be interested to see what kinds of things they've been interested in as well. You know, we connected really on the internet, so I owe a big thank you to the Defense Department, who gave us the ARPANET, because without that, we wouldn't have found each other, and I don't believe we ever were supposed to. And we can also thank FOIA program and COPA and all the other people that have helped us, and we found plenty. We're untrusting. We're untrusting and we're suspicious. We're suspicious of each other. We've all been pretty well burned. And the families of operators, they tend to keep to themselves. And in our history and also in our research, we tend not to share our research. If we find someone isn't interested, and some of my siblings aren't, a lot of people are afraid of this, we just let it go, and it's been okay. But our sources are dying off, as I said, and the info is becoming scarce, and we really want to get more done. We have so little time. So a group effort, I believe, is really vital for us. I'm discussing only 4 of the many families that have grown up with JFK conspiracy and covert ops connections. Our stories are more or less important, no more or less important than those of Oswald and the Kennedy families, both who I believe were used to a horrible extent for as our families were. Every family can tell their story. There's always room for more. They add more to the big picture of the JFK assassination and foreign policy influences. So I visit my father in the November 14th issue of Life magazine often, and for some reason, Life magazine, through Andy St. George, served as our official story of what happened to him. No government has claimed my father. People who knew him tell me he was here and then there. No other report has been forthcoming. There's no death certificate. The benefits we got to support my 5 siblings, keep us out of foster homes, was only after we got a lawyer, wrote a letter to Hoover and to JFK, and they got the ball rolling. October 31st is Halloween, a coincidental date connected appropriately with spooks. My father disappeared 1 year to the day that Lee Harvey Oswald visited my aunt, perhaps, in the U.S. Embassy in Russia. It's the birthday of spook David Atlee Phillips, and it's a day when in '75, Rolando Masferrer, who encouraged my father to make his last trip, his life ended, as well with a car bomb in Miami. If it wasn't for the families I've met, again, the confounding FOIA program, which has just driven us absolutely nuts, waiting, the great work of the ARB, the JFK, groups like COPA, interviews, words, suggestions of good people who give a damn about the truth, I wouldn't have anything to verify that my father was a real person. The written historical record and the individuals still alive, they speak for themselves. Thank you. Yeah, switch.
November 14th, last magazine. What year is that?
1960. Yeah.
What exactly is ARPANET?
They're behind the door at the back there.
I'm sorry?
ARPANET. It says on the left.
ARPANET. ARPANET it's the internet. It was, is there any computer people here that know more than me? Because I don't want to speak out of turn.
Behind the door there in the back.
ARPANET was the Defense Department's, it was a way for the CIA to communicate with people in the field, I believe, and they would created a network. And that network eventually became networks such as the Well in Berkeley. I used the Well for a while when I first started doing this, right after I ran Contra. And now it's the internet, now with the browser, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. Oh, it's up front. But it is our internet. It was funded by the military and by the DoD to as I said, to be a communication within the military.
Oh, did this start in the 60s or 50s? Or?
ARPANET was, I think the first inklings of it were in the late 50s, but I don't know. Does anyone, if I'm speaking out of turn, if someone really knows about the ARPANET, please speak up, because I don't have all the facts in front of me, but I do have something about it. Yes?
Tosh Plumlee was quoted, and I want to know if this is true, as flying Johnny Rosselli into Dallas on the morning of the assassination.
Yes.
And that he was supposed, his orders that he thought was from the CIA was to stop the assassination.
Yes.
And then he walked along the south side of the plaza.
Absolutely. That's correct.
And why didn't he go into the more likely area of the North Plaza? Or
They had stationed there, if you remember, now I don't want to, I really don't know a lot about the JFK stuff. I'm really new to this, but I know on the internet there's a man, James Files, and I hate to put it out there, but I'm going to say it. James Files said something very chilling, that whether true or not, it's still scary. He said it was like Old Boys Week in Dealey Plaza, or Old Home Week. And it really chilled me, because that's what Tosh says. He was there because he was stationed there. He was there with Sergio and, I have it down here in my bag so I can pull the Tosh stuff out. I didn't know how much time I had, so I was trying to rush through it. But yes, it was an abort team, and it was military intelligence operation. And he flew Johnny Rosselli. He said he did not fly Nicoletti. He says so. He wants everyone to know that.
Do you think this was a real abort team, or this was just an excuse cover abort team? Does Tosh know?
He believes that he was used at this point. He knew it to be an abort team because, as I said, there were so many reports, and all the reports were being ignored, is what he felt. And it fits if you look at what Jerry said about 99% of these attempts being false attempts. And I spoke to Jerry, he called me again this morning, and he told me that I wrote it down, and I don't have it right in front of me, so I'll have to get it, but he told me that one of the things they used to do in Cuba was they would fly, after the revolution, they flew in to pick up Battistianos. A lot of the people, like my father lost a friend, Matthew Duke, you don't read about him, but he's there, in 59. There was a lot of these missions where people would fly in, but Jerry Hemming says, June Cobb and Juan Orta set these men up. They set them up because they needed to prove a loyalty, to keep their bona fides in place. They were contributing a lot to military intelligence within Castro's own group, and that it sounds like a similar thing. It sounds like it was just a setup. So he says there were many others. He says he happened to be there, and there were others stationed throughout the plaza.
Did Tosh fly anybody out of Dallas? Did he fly, say, Johnny Roselli out of Dallas?
Johnny Roselli, he didn't fly out. He went to a safe house, and I believe he stayed there 3 days.
Tosh did?
Yes, in Oak Cliff. Yeah.
And he didn't see Johnny Roselli or anybody else?
At that, from what I understand, I'll have to get my notes, but I believe he said no, he didn't see Johnny Roselli again after he brought him to the airport. He flew into Redbird Airport.
Did he meet Files at all at any time?
You know, either I forgot to ask him that, or he just dissed it. He just dismissed the James Files story.
But he did know Nicoletti?
He did know Charles Nicoletti, yeah.
What happened to Nicoletti?
Oh, wow, you're really testing me. I'm not exactly sure because I have to get my notes. So if you guys let me just turn around, I can get my notes. They're buried in the back.
What time are we at?
I don't have a watch. Anybody time? I do have Michael's film. You can watch it some other time. You can talk to Michael yourselves on his website, and you can get a copy yourself if he's willing to give them away, sell them. I don't know. It's his deal, and I just told him I would bring it and show you. But if anyone's more interested in this, you might be interested in that. It's 50 minutes. I think it's 54 minutes. And I also have a small film my sister did. She's also a filmmaker, and she did a small 16 millimeter back in the 80s. And that's on CD.
The techniques you were talking about that you had a number, is there a website or something that gives definitions or explanations of all those techniques?
Of the techniques? Well, if you're in the DC area, I really recommend you do two things. You go to the New Spy Museum, and I really recommend this for all of you. It's a CIA museum. It's slanted. It's really well done. I was just there last month, and you'll get a good view of what the CIA thinks of itself, and you'll learn some of their tricks. They have some really tremendous things on display. They have a lot of CIA through the ages kind of spying stuff. But one thing they do have is they have the umbrella. They have a umbrella, the Bulgarian umbrella dart thing, and lipstick containers that are 22s and all kinds of little gadgets. So you can see that this stuff is for real. So the Spy Museum is on F Street, and also, and I'm not representing them, I'm just saying it's interesting, and also the National Security Archives at the, I think it's the Gelman Library, I can't remember, in Georgetown. So you'll find them. Yes, I do have it. I may not have it with me, but I can always make you a copy if you want. Yeah.
It's GWU Library, George Washington University.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Not Georgetown University, but in Georgetown. Right. 7th floor. Make an appointment.
Can we get your phone number?
You can have my email address. In fact, I made little cards, and you don't have a table. So I have a few of them. I have the stock, so I can run them off. So if anybody wants a card, just see me afterwards. I'll just give it to you. It's got my website. My website's being remodeled. But I plan on putting my PowerPoint presentation up there, so you can see a lot of this stuff more extensively. This is just a little tidbit.
Do you have anything for us on David Ferry?
Boy, I've been contacted by a woman who knew David Ferry, and I don't even want to mention her name at this point because I just don't know about her. But no, I know that David Ferry was a pilot. I don't know if Tosh or these guys remember seeing him. I know that Hemming may have had something to do with him.
What's your website?
Can you wait and let me give you my card?
Yeah.
It's a long.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, well, we have some videos to show, and I thought I'd start with this. Was a special video that was made up for us by Harris Flamond. He was one of the early researchers. He worked with Garrison and was familiar with his case, and he wrote about Garrison's case and some of the evidence that he developed in the book Kennedy Conspiracy. And in this, he's reminiscing about some of the early researchers, and I haven't played it yet, but he's got a first section that I'm going to try to go by, and then get to the second section, because he's got a section where he He just summarizes, but then he's got a longer tape, so see if it's working. But I spoke to a real small group in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and someone who's friends with Paris came, and he's aware of COPA, but he's never come to any of our meetings, but he's revising his book. He's rewriting it and putting out a new edition with more information in it, and he expects it to be out by the 40th anniversary, and he wants to come out here and talk about it next year, so he'll hopefully want to.
What's his name?
Paris Flammonde, Flammonde, wrote the book Kennedy Conspiracy, and he lives in Pennsylvania. But he was nice enough to send the tape, so that's why it isn't working. It's because it wasn't rewound. I guess he watched it. Sorry, I just got it in the mail, so. It sounds like it's rewinding.
It shows something on the screen, and the counter's not going, so it's doubtful if it rewound.
He wasn't, yeah. You gotta keep on rewinding you, John.
I looked at him and said, "You look like Lee Harvey Oswald," and he did. He looked very much like Oswald, and he looked down, and said, "Well, a lot of people tell me that," and he said, "I'm Don Norton." And May said, "Oh, Don Norton, this is John Judge, and Don writes me all the time, and he said he might come down from Akron to hear the talk, and introduced me, and then she said, and he's the only person in the country sends me money to do my research." The fellow looked down at his feet again, said, "That's my conscience money." And I'm thinking to myself, who the hell is this? So I said, "Why don't you come down to the house, meet May, and talk, sit, have a cup of coffee?" Yeah. So he comes down to the house, and he sits, but he doesn't ask questions of May or have just a casual conversation. He starts into this stuff about Marxism. And I didn't know because I hadn't heard it yet, but the next day May said, "Well, you knew what he was doing, didn't you?" And I said, "No, what are you talking about?" And she said, "He was giving us the Carlos Bringray interview, Ed Butler show, and the Inca show in New Orleans. He was saying what Oswald said on the show. And we were driving out to see somebody in a prison that she corresponded with, and she said, 'Didn't you think it was Oswald?' Well, it really looked like, when plus 10 years, a little receding hairline, and he looked like the Oswald in the passport photos, the kind of cherubic, fat face Oswald. And I said, "Well, May, Oswald's dead." And she said, "That's not what his mother told me." She said Marguerite had told her that wasn't her son in the basement of the Dallas jail. And I said, "Well, it did look like Oswald." So she said, "I'm going to check his signature on his letters when I get back against my Oswald signature collection," because she had all of her signature that Oswald had done and to compare them. And when she got back, she called me and she said, "Every letter he types his name, he never signs it." And I said, "Well, I found his name." And she said, "Where?" And I said, "In this book, Kennedy Conspiracy. It's in the Rogue Gallery. There's a Don Norton that takes mafia money from Florida up to Chicago. It's supposed to be like $50,000 hit money on Kennedy's head." And when the guy, eventually May got tired of listening to do the communist stuff, and she said, "Well, I'm going upstairs." And I said to the guy, "Well, I do Kennedy research, and if you're interested, I could write you and send you the material I send out." I said, "What's your address?" He said, "General Delivery, Akron, Ohio." Okay. So he walked out. I never saw him again. But about 2 months later, Executive Action came out. And there's a sequence in Executive Action where the plotters are setting up Oswald as a patsy, and they have actual photos of Oswald. And I'm there with my two housemates who were in the house that night. And of course, when I told them, it was really like Oswald, they were like, "Ah, you're nuts." And I said, "Well, you don't look at the pictures like I do all the time. This guy really looked like Oswald." And they were like dismissing it. But there we were sitting in the theater, and they flash up the passport photo, and my friend Kathy grabs my arm and says, "Oh my God, it's him." So they could see it, But I think I may have met the real Oswald, not the one that was killed in Dallas.
When was that?
This is 1972 or 73. It was in the middle of the Watergate stuff. And I don't know whether his name was Don Norton. It could have just been the name he was using to give the signal, the flag, like he did with the communist talk. But, I think that this was, and then when we went to Bahamas and the COPA meeting was set up to have the Kennedy researchers meet with the Cuban intelligence guys that were in charge in 1960s. And compare our notes on the Kennedy assassination. I sat down at dinner with one of them and started talking to him about Oswald Double stories and that I had met this Oswald. And he said his KGB handler in Moscow told him in the late 60s or mid to late 60s that there was still an Oswald in the Soviet Union. So I don't know who came or who went, but I saw somebody. I think it might have been the real Oswald. So, but Paris Lamont's book had that name, and that's how I made that connection. So we'll see if we can get him now. All right. Now I got to get the volume back up.
Writers, ladies and gentlemen, I am Paris Lamont, author. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, researchers, investigators, writers, ladies and gentlemen, I am Paris Lamont, author, and one-time spender of several decades investigating and inquiring into the last coup d'etat in the United States, save one. That being the assassination of the 35th President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and the cover-up, which started before the barrel of the gun had cooled. Actually, not quite. The cover-up probably began about 3 months before the slaying. But that is not what I wish to speak of this evening. In response to John Judge's generous invitation to say a few words, and the fact that this is a memorial time, I would like to remark on some of the people that have devoted enormous energy, devotion, and probably a portion of their lives to an inquiry into why what happened, happened. Of course, there are the first generation critics and investigators whose names have become quasi-legendary. Mark Lane, Bill Turner, Josiah Thompson, Sylvia Marr, Edward J. Epstein, Dick Sprague. Well, there were a number. And they were followed by an even greater train of those who attempted to carry on the work they began. The most prominent of which, of course, was Jim Garrison. Many of these people are now with John Kennedy, if that is possible, and are in oblivion if it is not. But their names and their activities have not perished. Colonel Fletcher Prouty, Mae Brussels, Dick Sprague, so many of them. It's hard to bring them all to mind. But I'm going to concentrate on 3 of those who devoted themselves to this cause because they were friends of mine, personal friends, rather than peers and associates. Let me speak first of Sylvia Marr, who lived 1 block from me when I lived those years ago, now almost 40, in Greenwich Village. She had a flat overlooking a little park called Abington Square. And frequently I would join her for tea or occasionally cocktails and listen to her expound on her theories and offer her mine and enjoy the capacity of her mind, which was as great in size as she herself was, and she was a formidable woman. Then there was Bud, that is to say Bernard J. Fensterwald Jr., commonly known as Bud. Once of the Naval Intelligence, associate and aide to senators, qualified to practice law in several states and before the Supreme Court of the United States, with whom I spent many, many hours in my home, at various restaurants, and visiting him in his home in Virginia. Perhaps the most delightful period being those we spent on his launch going down the Potomac and even into the Chesapeake Bay. It was there that we conceived the idea, somewhat along in our relationship, of going to London to follow the trail of the man who did not kill Martin Luther King, James Earl Ray. Bud had at one point, or was to at one point, be Ray's counsel in his appeals for a new trial. Ray had many counsels. Some of them were reliable to his cause, some were perhaps not so much so. Nonetheless, Bud and I went to London and we talked to people from Scotland Yard. I interviewed landladies, buildings in which Ray had stayed, and we collected various data and returned to the United States, which he found useful in his workings with Ray, but not, of course, successful. The powers that were confining Ray to his alleged story and to his imprisonment were not to be denied. And then there was the third of my friends in this strange enterprise, Ailing Carruthers Garrison, better known as Big Jim, Jolly Green Giant, or just Jim. My contacting him, if it can be put that way, was fortuitous. I had not planned on it at all. I was sitting at home one afternoon in my Greenwich Village studio, working on a book for which I had just contracted, a investigative journalistic piece called The Age of Flying Saucers, Notes on the Projected History and Analysis of Unidentified Flying Objects, when the phone rang, and it was Eric Norden. Eric Norden, a name now almost lost in investigative annals, was the first person to write a analytical, precise, comprehensive, critical essay on the probability that the assassination was, in fact, a conspiracy. It appeared 3 weeks after John Kennedy's death in a publication of M.S. Arnone called The Minority of One. It was dated January 1964. He told me that he had just received an assignment from Playboy magazine to go and interview Jim Garrison, now becoming famous if not notorious, in New Orleans. And he suggested that I contact my agent and see if he could arrange for me to do a piece on assignment for Argosy or Saga, one of the available magazines of that period. I called my agent, Don McCampbell, and he said he would get on it immediately because Eric's idea was that we would go down together to New Orleans. The next day, Don called back and said he was unable to get anyone to put up the upfront money, the expenses for that trip. And I said, well, you know, I have one book underway, and he interrupted and said, well, but all is not lost. He said, I've got you a book contract instead to do a book on Jim Garrison. Well, needless to say, I was fascinated and said so. Campbell then paused and suggested maybe this is a problem, but you know, you've just signed to do one book. How are you going to do two at one time? I replied that, well, they were totally different subjects, totally different styles would be employed, styles of writing, presentation, and I thought I could do them simultaneously. The simple fact being, no author ever turns down the contract for a book, even if he has another book on the griddle. Campbell agreed. We made the arrangement, signed the contract to do the book. And so was on my way to New Orleans to spend time with and interview Jim Garrison. The result was not what I expected. We got along famously well. I had a Southern background myself, and that created a bit of a rapport. And as time went by, he discovered that I had certain interests that might appertain to the case. One being, I knew a great deal about the old Catholic Church in America. And David Ferry had, of course, posited that he had been a bishop in the church. Well, I, through research and speaking with various bishops going back into the 30s, determined that he had not, of course, been a bishop. He had not ever been ordained a priest. As a matter of fact, he had never even been an acolyte in a legitimate and recognized branch of old Catholicism, which has several branches. There were other aspects of religion I was able to provide Jim with. And then the New Orleans State item mentioned a organization called Permandex. And Jim asked me if I had ever heard of it, and I said no. He said, do you have any contacts in Europe? And I said, oh, yes. He said, well, can you find out something about this organization, which is supposed to be, have on its board one Clay Shaw? And I assured him I would see what I could discover. I then proceeded to provide him with a great deal of information from Fayez Cicera and various other sources. I was in contact with their editors, the publisher, and one of the reporters, and I sent him copies of my correspondence, and I had the articles that were pertinent sent to me, and they were all, needless to say, in Italian, and I had them translated, and those translations were supplied to Jim as they came in to me from Italy. Or that is, as the articles came in to me from Italy and they were translated here in the United States. Time went by, as it inevitably does, and the Shaw trial came into being, and we all know the results of that, and many of us know why the results were what they were. The attack on Garrison was unlike anything that had been seen against a public personality since the time of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was assailed and assaulted by his enemies with such vituperation and venomousness as had been almost unmatched in American political history. However, those are the people I ask you to remember while you're remembering the incident on November 22nd, 1963. Sylvia Marr, Bud Fensterwald, and Jim Garrison. They did what only they could do. It shortened their lives beyond any question. And we may not see their like again. Best wishes to all of you and to the convocation. And I hope to see you next year, at which time Mr. Judge has invited me to be present and speak to you personally. Good night. Good night.
So you made this 15-minute section, and then there's a 50-minute where he goes into more detail, but I didn't know whether you'd rather see some of the King stuff or go on with him, or, you know.
John, did his book come out, what year was his book come out, The Kennedy Conspiracy?
I think it came out like early 70s, but I can't, maybe 69 or 70.
Remember that book by that German author?
Andy would know.
Joachim Jostein.
Holcomb Heston, I call him, yeah.
Yeah, now, he was at the Liverpool conference a few years ago, that guy.
Justin?
Yeah. Some guy comes up to me,
Oh.
points out, and says, you see that guy? He's a communist, and he wrote a book on the Kennedy assassination. He was complaining about...
Well, Heston's been dead for several years. The guy might have
He was at the
confused with him.
Liverpool conference.
What year was that?
That was about, I don't know, 5 years ago.
No, he's dead longer than that.
Very old when he
Whoever he pointed out to you is not Holcomb Heston. I followed Holcomb Heston's stuff, and I actually got the last of his books from his wife's collection through a guy in New Jersey. His wife didn't think that anybody would be interested in his work on the Kennedy assassination or his historical files. He had filed newspaper reports from World War II on internationally, both in Germany and the United States. He had dual citizenship, and he tracked the Gehlen organization and all the post-war German intelligence, and during the war he wrote a book called They Call It Intelligence, and so he understood the Kennedy assassination when it happened, and he wrote Oswald Assassin or Fall Guy. Marzoni and Marzell published it, but and he had a little truth letter too, and he wrote Dark Side of Lyndon Baines Johnson, and he's got a number of small books, but he's, you know, and so his wife decided that nobody would be interested, so she told the realtor to clean the basement out. And all of his collected articles and files for all those years, King Syndicate, he wrote books on he wrote a book with Sid Feeder on Lucky Luciano. It was a good work, and he had all kind of material on international intelligence and organized crime, and all of it just went. And this guy in New Jersey didn't care about his Kennedy work either. He just liked the way the guy wrote, so the wife, as a present, gave him a batch of, you know, his own personal collection of the books, and I bought the last of the books that I could get on JFK from him. But he's been dead. That goes back into the 70s when I did that. So whoever was pointed out to you wasn't Holcomb Heston, but you know. And he was accused of being a communist, and the Warren Commission wouldn't let him testify because of it. But do you know what the source was of the file saying he was a communist?
No,
it was the German Nazi files on him when he had opposed Hitler. And they said he was a Red. And so on the basis of that, the Warren Commission said he wasn't reliable, and they wouldn't let him testify because the Nazis didn't like him. Well, there were some. The guy who actually wrote the Warren Commission report it was one of 26 official historians for Hitler out of Winokur, and he was brought here by MacArthur, along with a number of other German historians, to write the official U.S. history of World War II. Was written by Nazi historians, and Winokur was put on a TDY from the Pentagon, a duty transfer, over to the Warren Commission to write the actual Warren report. And when I went into the files back early in the 60s when I started working on the case, there were line-by-line critique by the investigative staff, and they were no no help to us either. But I mean, even they thought that Winokur had gone too far, and so they're saying, what's the basis of this? Where's the evidence for that? How did he conclude this? So even the staff that was part of the cover-up couldn't go along with how far he took it in the report, because in the report, when you actually go back to the evidence he even cites, in many cases it doesn't support what the report says. So, you know, but that's a piece of that history. But yeah, they wouldn't let, because he wanted to testify them, and they wouldn't let him. So would you like to see a little bit of the stuff from the Martin Luther King panel? Yeah? Okay. We'll do that.
This last videotape.
This one?
Yeah, the last one.
When was it made?
Yeah.
He just made it. He just sent it to me this last week.
Okay.
So it's current. And the Congressional Black Caucus allows each of its members to do something called a brain trust panel at the annual legislative session. And Cynthia McKinney, who was just courageous and questioned Bush on 9/11, and they went after her. But she's been working to get the COINTELPRO files loose for years. And this also has a short version at the first and then a longer version. And this is Jared Bell, a political activist in D.C., a black activist in the community, and something called Organized Coup. This is the name of their group. And he came at my suggestion and saw this and taped it and has interviewed me since. So this is his excerpt version that he uses to introduce people to the topic. But then there are longer sections where Pepper updates, and if we want to see those, we can. Sorry, I haven't seen any of this myself, if I can sit. COPA was central to organizing the panel, and we got on it. Worked with Cynthia's office about it.
I think next time you get Dick Gregory to come in all set.
Well, no, he was going to come the whole weekend, and then he had a conflict. So he's going to come in on Sunday morning, as it
Who was
turns
that,
out.
John?
Dick.
What about Pepper? Is he coming? Or is he
No, he's out of country.
He'll be here in the morning, Dick?
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll come on the 40th. Yeah, maybe I can get him down to the Memphis thing in April, or get him out here on the 40th. I don't know. I'll try. He's always got a busy schedule. He teaches in England.
Who? Who's that?
Pepper. But we'll do what we can.
He made it to Memphis. We ran a conference in
Party's over.
98.
Yeah.
Oh, you met him? Yeah.
All right, good morning. Starting a little bit late, but it was a long day yesterday. If not for you, it was for me. And we have two panels this morning, and then we're going to break, and we'll have a talk over at the hotel from 1 to about 3 or 3:30 about the future of COPA. The panels this morning are on 9/11 and on the record release issues. And we don't have everybody again on the panel that we're hoping for. We had word as of when I left D.C. that Dick Gregory would be here this morning, so I've left a trail of messages behind me to get him here if he shows up at the hotel, but I hope he can make it. T. Carter's here, and Bill Kelly and Michael Nurko are all here for this panel. And there was a fellow yesterday, you might remember, I don't know if he's here right now, who said he wanted to print some flyers for the students that were here in town. And, oh, there he is, all right. And he printed 4,600 copies, and it links them to a number of websites and different organizations and things here in town. And the total cost to him out of pocket was $176. So if you want to help toward the cost of getting that message out, he went and got it around to a lot of students and put it in the elevators last night. So he's sitting over here if anybody wants to help him with the cost of his messaging. He did get the word out. And Mike Nurko wants to ask some basic questions about 911. We started on this direction and added it to the agenda, even though there's some uneasiness on the part of folks to mix issues, because Peter Dale Scott last year at the conference made a call at the end for the Kennedy researchers to put some of their skills to looking into what really happened on 911. And 911, if nothing else, was certainly a paradigm shift in American consciousness, similar to that of November 22nd, 1963. It was a seminal event. It changed the direction of the country, which the Kennedy assassination did as well. And I'm hoping the panel today will make some parallels in what those changes were and what we've been able to find out through independent research in the last year. And maybe some of you have been working on it as well and can add in. We're not meaning this to be an exhaustive panel. But Mike wanted to come up and ask the crowd a few questions to start off, and then maybe we'll ask him at the end and see if we've changed anybody's mind like Lisa did yesterday.
I would just like, as a show of hands, how many believe right now that bin Laden or Al-Qaeda is behind the attacks? How many do you believe that bin Laden and or Al-Qaeda is behind the September 11th attacks? Okay. All right. Well, I said and or. Well.
I believe Bush is a part of Al-Qaeda.
Well, that's up. Okay. How many do you believe that the United States government or part of the United States government or people within the United States government either allowed the attack to take place or actually caused it to take place. Okay, and how many of you really don't know? Okay, just from what I see is about, I'd say about 40, 20%. Yes?
I did not answer that second question because there are various levels.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Oh.
Let me get the whole thing.
Got to do your polling scientifically, though.
I did not answer that question because there are various levels and ways in which the government could have allowed. Like, for instance, I question the inability of the government to scramble jets to have headed off those planes. So it's a question of what their participation was like. Frankly, I don't know. But I would not entertain suspicions until I have something across my screen that tells me that that's the thing, because unfortunately that could have been a serendipitous thing for Bush, but the problem that I see in it is that when you have two right-wing fundamentalists who have totally different aims, they may come together as strange bedfellows, but I don't want to put them in the same bed necessarily.
Well, there are gray areas, obviously, but hopefully today will enlighten a lot of you.
Well, I started my research September 11th in the morning when Dan Alcorn, one of the researchers, called me to tell me that the first plane had hit the first tower. He was very upset about that. He works with the airport authority, local transportation council out in Fairfax County in Virginia where he lives, which covers Dulles. And he knows about airports and flight paths in at least a very general way. And he knew that there was no reason that any commercial plane should have been anywhere near those towers, that there was not just an accident, it was something seriously off course and in an area that would normally be restricted by FAA regulations and other things. And in the midst of talking to me, he then saw the second plane hit and said the balloon is up. So I went down for the first time in probably a year, turned on my television set because I figured it was worth getting the first news in and to watch it. And I remember seeing Katie Couric not knowing what was happening and saying that they thought that there was a fire or explosion inside the building. And then some people started calling in and saying that they'd seen airplane tires bouncing down Holland Tunnel toward them, and other eyewitnesses called in and became clear even before there was footage that these were that this was a plane hitting. But they and then continued the coverage during the day. Now I'm in D.C. and so I'm right in the middle of what I call ground 0.5, and I was actually struck as the news began to come out. There was a little bit of information about that it was multiple flights, and then we knew from the local news in D.C. Shortly after the second tower was hit that there were other planes in the air, and we also were told that there was a plane approaching Washington, D.C. And then we were told that the buildings would be evacuated, that they were evacuating the staff of the White House, that they were evacuating the Capitol buildings and the congressional office areas, and that they were evacuating the Pentagon. And then as I watched, there was more reporting on this plane, and everything just seemed to be frozen. And then I felt the impact, because I'm only across the Anacostia River, about a mile away from the Pentagon. I felt the impact of the crash of the plane shake the windows in my house. And, and then the news reporting started in of the eyewitnesses who saw the plane flying down over Wilson Boulevard, and then some footage right there. In the meantime, they kept showing other things that were happening. They were reporting that Cheney was down in the Situation Room in the White House, that Bush was down in Florida, that Bush was being taken out of that area and flown around to these various Strategic Air Command bases where they have communications, secure communications, and for the president and emergencies. And as the day progressed in D.C., First there was a call for all airlines to stop functioning and for every plane to land. That was nationwide. But then in D.C., they canceled the trains going out of town and into town. They shut down Amtrak. Then they shut down the metro system in D.C., which is our subway system. Then they declared certain areas of 395 and the interstate highways as off limits and shut those. And I know from my study over the years of military emergency planning and things that the military takes control in emergencies of the interstate highway system. Then I saw the park police, these fellows that normally walk around with the, it's mostly what you see of them. We see them at a little different angle because we demonstrate in D.C. and they're probably the nastiest police in town. But they were out there with, with their little round, Smokey the Bear caps on, and they were carrying Uzis that day in the park, and I could see that on the local news. And then they announced that they wanted the federal employees to get off work and go home. And well, they set certain roads as outgoing only. So they had section 395 closed off, but they had other sections opened up, and they designated certain roads would be exit roads from D.C. Well, I also know from living in D.C. that I was just invited onto this MSNBC Focus show, and I know that and the guy was complaining because he couldn't get very many Republicans to come into his show in D.C. He wanted a batch of like Republicans, Democrats, and I said, well, it's because you're having the evening, because after daylight hours we don't have Republicans in D.C. D.C. is a predominantly black and poor Hispanic neighborhood, and the whites live in the suburbs and they go home. So when I knew the government employees were going to leave, I knew that the rest of us, they could have cared less what happened to, and it looked to me like we were getting very close to martial law. And they did, in fact, declare continuity of government that day, which shifted power over to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency, which I would argue is where it still rests to this day, and that the real decisions are being made at a much different level than anything's being seen outside. But I thought they might go to martial law. It looked to me like they were going to clamp the city down, and I didn't know how far they were into the scenario. I had given a talk in 1996 in Los Angeles called Are You Scared Yet? And the subtitle was Phony Terrorism, Counterterrorism, and the Strategy of Tension. The strategy of tension is a European term that relates to state security forces creating terrorist incidents in order to increase state repression. And there's a long history of this and a whole politic to this, but I saw this developing here in the United States. I saw studies being done on escalating domestic terrorism from mechanical to chemical, biological to nuclear levels, and in each level increasing the level of repression up to a full-blown fortress state martial law situation here in the United States. And so I was talking about, what I saw, the early indications of that, and the breakdown of posse comitatus and the bright line constitutionally between the military and the civilian function. And once you break that down, that's what Gestapo is. And I saw those things and was warning about them. So to me, this was the game being played out. However, what the details were, but that's what it felt like. So I took my 2 hard drives when they said it's time for the government employees to go. I took a couple of books and some clothes overnight and drove out on the surface roads into Maryland ahead of the government employees, and kind of hung around outside until I was sure they weren't going to clamp the place entirely, and went back home about 2 or 3. And for a couple of days I didn't hang around D.C. I also had the sinking feeling as the information came in that it was Flight 77 on American that normally runs a Dallas LAX route, that my good friend and fellow researcher, who thankfully is still here sitting next to me, was dead, because I knew that that was her regular flight there, and she'll talk to you more about that. The thing that surprised me the most, having grown up in D.C., is that I live in the most restricted area of airspace probably in the world. It has a designator, it's called P56. It has an inner circle of restriction right around all of the government buildings and the White House and all that, and then it has an outer layer, which is where they begin to pick up and respond, because of course you don't want to respond when somebody's on top of you, so they have an outer layer that goes out into Virginia and West Virginia and Maryland and the surrounding states, and there's special radar over that whole area, and if something comes in that's not a commercial flight on its normal path, then they respond to it, and they do it routinely. And I've seen growing up in D.C., and my relatives have as well, planes coming into that restricted area, little Piper planes or a commercial airline going slightly off course. And they're very serious about it. I mean, the pilots to this day complain that landing is dangerous in D.C. and taking off because they have to make these banking turns when they do so in order to get into the nation's capital, and that's to avoid that restricted airspace. And I've seen things come in there and things go up. Helicopters go up or military planes go up and they wag them and they chase them out of that area. You know, it's not every day, but it happens. And it's part of what you know is there in D.C. You may remember that a small Piper plane came in unchallenged, supposedly unseen on the radar, from Baltimore, flew down the mall, made a loop around and came into the front of the White House, hit a tree and crashed, nosedived just before it went into the bedroom of the Clintons. And I followed that story, and there's a lot of details about that, you know, that again I thought this was phony terrorism, including the fact that they announced right away that the president was safe. He wasn't at the White House, he was at the Blair House before they had identified who was in the plane. And I said, well, it's a good thing there's no terrorists because you're telling him you missed him. Take the second plane into the Blair House. Then later on that day, if he didn't get the message enough, he said he wasn't going to cancel his plans for the evening, and he and his wife are going to go to the Ford Theater. Just a coinky-dink. But I think they send these messages, you know, at different times, but that plane came in and it surprised me then that it was unchallenged. First they said they didn't see it on the radar, which was unbelievable to me. Then they said that they did. They went over the tapes and it was on the radar, but it was between 3 and 4 in the morning and they don't watch the radar that hour. And I said, well, again, it's a good thing there's no real terrorists, you know. Come between 3 and 4, we don't do anything then. And of course the Secret Service was like, oh my God, it's a plane, and you know, they hit the deck. But that plane, you know, similarly didn't set off normal alerts. And then in 1998, I organized a demonstration on behalf of some national peace organizations called the Day Without the Pentagon. I didn't have exactly the same thing in mind as the Al-Qaeda or whoever did this seems to have had. My idea was that if you took the budget for the Pentagon at $11,000 a second for one day, you could probably do a lot for the social services and things in this country. So that was the parallel we were making. And we marched on the Pentagon first time in about 20 years from National Cemetery down to the parade field outside of the Joint Chiefs offices. To do so, we had to meet with about 16 different police jurisdictions in D.C. D.C. is like, you know, you need a color code map to know whose turf you're standing on. Secret Service police and embassy police and federal police and military district and D.C. police. And then we were also crossing the river, so we had Northern Virginia police, the Metro police, the National Cemetery has its own police. So there were about 20 of them and 2 of us in the room to work out the details. And then the head of security for the Pentagon gave me a tour of the inside of the Pentagon, and he took me places that my mother had never taken. My mother was a civilian employee of the Pentagon. My dad, I hung out there when I was a kid, and she used to take me all over the building. My dad took me into the lower basements. There's more floors below than above, and but they never took me in these areas. He took me back into the Joint Chiefs offices, past the lunchroom where they ate, and then walked me out in front where the demonstration would be, and he took me out to a retaining wall beyond the parking lot, and he said, this is as far as you can come. And I said, wait, there's a 1970 Supreme Court decision that says we can come all the way up to the steps here. And he said, not now. He said, we're on Delta Alert. And I said, what's that? And he said, that's our highest form of alert. In other words, you go from normal to Alpha to Beta to Charlie to Delta. Okay. And I said, why are you on your highest form of alert in 1998? He said, we get bomb threats every day from Muslims. Then he pointed up to the roof of the Pentagon. This is 1998. He pointed up to the roof of the Pentagon and he said, and we have radar up there to make sure they don't fly a plane into the building. And then he said, and we've got video cameras that watch the skies, and we're going to turn them, we're going to be taping your demonstration. And I said, good, can we get a copy? But I guess it would reveal a source or method. We haven't got one yet. So there was that, and then right afterwards, the first explanation they gave for, you know, their own building not being able to be defended, they said, we didn't have a mechanism. And I said, you didn't have a mechanism? What did you do with the $13 trillion you stole from us since World War II? You don't have a mechanism to defend your own building, how are you going to defend us? You know, what's the game here? I mean, this is a pretty basic subliminal question that comes to me. And then the other thing was I knew they had a damn mechanism because I sat on it. When I was a kid, we used to eat lunch in the central courtyard of the Pentagon And my mom and dad would take me out there, sit in the sun, and it was good weather, and I sat down on a metal box. This is early 1960s. And my dad said, "Get the hell off of there." And I said, "What is it, Dad?" He said, "It's a surface-to-air missile port." Well, I don't think they took it out. I think they made some better ones since then. And when the little plane came in the front of the White House, they put a surface-to-air missile port there. Now, it might surprise you, but we have military bases around D.C. There's a place called Andrews Air Force Base. It has fighter planes and scramble-able planes, and we have the National Guard, which is specific duty. The unit there is to guard the Pentagon with fighter planes and F-18s, F-16s at these bases, and they on their website say that they're combat ready, and you see them go up, and that's right across the river where I am at Anacostia Naval Air Station. It's between the Pentagon and my house. That's how close it is. There was nothing put up into the air that day, even though for nearly 40 minutes they knew a plane was coming, they knew its intent. See, that's why people said, "What did Bush know and when did he know it?" I said, "Geez, that's not my question. I mean, to ask that question, I'd have to say, when did they tell Bush and how soon did he forget it?" I mean, did they have foreknowledge of the attack? Yeah, they had 40 minutes. You can go from 9:05. You don't have to prove anything beyond that. From 9:05 a.m., they had foreknowledge of planes that were being used as attack weapons. Could they have known that planes would be used for such a thing? As Condoleezza Rice is completely out of the box. No one could have imagined this. Not only did they know it could be done, they knew that that group had done it, that they were blaming on it, that this Al-Qaeda group had used a plane. There was a plot that they foiled to take a plane into the Eiffel Tower in Paris. There was another successful plot that crashed a plane into a residential building in Moscow, all from these same circles around the Mujahideen. When Bush went to the Genoa summit the summer of that year, 2001, they made special arrangements that no planes would fly anywhere near the place where he was, and they moved him to a secret building location so a plane wouldn't hit him. I mean, of course they know that this is a possible scenario. It's probably one they developed and then trained people in, But to say that it was absolutely, totally outside the possibilities that they could imagine, I know. I mean, here's the guy who's telling me they have radar up there watching for it. Now, let me tell you something else about September 11th. Here we're on Delta Alert in 1998 because we're getting bomb phone calls. I've got newspaper articles from D.C. about the alert that day, September 11th, 2001. When the towers were hit in New York, the Pentagon went to an alpha alert, their lowest level, above normal. And when they were hit, they went to a Charlie alert. So on the day a plane goes in and they're on Charlie, and the day they get a phone call from a Muslim, they're on Delta? What does that mean? Okay. And this plane came without anything challenging it. They had a shoot-down order. Cheney had communicated with Bush shortly after the second tower was hit and given a formal shoot-down order. Then they said later that they did scramble some planes. There were planes scrambled out of Otis Air Force Base to go to New York. And there's varying accounts about when they left and how fast they were flying, because these planes can do 1,600 miles an hour, even better sometimes, up to 1,800. They can get there, they put it on their afterburners, they can break the sound barrier and everything else. But if you take the actual distance from where they left and how long it took them to get there, and the second tower's hit and they're still something like 80 miles outside of New York, they're going 500 or 600 miles an hour. They aren't jumping, although this general said they flew like a scalded ape or something, and the pilots themselves said they went fast and put on the afterburner, so if they're not lying, then it seems that they scrambled them even later than they're saying they did. By 8:25, NORAD knew that 4 planes had been hijacked. On September 11th this year, the Pentagon, in what I considered a massive public relations move, brought CNN into the war room. This is the first time anybody's had a camera in the war room from the U.S. press. My mother had access to the room for briefings. She was 5 levels above top security. The only other thing we got was, the scene from Dr. Strangelove, where they say, "Well, gentlemen, we can't have fighting going on here in the war room." So they brought the press in, which to me is the PR equivalent of saying, "Now we're going to bring you to the inner sanctum and tell you the real truth." And they have a general there who says that he was on duty the morning of September 11th. His name is Winthrop Montague, and he's African American. Well, pardon my skepticism, but do you think an African-American general runs the situation in the war room of the Pentagon of this country day in and day out? I don't. I think either this guy wasn't the guy that was in charge and he's told to get up and say that he is, or he was put in that day in duty in order to chump him. And he's got to take the heat. So here's what he says. He said, we didn't respond right away, even though they knew all this was going on. He said, we didn't respond right away because the FAA was tracking a series of seemingly unrelated hijackings. I mean, they're hijackings, aren't they? I mean, when one hijacking starts, do you wait to see if a seemingly related hijacking is happening until you do something? I mean, you haven't had a hijacking of any major proportion for years and years, and suddenly one morning you've got 4 going on coming out of 2 airports, and you call that seemingly unrelated hijackings. That's about as unrelated as the acoustic evidence we talked about yesterday, finally showing that there was a shot from the front, and the Washington Post editorialized that it might have been another lone nut who showed up to shoot Kennedy at the same time, and they said there's no evidence that they knew each other. Who knew each other? I mean, Oswald wasn't shooting, so we've got 2 unidentified assassination lone nuts who have no connection except that it was a nice sunny day on November 22nd and Kennedy was down here in Dallas. Mr. Gregory. So while they're watching these seemingly unrelated hijackings, they aren't responding. But some planes are responding, and then they said a little later that they sent planes up from Langley, which is 120 or 30 miles to the south of D.C. And that was supposed to be an excuse. And those planes, again, if you took the distance to D.C., people were trying to figure it out, didn't seem to be, burning the oil. They were going 500 or 600 miles an hour. And in both cases, the Otis planes get to New York too late to do anything, and those planes get there too late after the Pentagon's being attacked. Then I got a hold of a book called Among the Heroes. And in this book, they're talking about the different people and what they did that day, and they interview the pilots from Langley, and guess what? They weren't scrambled to come to D.C., they were scrambled to go to New York. And they asked them on the way there to look out their window 30 miles to the east and see if the Pentagon had been hit, and they reported back that they saw a plume of smoke. The Otis pilots reported that after they got there and realized it was too late to do anything, they knew about Flight 77 coming to D.C., and they turned their planes to intercept it, and they were called back. So we're not talking about just failure to respond. We're talking about situations that were interfered with, and Bill Kelly has more information on pilots out of Pomona, New Jersey. I was explicating on this about 2 weeks afterwards with a journalist in D.C. who's a freelance journalist at the Pentagon. And, I said, this looks like a stand down to me. I mean, they didn't put anything up. There's nothing going on. What was going? And his benign explanation, he says, well, didn't you see that article in the New York Times? And I've looked high and low. I can't find this article. But he said, didn't you see that article in the New York Times that 3 days before September 11th, half of the scramble-ready planes in the country were taken offline? And I said, no, are you making your argument or mine? Why were half the planes in the country taken offline 3 days before this happened? Just a coinky-dink. And we know now that other planes were, but there was not a standard response by any means, at least in D.C., to this incident, and I would believe probably could prove the same to New York. And I believe that this is their Achilles heel in this matter. This is the one they can't get around, and they're scrambling to come up with any kind of explanation. They don't want this to come up at the hearings. It's not on the topic questions that you're supposed to ask. It's certainly nothing the intelligence committees did. But this is like what they're trying to pull with this foreknowledge question, and it's part of the reason I didn't focus on foreknowledge, although I think there's indications that they could have known. But it's because I think in the end, unless you have an actual minutes from a briefing where somebody was sitting and they weren't asleep, you can say they should have known, they could have known, they could have put these pieces together and figured it out, but you can't, how can you actually say, what did John Judge know and when did he know it, unless John Judge tells you that he did? And that's why I thought, this is a slippery slope. And of course, when they went down it, that's right where it went. They wanted to go down the foreknowledge so Porter Goss and Bob Graham could say, oh, well, this was a terrible intelligence failure. And it was funny to me because the CIA was responding, there was no intelligence failure. And, and Tenet was getting mad, but they said, this is awful, and we have to give more money to the intelligence agencies. We have to give them increased powers, and we have to consolidate them and make them better because obviously they failed. Did they fail on September 11th? Did the intelligence fail? Right afterwards, who the first agency or incident blamed for September 11th on the pundits and the media? It was the Frank Church Committee. They said that the Church Committee had shackled the CIA and the FBI when they went after their abuses, and that they had to go back to the good old days when they could assassinate people and they could hire whatever dirty scum they wanted to do their work. And they kept saying, we need more human intelligence. And I was agreeing. We'd like even a little, we need more human, So, that's where, and you can do the same thing if you don't watch it, with the military stuff. But this was not an error. Just think for a minute. Think about Pearl Harbor and the response afterwards and the heads that rolled. Think even recently about that guy that was taking the Bush people out on a tour in the aircraft carrier, and he bumped into one of the ships there in Japan, the fishing ship, and sank it. His career was gone. If for no other reason, because anybody in that chain of command is just sitting there waiting to jump up. So it's in their interest to bump the jerk above them, But we haven't had an investigation. We haven't had a court-martial. We haven't had a military inquiry. Nothing. Nobody's being taken to task, and the Pentagon itself is hit, and nobody's being called in front of somebody and they're, losing their rank or losing their position. Heads would roll in a normal situation, and nothing is being asked about this, and nothing was done to defend the Pentagon on September 11th. So to me, that's one of the major keys. Now, I also did stuff on the anthrax, which you can say was related or not related, but it was certainly related in the public mind. And I found, I used the method I used to argue with Mae Brussel, we shouldn't continue to clip forwards on the papers because the content gets less and less. I used to clip the New York Times and the Washington Post every day, but there's so little in there besides the obituaries and the social page now to tell anything about the ruling class that I stopped doing it. But I used to say, let's go to November 22nd and clip backwards. They weren't covering their fanny as well, and we know who they are, and we'll find out more about them. So I clipped backwards from September 11th. And what I found was on September the 4th and 5th in the London Sunday Times and the New York Times, they revealed, and it was created a huge international flap, Project Jefferson and Operation Clear Vision. These were operations of the CIA and the DIA. Clear Vision was out in the desert at the White Sands Proving Grounds. They did two things. They constructed from commercially available materials that they could order through the internet an anthrax lab. And then they got culture and they made some anthrax grow. And that was their one test. Could the terrorists do such a thing? And the other test was an anthrax bomb. And even thinking about working on this was violating all the international treaties. It's one of the few treaties that we signed about any of this stuff. And there was all this international flap. And they said, well, we were just testing the bomb, and it didn't have any detonator, and it didn't have any anthrax in it, and it was just a shell, and we just wanted to see if you could smuggle it in. Well, it's not a test of whether you can smuggle in a bomb if you don't put a detonator in it, So, what were they doing? Then, even more sinister is Project Jefferson. My old pal Tom would roll in his grave at his name being put to this one. This was Rumsfeld, the minute he got into the Pentagon, saying to the Defense Intelligence Agency, go out to the subcontractors and develop the next generation of anthrax. Develop an anthrax that's genetically modified so that it resists the antibiotics, that it's more deadly, and make it so it's more distributable. That's Project Jefferson. And these things went on from the time that Rumsfeld came in up till the time that this anthrax was sent. The anthrax that came in those envelopes was so highly developed, one of the stupid news people said, well, it's beyond the capabilities of even the United States or the Soviet Union. So what, is it outer space? Who's left? But of course it isn't beyond their capabilities. And then they said, oh, it's Iraq. That was Tenet and the rest of them, you know, Iraq did it. But then they tested it chemically, and it doesn't have the residue that they know from, because they gave Iraq the anthrax to work with and taught them how to develop it, so they knew it wasn't Iraqi anthrax. Then they did the genetic tests on the stuff, but it was tremendously weaponized. It had in the past been 1 to 2 billion spores per gram. This was 1 trillion spores per gram. And it was distributable. It was what they call fluffy, which meant it had no electrochemical bonding between all these trillions of spores. And the minute anything moved around it, it was going to spread. Okay? And then they looked at the genetics and they said, oh, this is Ames strain. Well, Ames strain means University of Iowa at Ames. It means it's U.S. And that was a repository for 70 years of every known mutation of anthrax. Anthrax is a natural biogen, and you know, it infects animals on the farms. It was a problem on farms, and it's zoogenic, which means it crosses the animal-human barrier, usually in the skin cancers, but you have to, you know, get it dealt with when it comes up, and it kills the animals. So this agricultural school, and they had been studying all the different types of anthrax for all that time, and how do you counter it? You know, and so they have each sample of a thing. And then if somebody wants to study a particular strain of the anthrax that's developed over those 70 years, they order it from Ames, and then they work on it. 10 days before the first envelope is delivered, the FBI contacts the University of Iowa at Ames and convinces them to destroy the 70-year archive. What does that mean? This is called bungling in the New York Times. That means that we know it's Ames strain, but we can no longer trace it back to the specific batch, which would then tell us from the paperwork who ordered that batch in order to experiment on it. But despite all of that, the clear indications was that it was U.S. strain and that it was developed at Fort Detrick. And when the investigation got to the gate of Fort Detrick, it stopped dead. Now, finally, under public pressure from some FAS scientists and others that keep yelling about it, what have we got? We've got a lone nut that they want to blame for this. Okay? But it goes right to the doors of the military-industrial complex. And who did it go to? You remember it went down to the tabloid headquarters in Florida first, and when I heard that, because I know that they use the tabloids for propaganda purposes, I thought they were making it up. But then the guy died, and he was a photo editor there. And he seems to be the only one that died, although they said it was spreading from the Xerox machine or something. He's the only one that died. It's in the keyboard of his computer, and he dies from it. He was the photo editor who just happened to have published the very first photos of Bush's daughters being arrested for drunk driving. Then it went to the press, the electronic press, and who did it go to? It went to Dan Rather and Tom Brokaw. Now, they're no friends of ours. But in the panoply of the American press, which is an argument between open fascism and moderate conservatism, in which a liberal is now what a communist was in the 50s, which leaves me out on the terrorist end, those are the liberals. Those are the liberals in the press. They're the ones that right-wing claim. The liberals run the press. A liberal is Dan Rather and Tom Brokaw. And then it went to who? It went to the main opponents in Congress. You know, I said to the guy that works down on my laundromat that I go to every week, I said, Henry, what political party's in the White House? Republican. What political party's running this war? Republican. What political party got these envelopes? Democrat. It went to Daschle, and it went to Leahy. These are the guys that were arguing and effectively against Bush. Bush was in trouble before 9/11. His polls were down. We were in an economic crisis. You know, he wasn't getting his stuff through Congress. They were blocking his domestic agenda, and they were the two main opponents of the USA Patriot Act. And of course, after they scared the hell out of them with the anthrax envelopes, right on the eve of the vote changed, and it came in. So these two are areas where I think they're ultimately vulnerable, but of course there's the bigger question, what happened on September 11th and who's actually behind it? And I won't take up more time, but I would suggest to you that the car in the parking lot at Logan and the road rage argument of the Arabs that leads them to a manual for flying the plane in Arabic is about the same to me as the bundle dropped outside of Kniep's Amusement in Memphis. that the Arabs making so much noise out in Langley where I lived and everywhere they went that people were calling the FBI on them is like the guy that went to the firing range here in Dallas, shot at the other guy's target, and when he complained said, "The hell with you, I'm Lee Harvey Oswald, remember my name." This is part of a covert operation. It's called false sponsorship. And we don't know yet, I believe, who's behind these operations. What we do know is that this was a very sophisticated operation. The propaganda around it is sophisticated, and the flying that day, this plane that came into Washington went 270 degrees out of its way in a descending loop from 5,000 feet at 500 to 600 miles an hour. And then, talk to an honest pilot and ask them whether some schmuck on a simulator can do this. The simulator would shut down if you tried this in the training school. This has to be a very well-trained pilot, and then bring the thing in so low it's hitting the lampposts. And why did it go out of its way? There's nothing in the way at the Pentagon. All 5 sides of the Pentagon are open. You don't have to go around it to hit one side because something's in the way. If you're going around it, you're picking that side. If you're on a military mission, you don't know that they won't use the surface-to-air missile, so as soon as you see your target, why wouldn't you head straight into it? But he goes way out of the way and he hits the only side of the Pentagon that has nobody in it. There's 184 deaths, and most of them, about 15 or 20 inside the Pentagon. The rest are the grounds construction crew because they've been working visibly on the area for 5 years. And they've been reconstructing it, and most of the offices are empty. So it's the people in the plane that die. And I would make a similar argument that in New York, by going at 8:45 instead of taking a plane at 9:45 into the Twin Towers, that they were minimizing the number of deaths. Is that something a terrorist group would want to do? Or does that, again, indicate an operation that we don't yet understand? Why would you minimize the number of deaths on September 11th when you're doing the attack, and especially at the Pentagon? So these are some questions that I've been working on, and I wanted T to share what she knows from her personal experience that day. And we're also working with forces out of New York, Independent Progressive People's Network, and others who've been calling for an open, independent investigation into this. The investigation we've had so far is Porter Goss and Bob Graham, who had breakfast the morning of the attack with the main conduit of funds between the CIA and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, Mr. Muammar Ahmad, and he was here in the United States, and Mike will probably talk more about that. But here's 2 guys having breakfast with the guy that was funding bin Laden for them for many years for the CIA, and who also was the conduit of $100,000 to Muhammad Atta, who's supposed to be the mastermind, in August. And it's also significant that Colin Powell in July went to the surrounding countries and told them that the United States would militarily intervene in Afghanistan in mid-October. I was with these Republicans on this MSNBC Focus, and they were arguing not only does the United States have the right to attack a country who attacks it, it has the right to attack a country that's got the potential to attack it, it has the right to attack a country that might develop the potential to attack it, and it has all of this as a preemptive strike because it endangers us, and this is the arguments they're making about Iraq. I said, using that logic, and given the fact that the surrounding countries were warned, you might as well argue that then the Afghanis had the right to come in and blow up the Twin Towers. That's the same logic that Bush wants to use in terms of attacking Iraq because it might have a weapon. And I said, and they had better evidence than we do. So there's all sorts of convoluted stuff that comes out of this, but I believe that by going at the base of what happened that day, we can tear it apart, and that we should.
Okay, this is the first time I've spoke publicly about September 11th, because it's not 9/11 to me, it's a real date and it's a real thing, and I feel like I was a victim of September 11th in a very personal way. But I want to come here today to encourage everybody to try to look into September 11th. I personally have not yet, because it was too close and too personal. But John Judge and I went to a rally, and it really made me understand. It made it click for me that it is important to conduct an independent investigation as well as your own independent investigations onto 9/11. It's hard to know where to start, but I will tell you a little story. It's hard to go from point A way to point B, C, and D, because in any other of these cases, it's a round circle with the same players being involved. But I'm going to steal a little ditty from Lisa Pease, like she did with the blank bullets of Robert Kennedy. I basically come here to dispel some information and myths and theories that you may yourself believe or have heard. Because in the research community, we can get discredited. And I want to provide you with some information and facts that I know from the inside, and hopefully you can make up your mind and dispel all these myths. As John Judge told you, I'm a flight attendant for American Airlines, and my route for 7 years was from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. And I just saw Dick Gregory in here, and he was a frequent flyer on that flight. I know him personally from him being on my flight so many times. I worked Flight 77 just 5 days before the crash. However, I usually worked Flight 75, but I interchanged them. I tried to get on Flight 77 a lot of times because I like to do a lot of research at the Long Beach Library on James Earl Ray, because that's where he had constant connection with the Coast Guard while he was escaped from Bushy Mountain Prison. Pretty interesting fact there. He was in constant communication with the United States Coast Guard while he was on the lam. Anyway, on September 11th, I did not go to work that day. Now, I was not supposed to go to LA. I was supposed to go to Dallas. There was just a Dallas trip thrown in my schedule. But I've been doing that trip 7 times a month for 7 years. And I was working very closely with John because it was September and we were planning for COPA for last year. I did not go to work because my dad was sick, so I stayed home to take him to the hospital. So anyway, the whole crew on that flight, there's only 100 of us that work that route. I knew the entire crew. Our secretary for 45 years was on there. She sat right by Hani Hanjour, which was the alleged pilot for that flight. I know the agents that boarded the alleged hijackers. I know the caterers that catered that plane. I know the pilot, Chick Burlingame, for that flight. The first officer, Dave Charlebois. One of my very best friends on this planet, Renee May, that was the #1 flight attendant on that flight that day. You can come up and look at this later. This is she and I at Christmas. And I knew the rest of the crew as well. When I was at this rally with John Judge, this man came up to me and said that plane never really went in the Pentagon. That it was a bomb. There was no parts found. Well, I'm here to tell you today that there was parts found. Every crew member's body was found. My friend's arm with a bracelet exactly like this was found, and we buried it in Washington, D.C. So if any of you here today think that that plane did not go in there, then what happened to all my friends, and where did all those body parts come from? I just want to dispel that rumor, because it really bothers me. That plane went in there. I was at the crime scene. They took me to the hole personally 2 days after the crash. I saw pieces of our American Airlines 757. So I just want to mention that now. A little bit about what happened that day. I was out taking a run like I normally do in the morning, and the phone was not ringing when I got home because the whole phone system shut down in D.C. No calls could come in for a long time, or very limited, and cell phones as well. And finally, John got a call through, but I wasn't there. And John usually hears from me all the time, and so that's why he thought I was missing. And everybody thought I was missing because the phone systems did not work. Well, I tell you, that day I got more phone calls from people that liked me, people that hated me, people that I dated 20 years ago, and maybe from people that were just curious for a little information. But it was amazing. That day, John lives in D.C. and I live in Alexandria, Virginia, and the Pentagon is kind of in between us, wouldn't you say? Yeah. My building is a 16-story building, and the building actually shook, and I heard the plane go in. It was a huge explosion. Well, from then on, I proceeded to go to 5 funerals within a week, and then I returned back to work immediately. But I just want to give you a little information about my friend's phone call to her mother. You may have heard a few people call down. Well, this story has never been told, and I think there's a reason why. My friend Renee, I'm going to give you verbatim, called down to her mom. And this is exactly what she says, and see if you can find a little air and what the press says, the official statement. Renee says, "Hi, Mom, it's me. I need you to get a pen and a paper, and I need you to take down this information. It's very important. We are on Flight 77. We're headed to Los Angeles. We're being hijacked. We're all in the back of the airplane. There are 6 of them. They have us in back of the aircraft. Please take down these 2 numbers, call operations, and let them know. A male voice and a female voice yell off numbers of American Airlines. So I'm not sure exactly the numbers, but they're 703, 419, with 2 voices shouted out 2 numbers of operations. Then Renee proceeded to say, I've got to go now. They're making me hang up the phone. I love you. Okay, that was Renee's call from the airplane. She was an eyewitness. She was there. She said she saw 6 hijackers. When Renee's mother told the FBI this story, the FBI said, oh no, she must have been mistaken because there was 5, not 6. She was there, and I will believe her. I still believe her to this day. And I think we really need to look into it and find out who was the 6th person on that plane. Renee could have been mistaken, but I don't think so. I know her. She was an intelligent woman, and she was under a lot of stress, and I'm sure she counted 6 people that were threatening her life. And which brings me around to, well, I guess I'll talk a little bit about this first. On August 25th, I'm constantly working this route, back and forth, 7 times a month. On August 25th, I had one of the alleged hijacker pilots on my plane that flew the 2nd trade tower plane in the 2nd trade tower, the one that kind of sliced it through, Flight 173 United Airlines. His name is Al Sheehy. If you ever see the picture of all the hijackers, he's the one with the little round glasses. I had him on my flight on August 25th. He videotaped us almost the entire time, which wasn't unusual back then, and he asked us to go to the cockpit 3 times. And he told us he was a pilot for Saudi Arabian Airlines. He was a nice, friendly guy. I wasn't suspicious of anything. Normal behavior back then. A couple of my friends also had Mohammed Atta on. I've never had him on. And one of my friends, who was Middle Eastern, had him on, and he was very, very, very rude to her, and he also wouldn't speak in Farsi or Arabic when she was on. But that's just a little personal experience with the hijackers myself. But like I said, I only had one of them on, and that was August 25th. Which brings me around to the Pentagon. I was invited by Donald Rumsfeld to go to the memorial service, as they called it. I went to it, and it was a total war rally. They never even mentioned anyone that perished that day. You may have seen it on the news. That's about all I have to say about the situation. It's still very, very delicate with me. But I just want to let you know, even though I've been through all this, I live it every single day when I get on that airplane. I do know a lot of inside information, and I am 100% behind an independent investigation. We need to find out what happened with September 11th before it gets too late, like what happened with Kennedy and Martin Luther King. The best work can be done now, and I encourage all of you to work on it, because I know you people here have the skill and the intelligence, and if you don't do it, who else is going to do it as well? I just want to let you know that I will answer any questions that you may have and concerns. And so feel free to come up to me at any time the rest of the day. And thank you.
This is Bill Kelly, and he's been working on the case as well.
Hello, I'm going to address the issue of why 9/11 is a valid topic for us to address here. We were criticized by a number of people who claim that by addressing this issue, we will be letting people believe that we endorse all conspiracy theories. And 9/11, of course, was a conspiracy. We are the Coalition on Political Assassinations, not the Coalition on Conspiracies. And I want to remind people that September 11th was preceded by a year with the political assassination of the father of the current leader of Afghanistan. It was preceded by 2 days by the assassination of the leader of the Northern Alliance by by 2 suicide bombers posing as TV journalists. It was preceded by hours down in Florida by the interception of, well, the hotel where Bush was staying at is a country club in Florida, and a group of Arabs in a van approached the hotel and parked outside. And the Arab-looking journalists went in there and said that they were there to interview George Bush, and they gave the hotel desk clerk the name of a Secret Service agent who they were told didn't exist. They didn't have anybody by that name. So they went away, but Bush went jogging that morning, and I think that he could have been the target of an Arab truck bomb, suicide truck bomb, while he was jogging. So there you have 3 political assassinations, or 2 assassinations and 1 potential assassination that were directly connected to the events of 9/11. And also, September 11th is most frequently compared to Pearl Harbor and the events of here at Dealey Plaza, November 22nd. They were the dates that most frequently mentioned after 9/11. If you read the newspapers of 9/11, of course you don't see anything there about the events of that day. But buried deep in the paper, you'll see the newspaper reports about the assassination of the leader of the Northern Alliance. And I think that that should have been a tip-off. It should have set off alarms. Political assassinations, when they happen for a reason. And political assassinations still remain the most frequently used means of changing power in the world today. On last June 10th, we had a memorial service in Washington, D.C. at American University, where we memorialized John F. Kennedy's peace speech. And afterwards, we went to the National Press Club, where there was a press conference called Unanswered Questions about 9/11. And John was asked to fill in for Jared Israel, an independent journalist who was supposed to give a talk on the air defense stand-down that day. And because he couldn't make it, John addressed that issue in a very similar way to what he did here today. But I wondered, I said to myself, that's a question that we can answer. It's why airplanes did not intercept the hijacked planes. That is a question that is answerable. And since that June 10th, I've been trying to answer that question, and I still don't know it's not just one answer, but it's many answers. But in the course of my research, I've interviewed a number of the pilots from the 177th Air Squadron from Atlantic City, where the FAA also has their training facility for marshals. And these pilots were very frustrated. I felt a very similar attitude in them that the Secret Service agents that were protecting Kennedy had at Dealey Plaza, the good ones, that felt that they let him down, and they were frustrated and despondent that they couldn't do their job. Well, I think the stand down at Dealey Plaza that day in security is similar to what happened at 9/11, in the sense that it wasn't a mistake, it wasn't an accident, it was a strategic planned stand down. The pilot said that not until 3 days before, but actually a year before, the air defense strategy for the defense of North America was changed. They no longer had the Russian subs off the coast. They no longer had the Russian planes flying down to Cuba. They had to escort. They no longer had the Russian threat. So in order to save money, they took, of the 107 air bases that were on 24-hour, 7-day-a-week alert, with 2 planes on the ground, armed and ready, and 2 pilots always hanging around ready to go up. They eliminated 100 of those bases, so there was only 7 bases in entire North America that had planes on the ground, armed and ready to go up. The strategy was changed, so there was a quadrant system set up where the Northeast quadrant, which included New York and Washington, was defended by only 7 planes, and none of them were in the vicinity. The closest one to New York was at Otis. And I haven't figured out what happened at Andrews yet. But the pilots that I talked to at Atlantic City, they said that one of them was actually on the runway ready to take off on a bombing practice run up in New York State when he was called back from the runway after the first plane had hit the tower in New York. And he volunteered to go up again, but because this plane was armed with bombs instead of air-to-air missiles, it took him 40 minutes to get the plane rearmed with the air-to-air missiles. And because the technicians that are trained to arm the planes weren't there, office personnel and the pilots themselves, it takes 3 people to carry an air-to-air missile. And the office personnel in suits and ties and the secretaries were actually carrying the air-to-air missiles from the bunker to arm the planes. And so finally he gets up, and these pilots were the first non-alert planes to fly over both New York and Washington. But they, of course, were too late. I also wanted to address the...
That it ever happened, right?
What's that?
That it was the first time he'd ever been called back.
Oh, yeah. He said that it was the first time he'd ever been called back, and he felt that it was a personal problem. He didn't think it was a national security problem. He thought that he was being called back from this bombing mission for a personal problem. He thought that his wife was in a car accident or something like that. But it was an extraordinary day for him, and they now are back on alert status. There is 2 planes on the ground, armed and ready to go up at all times now. And they've been scrambled frequently. They were scrambled on Halloween night, a mischief night, because there was said to be a plane hijacked as it was a hoax. But I think Mike's going to address the issue of the FAA and the percentage of times that they've been scrambled since 9/11. But besides the issue of the stand down, air defense stand down, I think it's important with the anthrax problem. I compare it to the Tylenol case of years ago, which we forget about, but that is an unsolved case and there's no one investigating it anymore. But I think that because they allowed that Tylenol case to slide and whoever was responsible for that to get away with it, it leaves a door open, a window open for this anthrax terrorist to do for the same, to get out too. And I think we should readdress these former crimes that are solvable, like the Tylenol case, and the Kennedy assassination, and Martin Luther King. And I think that if we had solved the Kennedy assassination when it happened, the events of 9/11 would have been harder to pull off because they were similar in the sense that the MO was the same. They were both covert operations designed to conceal the actual perpetuators behind the operation. Well, I think that's all. If anybody has any questions about the pilots, I'll be glad to answer them later on. Thank you.
This is Michael Nurko, a researcher from New York that's worked on the Kennedy case and had done a lot of reading about 9/11 so far. So,
Before I go into the area that I'm going to cover, I just want to amplify what John and Bill had said. You can go to on the Defense Department's own website. You have to click on to Joint Chiefs of Staff instructions, and you'll read, it's buried in there, but exactly what happens, what's supposed to happen, not when necessarily a plane is hijacked, when any plane goes off course, any plane whatsoever. You could also go to the FAA, the Federal Aviation what the last A stands for, Federal Administration, I'm sorry, Federal Aviation Administration, and you'll also see what they are required to do, the air traffic controllers are required to do when any plane is flown off course. In fact, if they didn't follow the SOP, the Standard Operating Procedure, you'd probably have an air crash every week or two, because planes do go off course for any of 100 reasons. In the course of, well, just the simple regulation is that immediately when a plane has gone off course, if they cannot make radio contact with that plane, they notify the National Command Center at the Pentagon, and the Pentagon, generally within a minute to a minute and a half, they will send up, they will have 2 interceptors at the Air Force base that has jurisdiction over that particular sector of the country, and they'll be up, not to shoot the planes down, but with 2 goals, with 2 objects: one, to establish radio contact, and secondly, to escort the plane to the nearest base, if necessary. That was end-or. And if they can't do those 2, they have authority to shoot down the plane. They don't have to wait for orders from the White House. However, the orders can be countermanded by the National Command Center, and/or the executive branch, which is your president. In the course of 2001, prior to September 11th, a little over 8 months, 67 times, if my counting was correct, I'm certainly not more than 1 off if I am, 67 times interceptors were sent up, generally because of benign reasons. A single pilot plane, the guy just took off from a small airport and is just, is off course and lost. And nobody was shot down that I'm aware of. A very famous plane that went off course, not that long before September 11th, was the Payne, I'm going blank, Payne Stewart airplane where everybody was conked out, and the interceptors were up right away, and they stayed with the plane to make sure it didn't land into a populated area, and it so happens they let it crash when it ran out of fuel, because it crashed in an open area. The sneaker bomber, so-called sneaker bomber, that was coming from Paris, the interceptors met that plane over the Atlantic. They didn't even wait till it got into our airspace, just knowing, and the pilot was in perfect control of the plane, and they had radio contact, yet they still sent up the interceptors, and they met the plane over the Atlantic Ocean and escorted it into Logan Air Force Base. And when they say escort, it's not a question of will accompany you. It's impossible for a plane not to go along unless they want to crash into one of the interceptors. They actually, I'm not familiar with, I'm not an Air Force pilot or have any familiarity, but they describe it, one plane is above and one is below, not alongside. One is above, and they kind of force the plane down. And the only way the plane cannot go down into there would be to crash into one of the interceptors. All right. But putting that aside, so if you want, you can go on your website, and you can, and I think this is the smoking gun, so to speak, at least to know that there was a stand down that day. There were orders not to proceed, and you could also then you could look into the specifics that John touched upon as far as Andrews Air Force Base. And if I have time afterwards, you'll let me know, John. I do know particulars about. I didn't interview them myself, but the 2 pilots that eventually took off from Andrews Air Force Base. I'm sorry, not from Langley Air Force Base, were interviewed, and it's very interesting what they went through that morning. At any rate, getting back to what I'm going to cover, which is somewhat of a complicated matter, and try to follow. I'll try to simplify it, and I'm trying to put this in chronological order. It's a little difficult because it involves a decent amount of foreknowledge, trying to cover who was behind September 11th and why it was done, how things led up to that day. I first wanted to read a quote from, 2 quick quotes from George Bush, just to lay a little groundwork here. On September 13th, 2001, George Bush said, this is a quote, the most important thing is for us to find Osama bin Laden. It is our #1 priority, and we will not rest until we find him. Exactly 6 months to the day later, on March 13th, 2002, he said in response to a question, "I don't know where he is, I have no idea, and I don't really care. It's not that important, it's not priority." In 6 months' time, the #1 priority as of September 11th has totally disappeared. Well, I guess Iraq was on their mind at that point. What happened basically is an excellent example of strategy of tension. I think last year, Peter has expounded upon that quite well. And just a brief backup to that, starting with in 1898, this was before actually the term strategy of tension was even used, but the War of 1898, remember the Maine? World War I, you had the sinking of the Lusitania. These are all either made up or provoked or staged occurrences. Pearl Harbor, which we found out in the last few years, was a provoked incident. The Bay of Tonkins, we now know, never even took place. It was purely made up. And at any rate, and then we come to September 11th. Let me give you a little background, first of all, on what, between 1979 and 1989, we fought, well, covertly, overtly, in Afghanistan against the Russians. We actually supported the players involved were the Mujahideen, which evolved into Al-Qaeda that we know now, the same people. And it is technically run by a few people, including bin Laden, Osama bin Laden. He's not like the chairman of Al-Qaeda by no means. Our own intelligence reports seem to substantiate that. But he certainly is a key player. And the Mujahideen and more recently, Al-Qaeda was supported and trained by ISI. ISI is the Pakistan intelligence unit. And if you're familiar with that part of it, you'll find that ISI originally was trained by the Green Berets and Navy SEALs right here in the United States. All their top officers came here, and up till September 11th, and some of them were here on September 11th getting training. The ISI actually set up or gave support monetarily and militarily support to the Taliban. And it's been said and quoted by numerous people in Afghanistan that without the ISI support, the Taliban would fall within 24 hours. Well, there's 24 hours, some say within a week. It's, it's debatable. But the ISI could not have stood on their own. In spite of that, the Taliban only had control of about 75% of the country as of September 11th. In fact, as you'll find out, that's one of the problems. Had they had full control of the country, they may have never been attacked by us. We also have supported Al-Qaeda elsewhere in the world directly. Just to give you one prominent example, the Kosovo Liberation Army, that's Al-Qaeda, and those are the good guys in Yugoslavia. It's been estimated, I've read, I don't know which is right, and it's probably maybe somewhere in the middle, it may be even underestimation, but somewhere between $6 billion and $40 billion flowed from ISI to Al-Qaeda, and most of this is very obviously CIA opium money. As you'll see, there's two products that come into play with Afghanistan. One is oil, which is the more obvious, and then the opium, which is actually what financed most of the CIA work. In 1994, it was discovered, mainly in Turkmenistan, the richest oil reserves in the world. Actually, there's large amounts also in, I have trouble with the pronunciation of these words, but the names of the countries, but Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, and I think Kazakhstan also. But the main oil is in Turkmenistan. And currently, the two countries that have the largest reserves, well, Saudi Arabia, which has the largest export of oil reserves, and potentially Iraq did and would again if they didn't have the sanctions on them to be able to export more oil. All right, let me bring in two important players, which I think will surprise a lot of you, but Enron and Unocal. Enron, and I'm backtracking now a little, but they made a deal with the government of India in the middle 90s. Shortly after the oil was discovered in Turkmenistan, they made a deal to build a power plant that cost them about $3 billion. It was built. It was completed in 1998. And this is an investment of over $3 billion, which even in the middle 90s is probably, based on price, what cost is now, the same power plant would have cost them closer to $6 million now if you started to build it. At any rate, they couldn't make a profit. There was a problem they didn't foresee. Number one, the Indian government is the one who sets prices, what they can sell electricity and gas at. So they couldn't raise prices. They had to price the oil and the power. at the government-regulated prices. But they were anticipating that there would be a pipeline that would be built that would carry the oil from Turkmenistan into Pakistan, and then actually it was a split off at that point. The pipe, one would go right into India because of the Enron deal they made with Unocal. I'm jumping a little ahead of myself here, I'm sorry. Unocal, for those of you that don't know, is the Union Oil of California, I'm sorry. And they actually are based not in California, but they're based in Houston. Right? And which you may connect with a lot of other things, which I don't have the time to get into now. But at any rate, the pipeline, Unocal is the one who decided to build a pipeline after making deals with the individual oil companies. And the pipeline was set at 876 miles. They began training Afghans to build in the construction of the pipeline when the power plant began being built in India. And it appeared at that point that you have two unrelated things. They had numerous war problems, well, problems that were related to the war that was going on in Afghanistan. The Taliban was continuous throughout their reign, was engaged in various wars with different warlords, including the Northern Alliance, which was probably the strongest of their opponents, and they were in the northern part of Afghanistan, obviously. The war was interfering with the workers that Unocal was trying to teach to build in the construction effort. And they would quit constantly. Sometimes their pipelines would be sabotaged or whatever they were working on to train them. And sometimes they would hire like 500, 600 at a time, and 450 would defect within the next 2 days. With that background, let me just, one other thing, I'm sorry. In December of 1997, Unocal invites the Taliban leaders to Sugar Land, Texas. They spend 4 days there. The contemporaneously press accounts of this is somewhat humorous. Even the richest of the Afghan people, including the leaders of the Taliban, they did not have, and I assume they're still not there today, other than what we may have recently set up. There's no running water and there's no electricity. And they were put in a 5-star hotel, this contingent, and Unocal was sitting down to have meetings with them to negotiate the building of the pipeline. They'd be playing with the light switches, apparently. They'd run the water in the bathroom, and these things. And they also always brought up they wanted to go to malls. They just loved they never saw these malls in their life. At any rate, they were amazed how the Americans, and they thought all Americans live like this. They went to an estate of one of the executives of Unocal, and they thought that this is the way all Americans lived, and they figured we can get a lot more money than they're offering us. So, and the numbers have never been disclosed, but they're asking for a larger percentage or whatever the deal was, the larger amount up front or whatever. One of the things they also do, which is somewhat humorous, they hire Lila Helms to handle their negotiations as their public relations representative. She is the niece of Richard Helms. I think you all know who he is. Early in 2001, Enron begins putting a lot of pressure. I might add, from that point, from December 97 right through the Clinton administration, they can't make much progress. The fighting is even getting worse in Afghanistan. Unocal has pressure from Enron. They made a deal for the pipeline. They can't even start building it. And so Enron starts putting a lot of pressure on the Bush administration right after they step into office. And it appears, and this is no factual basis for this, but although there's a lot of, I'm not going to go into it now, but there's a lot of, it's an area that should be covered by somebody, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to indicate that the Cheney conversations, I don't think they ever spoke to George Bush about it. I don't think anybody bothered with him. But Cheney had numerous conversations with Enron. And if you're aware, the Congress there's an order from the courts that Congress is to receive the transcript of Cheney's conversations, and a couple of conversations in particular, that he had with executives from Enron. He's refused to, even though it's been appealed, and Cheney has lost, and they're just ignoring it right now in Congress. No one in Congress, I guess, wants to stick their neck out to demand them at this point. It seems like that's the reason he doesn't want to disclose them, not because he's worried about what he discussed about the situation in California, which everybody knows about, but in particular, how they were telling him probably that you got to make a deal, you got to do whatever you have to, we got to start building that pipeline. There's a third company involved, incidentally, which I think many of you have heard of, and that's the Carlyle Corporation. They're one of the largest U.S. defense contractors, and the stockholders include George Bush Sr., John Major, who's the former Prime Minister of England. The current chairman is Frank Carlucci, who has been, well, has been a few things. I'm sure the name's familiar. He was the deputy director of the CIA. He was National Security Advisor to Reagan. He was also Secretary of State for a while. And James Baker, who former Secretary of State, who helped put, as you know, back after the election of 2000, helped put Bush into the White House. In fact, many people feel that he was in charge of the whole operation, so to speak. And there's connections there, of course. In fact, the same companies that a lot of the people in the Bush administration worked or had high positions with oil companies that have contracts right now, they're still in effect, with Unocal to build the pipeline so they can move their oil. And obviously this is in anticipation of getting control of these oil wells. They've already actually made deals with the government, I know, in Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, which I don't know if they have much oil, and there's negotiations going on with the other former Soviet republics. In the Bush administration, just to give you a quick, you may be aware of these, but Bush Jr. Came from Harkin Oil. Cheney came from Halliburton. As a matter of fact, when he stepped down, he got a retirement package of over $140 million. All right, I guarantee you that wasn't just out of their goodness of their hearts, and they obviously expect something from him after that. Condoleezza Rice came from Chevron, and Rumsfeld came from Occidental Oil. Bush Sr., in addition to being a major stockholder in Carlyle, I left off one of the key stockholders formally of the Carlyle Corporation, at least as of September 11th, 2001, and that's the bin Laden family. They had a large portion of their investments in the Carlyle Corporation. Bush, in fact, in addition to having stock, worked as an advisor that went on missions, Bush Sr. I'm talking about, for the Carlyle Corporation. In particular, he took care of the bin Laden account, and there are numerous trips that he took beginning in 1998 through 2000 to Saudi Arabia, where he met with the bin Laden family. In October, just before we start bombing Afghanistan, the bin Laden investments are removed from the Carlyle Corporation. On the surface, this is a good one, because on the surface you figure, well, because of what was going on, they had to get rid of bin Laden investments because it's circumstantial evidence that were involved with the bin Laden family. But it wasn't the Bush administration or the Carlyle people that made that decision. The bin Laden family made the decision because they felt they were getting bad publicity that they were involved with Bush. In May of 2001, Colin Powell went to visit the Taliban, and he brought, I don't think he actually brings a check, but this is the way the press reports appeared, that he brought $43 million. And it probably gave him notification that you're going to be sent, however they transfer the money to abroad. And the $40 million, the justification that they came out with afterwards, when I say afterwards, I mean after 9/11, is that was to help them fight drugs. And I might just add as a sidebar, the Taliban was very, as bad as they were in all the women's rights that they didn't give, and they couldn't watch television, all these things you've heard about, they did cut down on the number one supplier of drugs in the world, or the growing of opium, something like from 4,000 something tons down to like 35 tons, or those numbers aren't quite right, but they're in the area. Their means weren't exactly good means. I mean, they found a farmer growing opium, they'd cut off his ear or cut off 2 fingers, and next time they came back, they were still doing it, they cut off the hand, and this is the means they used. But it was certainly effective in reducing the drugs that were being produced. And also in terms of the tons of opium, for every 10 tons of opium, you get 1 ton of heroin. So you can look at the numbers and get your own figures, and you'll see they're practically supplying the entire world with heroin at that point. Find my place here. In addition to that 43 million, prior in 2001, prior to Powell's visit there, $40 million and another $40 million were given twice to the Taliban. So in other words, we gave a total of $123 million. Obviously, it was some kind of bribe, and we're looking to make a deal. But the Taliban are still figuring out we can get more money, and they'll wind up giving in to us. I might just add that with Powell, if you're interested, Deputy Secretary Richard Armitage was there, CIA Director George Tenet, these people who knew nothing about the motivation afterwards. They met with General, I'm sorry, they offered, the money was offered to the Taliban, but they met with, in Pakistan, the meeting was, and they met with General Pervez Musharraf, who's the president of the country, or dictator, and General Mahmoud Ahmed, who's the head of ISI that John mentioned, and that name's going to come up again. It's a very key person, Mahmoud Ahmed. And at any rate, they admittingly, Powell talked about this after September 11th. They negotiated. Of course, he didn't say what they negotiated. Apparently, I mean, the assumption was he's negotiating for them to be more benevolent in terms of how they treat their people, and et cetera, et cetera. But it was quite obvious, I think, if you do the reading, that they were negotiating for a deal on the pipeline. Now, aside from going to Osama bin Laden, how he enters the picture. Number one, Osama bin Laden was one of the leaders in the Mujahideen going back to when they fought Russia. He took his training here. And all these terrorist things that Al-Qaeda is being accused of, he was taught all that here, and they were doing that for 10 years against the Russians, but that was fine because they helped get rid of the Russians from Afghanistan. So he was in bed with the CIA and our military previously. Very interesting, this is a real good one. On July 4th of 2001, Osama bin Laden enters a hospital in Dubai. This is in the United Arab Emirates. And he gets a private suite there, brings a whole entourage of people. In fact, comes on a private jet. Well, I think he's on a private jet, and there's a follow-up jet carrying the rest of his people. And he stays there 10 days, leaves on July 14th. Bear in mind, he's on our most wanted list. Clinton put him up there. He's like enemy number one. And the FBI, the CIA, Naval Intelligence, everybody's looking for him, assumingly. He's there because he has, if he's alive now, which I don't think so, he has what's going to be fatal, a bad kidney disease. He has renal deficiency, but really bad. And as of July of 2001, he was already on daily dialysis. And if you recall, when we were first looking for him, supposedly, we had him on the run, how many times? He was hiding in all these caves. It's totally preposterous that, he carried around his dialysis machine, wheeled it around, and plugged it into the nearest rock, that he came across. It's totally ridiculous. Now, how do we know? Okay. While he is there the 10 days, number one, he was visited by between 30 and 40 relatives. It's hard to tell if, on a few of the people, it's really over 40, but it's hard to tell exactly who the relatives are because the names sometimes, they have similar names, you can't figure out who's who, but it's certainly into the 30s. This is the family that disowned him, at least we were told that the family disowned him. He was the renegade. In addition, the most important meeting or guest he had in his hospital was the CIA station chief. All right. Now, you might say, how do we know that? Okay, first of all, it was reported by Le Figaro in July, contemporaneously, and of course it was an unimportant item that bin Laden happens to be in a hospital in Dubai. No one pays attention. But on October 31st of 2001, they reprinted the same information in a new article that Osama bin Laden in July was in this hospital. Now, how do we know who visited him in the hospital? It was United States Naval Hospital. All right. And when you go into any naval hospital, apparently, or any military hospital, you have to sign in. And they went to the original signatures. Now, reporters, following the October 31st Le Figaro article, they went to Dubai to check the hospital. A couple saw the original logs. Most of them, and I don't know, I imagine if you went there now, you'd find that there are that's like the redactions in the archives. There are numerous names that are knocked out. Some of them could be read, and most of the Osama bin Laden family can be read. However, the station chief does not appear there anymore, and you would guess that he'd sign in under a pseudonym anyway. But there are witnesses, naval employees, that identified pictures of the station chief, the CIA station chief, that they know came in to visit Osama bin Laden. In fact, he saw him more than once, either 3 or 4 times, and that's not from the eyewitnesses, but the places where the name signature is, the name and signature are blacked out. But at any rate, that just gave you can speculate on what he was being told or what the discussion is, but this is at a very critical time in July. I got to tell you about the 6 and 2 meetings, which probably don't mean much to most of you. There were, throughout 2001, at least up till September, there were these 6 and 2 meetings. 6 and 2 meaning the 2 were United States and Russia. The 6 were Afghanistan, Pakistan, get this right, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. I left one out, I believe. Kazakhstan, right? Okay, and those are the 6. And prior to July, they were talking basically about the pipeline. And they couldn't, whatever, and it's, I don't know, and nothing's been disclosed yet exactly what the negotiation was, how much money is being offered. The Taliban are still holding out. They want a better deal. Well, on July 15th, there's the last 6 and 2 meeting that takes place. It's in Berlin. The U.S. delegation is headed by former U.S. Ambassador of Pakistan, Tom Simons. And the Taliban are told, very frankly, that there's a military option. As a matter of fact, there's a quote. The only option seems to be left is a military option. And the quote, whether this is widely been quoted, you probably have seen this on the internet, whether this exactly was said or not, really unimportant, but the meaning is there, that he told the Taliban, Tom Simons is quoted as saying, that either we can cover you with gold or we can cover you with bombs. And I might add that Russian intelligence and ISI are informed at that meeting of military strikes that are scheduled against Afghanistan for October 2001. And both the Russians, that Putin had put this out at a later date, after September 11th, he's the one that brought up the fact that the Russians were aware, their intelligence heard that at this July 15th meeting. Then we get a string of warnings. Starting with June 17th, 2001, the BND, the German intelligence, warns Israel, not us directly, but Israel, that Middle Eastern terrorists are planning to hijack American planes and attack, quote, symbols of American culture. This was reported on September 14th of that year by the German publication Zeitung, and copied by others, but that's the original source. In the summer of 2001, I'll just run through these kind of quick. GID, which is Jordanian intelligence, receives an intercept that a major attack is going to take place inside the USA. It's actually given a name. The operation is called the Big Wedding. Iranian intelligence warns FBI of the attack on the World Trade Center the week of September 9th. That's when they said the attack would take place. And this is confirmed. I don't know that the connection is here, but it's there. The German police confirmed this. Apparently, the warning by Iranian intelligence comes out of Germany. Vladimir Putin, he has said that he ordered during the summer of 2001 the Russian intelligence to warn the CIA. He said this more than once publicly. It's in American papers. That he ordered them to warn the CIA of terrorist pilots planning attack on U.S. and this is, I have here planes/airports, because I think it has to do with the translation from the Russian to the English. The Russian press translated this to when it first came from Russian intelligence to a retired CIA officer, which they deemed was sufficient to notify us. On July 30th, Italian intelligence warns the CIA of U.S. airlines that are going to be stuffed with explosives to attack Bush, just say attacking Bush. Now, bear in mind, they all obviously picked up something. It's a little different because maybe it wasn't clear. It's conversations, maybe on cell phones. Argentina also warns us. I don't have the date here, the exact date, but it's somewhere in that period. And I think the last one that we know about, on August 1st, French intelligence warns us of pending attacks. As a matter of fact, the next speaker we have, Dick Gregory, I believe was warned, if my memory correct, is correct, he was warned by the French intelligence not to fly on September 11th. And he didn't, of course. On August 2nd, Christina Raqqa, who's the Director of Asian Affairs for the State Department, meets with the Taliban in Islamabad, and this is the last warning on record that we give them and tell them that if they don't make a deal with us, that we're going to start bombing in October. I might also add the Egyptians warn us of impending attacks as well. But I'm not sure the date. It appears it might be later in August. It's not clear. On August 6th, Bush receives classified intelligence briefing that Osama bin Laden might be planning to hijack commercial U.S. airlines. Now, this is reported by CBS News. This is August 6th, when nobody thought anything was coming yet. And certainly to say he didn't know anything about it, he wasn't prepared. You can also follow troop movements. I don't have time to go into now, but the troop movements of American troops in particular and British make it very obvious that we're surrounding Afghanistan, basically, that we're ready for something. There's a very interesting area here that the FBI chose to ignore. It had to do with put options. $14 million in put options were bought the day before on American Airlines and United, which showed obvious foreknowledge. If I have time later, maybe we can cover that, but I'm running out of time, so let me skip that for right now. Very interesting, on the September 5th and 6th, we're getting close to September 11th now, an 80-man FBI task force raids Texas offices of Infocom Corporation. They're an internet service provider, and many of the top Arab Muslim websites, including Al Jazeera, used Infocom as their internet provider, and this service, because of the FBI raid, was shut down for several days. About a week after September 11th, the FBI drops any charges, and they say we were wrong, everything is clean, and go back to doing what you're doing. In the meantime, at a very critical point, we're unable to find out what the Arab, in particular Arab news services, are saying about what's going on. Now, this is the key, I think, as to, and I'm down to the end of my time here, but this is really the key to who's behind it and who did actually engineer the attacks. On September 4th, General Ahmed, you recall the head of the ISCI, he arrives in Washington with an ISI delegation. Between September 5th and 7th, he's observed entering and leaving the CIA and the Pentagon numerous times. I might add this information came from the Indian intelligence that was openly released to the press. And maybe I should, if I try to do this quickly, why they would release this information. Was reported on September 10th in the Pakistan newspaper, in Islamabad Daily News. There was a headline in this article that said, "Why is General Ahmed meeting with CIA?" Okay, this is September 10th, not the 11th. I have to bring in one other player here, Saeed Sheikh. I'm sure the name's familiar, at least to some of you. He's the guy that's now being held in a Pakistan jail for the murder. He's being framed, very obviously, but for the murder of Daniel Pearl. Very interesting individual. In 1994, the Indian police arrested him. He was involved in terrorist attacks against India. He was tried, sentenced, and was in jail. He was in jail for only 5 years, although he had, I believe, a life or close to life sentence. In 1999, Al-Qaeda, admittedly, openly, they hijack an Indian plane. They land it in Kandahar in Afghanistan. They demand, in exchange for 155 hostages that were aboard, they demand the release of 3 political prisoners, which includes Saeed. And the deal is made, unlike what we used to, the reaction where the FBI or the Israelis or Germans, whoever it is, storm the police and everybody gets killed. In this case, it was a very clean, nobody died. The 3 were released, including Saeed, and the 155 hostages were returned to India. From that point forward, India, and I believe still, till he was arrested now in Pakistan, they, by their own admission, continued to monitor Saeed's movements. And this is one of the things that's done very typically, cell phone conversations. The week of September 3rd, the Indians intercept, this is the week right before September 11th, they intercept cell phone calls from an individual to and from Saeed. In one of the conversations, he is ordered to send $100,000. The Indians, by the way, they have the recordings of this. This is not just transcripts. That he was ordered to send $100,000 to transfer from a European bank to a United States bank in the name of Muhammad Atta. They trace the calls. Other intelligence services have picked that end up, but they don't pick up the other end. But eventually they trace the calls to General Ahmed, his cell phone. Now, he's in Washington. And I might add that $100,000 was just kind of, I guess, one of the later payments, because there was already estimated somewhere between $325,000 and $600,000 that had already been sent all through Saeed to the name of to a bank account in Florida, in particular, of Muhammad Atta. Very likely, Ahmed was, maybe when he made the cell phone calls, he was at the CIA or the Pentagon. The money was sent, and this can be substantiated on June 29th, July 19th, August 7th, August 30th, and there was even a final payment sent September 18th, 7 days after, when Muhammad Atta is supposed to be dead, and I think that there's enough evidence to show that Muhammad Atta is still alive and well. And by the way, there's at least 5 other supposed hijackers that are alive and well. Obviously, if there were individuals on the plane that either they weren't there at all, or there was somebody using their information as their cover. Indian intelligence turned all this information over to the FBI, and the FBI totally ignored it. Now, what is India's motivation, if you ask? When Bush came into, well, in fact, I got to back up again here. India and Pakistan have been at war on and off for years now. Of late, there's the disagreement over who should be in control of Kashmir. In 1998, as you know, in Pakistan, there was number one, there was a coup d'etat. That's when General Musharraf took over power. His first appointee is General Ahmed, who becomes head of the ISI. And I might just add that in reading the literature, the ISI is not kind of like the CIA here. It's much more powerful. It's kind of like a combination of the Pentagon and all the intelligence services and the Department of State all rolled up into one. The two of them happen to be college buddies. It's a logical thing that he does. Clinton, this is 98 yet, we're still talking, when this happens, under pressure, places economic sanctions on Pakistan. One of the key things involved, Pakistan had just ordered 40 F-16s, which hadn't been delivered yet. And apparently when you order F-16s, you don't get them next week. You get them a year and a half or so later. And you're talking into the tens of millions of dollars here. India is very pissed off at Bush when he enters office, because one of the first things he does, he drops the sanctions, and Pakistan becomes our ally. In fact, ultimately, they're part of our war on terrorism right now, helping us fight terrorism right now. I might add that the Indian releases and how it took place, it was all in the Wall Street Journal on October 10th of 2001. On September 11th, John gave you the beginning of this part, the General Ahmed was in Washington, and he mentioned about Representative Porter Gose, who's head of the Intelligence Committee for the House, and Senator Bob Graham, who's the head of the Intelligence Committee for the Senate. They were meeting with Ahmed, and what Gose and Graham both have said, they were discussing terrorism and bin Laden. This is while World Trade Center is being attacked. That's what they're discussing. They know nothing about it, but they're discussing that. The day before, and this is very significant, T may be aware of this, there are phone calls made to more than half of the passengers on at least 2 of the 4 planes, telling them their flight has been canceled, and they're rescheduled for the next day, September 12th. Of course, there were no flights on September 12th. T, are you aware of this at all? Okay. And United Airlines and American Airlines have denied that they made any such calls, nor they know anything about those calls. The only thing I mean, just as they didn't hit the populated part of the Pentagon or go into the World Trade Center when they could have killed maybe 15,000 more people, I guess they weren't total criminals or murderers. They had some good in their heart. So they obviously couldn't call everybody and empty the plane that had to have passengers, but they obviously got it down to a minimum. On September 9th, Ahmed Shah Massoud, who is the Northern Alliance leader, is assassinated. This is kind of a preemptive strike to let you know something was going to happen. The Northern Alliance blamed the ISI, and this is what most of the Arab press said, that ISI and bin Laden was behind that, and obviously cooperating with us. On September 11th, I'm getting down to the end here, but on September 11th, employees of Odigo, which is a large instant messaging company, it's an Israeli company. They have New York offices, the World Trade Center, and at 7 a.m., they sent warnings of the attack to Odigo for the people not to show up for work. And I believe one person from that company came to work. The other, several hundred employees, did not show up based on that. I'm going to have to skip some things here, I think. Okay, this is probably the most important thing. And this is similarities to the Kennedy assassination. Cheney, in May of 2001, is appointed, assumingly by Bush, to head a task force to test out our preparedness of an attack, a terrorist attack, specifically a terrorist attack. Not necessarily hijacking, but any type of terrorist attack. And on September 11th, there is planned what's called a preparedness military exercise, which in essence is a simulated attack. In other words, and it wasn't based on a hijacking, it was based on planes going off course and flying into various buildings, including the Pentagon, the White House, the Capitol, etc. I believe there was actually more to the plan because the initial reports do indicate there were 8 hijacked planes, and there's strong evidence of a plane going down in Maryland, another one in New Jersey, but I don't have time to get into that right now. The day we began bombing Afghanistan also, General Ahmed, again, that he's the head of the ISI for Pakistan, he decided to retire, according to the American press. The ISI officials said it was orders from Washington to avoid embarrassment in exposing the ISI and CIA connections. On September 12th and 13th, General Ahmed met with Secretary of State Richard Armitage and Senator Biden, who's the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and also with Secretary Powell. In fact, I wondered how Powell got back here because there were no flights coming into the country. And you may not be aware of this, but they sent Powell on some menial task to go to South America on September 11th, kind of like the cabinet on November 22nd was sent off to Hawaii. But he's back here apparently a day later for these meetings. In other words, Pakistan's commitment to fight Afghanistan is negotiated, obviously, with the man who sent the money to the hijackers. I mean, that's what they're talking about, negotiating support to fight Al-Qaeda. And of course, Pakistan does become a port. There are several people, I don't have time to go into this, but several people in the United States, important people, including my dad, Dick Gregory, gets warned the night before not to fly on September 10th, including the mayor of San Francisco and others, and they don't fly. The last note I wanted to make on this is that, I forgot if I mentioned that or not, but Muhammad Atta is still very much alive and well. There's strong evidence to that, as well as at least 5 other of the named hijackers. And it's very possible, it looks probable, I should say, that most of the names that the FBI gave out as being the hijackers are not real, are not their names. They're pseudonyms, they're covers. And I think at this point, that's about as much I think I have time for. Dick, I think Dick's going to maybe give us some information, but also maybe entertain us a little. Thank you.
Ralph Schoenman, who couldn't be here, has also done work on 9/11, and I had asked him to come. One of the things that he discovered in a Sarasota, Florida paper was the fact that Mohammed Atta, living there, was sharing an apartment with one of the Iran-Contra pilots. Now, this is significant to me because both the Mujahideen operation, which began actually in the Carter era under Brzezinski, and the Iran-Contra operation were secret, off-the-shelf operations run by William Casey. So you have a central source for both of these operations that seem to bring us into the current period. We have all of these contragators now, Otto Reich, Poindexter, who's doing the data mining, Armitage in the State Department. There's 5 or 6 of the key people from the Contragate scandal now in a position of power. And then you have an interlink between the September 11th operation and the Iran-Contra pilots through Mohammed Atta. And, I think that that's important. And as he mentioned, Ahmad met with Richard Armitage before leaving the country. He also mentioned Halliburton, the company that Dick Cheney came from. They absorbed Brown and Root, which made $4 billion in profit off of the construction in the Vietnam War, just like the bin Laden family made most of its money in construction for CIA and military bases and other things throughout. And Halliburton is now making money with something called Base in a Box. And it's actually a civilian operation that they contract out, the military Pentagon pays to have the infrastructure of a military base flown by civilians anywhere in the world, set up by armed guards, and then the military moves in. And they're setting these up in Uzbekistan and other places where they're going right now, and Halliburton's making that profit. And Brown of Brown and Root was the financial backer and the person that actually put Lyndon Baines Johnson in office. And so then when Kennedy's killed and LBJ comes in and they begin to escalate the war, it's Johnson's friends that make the money. We also talked about oil. There was a celebration of the Gulf War 10 years after here at Texas A&M University, and Bush spoke there, and some of the old guard, and Norman Schwarzkopf Jr. was there, and he started ticking off the statistics of what it took to fight that war, and he mentioned that they used 3.5 billion gallons of oil to fight the Gulf War. That's more oil than they could have gotten out of Kuwait. And nationally, U.S. use of oil, 65 to 75% of all oil use in the United States is military use. What this means is that you're fighting wars to have enough oil to fight the wars. And it also means that the oil is then kept from Japan and Germany and the other competitors. And another thing that struck me was that when I studied the assassinations, one of the main things that happens, the Reagan attempt, JFK, the black box disappears. There's a change of power, okay, when these things happen. It runs away from Reagan. It doesn't get on the plane with LBJ. And when Bush took off, he was in touch with Cheney briefly on these secure radio communications out of Air Force One. And then suddenly, after they gave the shoot-down order, according to Bush in 60 Minutes, the radio contact went dead. And he was pounding the phone on the desk, and he had no secure radio contact with anyone for 2 hours from Air Force One. Now, this is similar with communications being cut off on November 22nd. And Cheney, just recently out in San Francisco, talking at the Commerce Club, said, "I have the black box." So the joke in D.C. is if Cheney dies of a heart attack, Bush could become president. All right? Cheney runs the government from a bunker. They had a headline in the Washington Post, "Shadow Government Operating in Secret," big banner letters. I said, God, maybe I can get a job writing there finally. And when we have an alert in D.C., Cheney goes down in this little Pentagon in Bluemont, Virginia, 2 miles into the mountain that they've refurbished. The computers were old, and he runs the government. They have him on a big brother screen at the meetings, where he talks and listens. But Bush sits up there in the White House with the rest of us waiting for the imminent attack about every 4 weeks, and that was September the 10th. Now, the communications on November 22nd, and Bill Kelly did a lot of work on this, from Air Force One were handled through a company called Collins Radio. Collins Radio is now a subsidiary of Rockwell International. There was a flap in Washington, D.C. in the late 80s because the National Reconnaissance Organization, whose initials used to be secret, which does all of the satellite imagery analysis around the world, National Reconnaissance Organization, built a 4-tower complex in Langley, Virginia, outside of Dulles Airport, with black budget funds. And when Congress found out about it, they were furious because they were never asked about this multi-million-dollar building, billion-dollar building, you know, this big complex, because they had not approved it and they knew nothing about it. Now, the conduit cover for the money coming into this building was Collins Radio, Fort Worth, Texas. That was how the money was being funneled. On the morning of September 11th, there was a drill, and it's been revealed by an FBI agent in one of the security meetings in Chicago. There was a drill in one of the 4 towers based on the idea that a plane would be running into the building that morning, 4 miles from Dulles, where one of the attack planes took off. There was a drill at the NRO building. And I wonder whether or not Collins Radio is still on the ground, in charge, as they were November 22nd, 63, with radio communications for Air Force One, and whether they in fact shut Bush off and took him out of the loop. But we have with us, and we can go maybe till a quarter of, anyway.
Excuse me, John, I just wanted to amplify. What you just brought up was part of Cheney's simulated attack plan.
Yeah.
That's connected.
Right. No, there's a simulated attack, and, you know, but they had this drill that morning. And I think, and I'm sure Brother Dick Gregory, who is here with us today, will tell you, you know, that we're in a very serious situation since September 11th, and we're going into the Pax Americana that John Kennedy didn't want and that they were arguing about in August of 2001 between the Pentagon and the White House. And I would say, my analogy would be September 1939, Poland has been invaded, the World War has been declared, the genocide is looming, and we are the German people.
Hey, don't need to say nothing after that. German, you say? Let me first say we thank and praise God that we've made it here safely. This brother's always so wise. If most folks, including some of you sitting in this room, know what's fixing to come down in the next 6 to 18 months, most Americans would start committing suicide. It is out the box. We are gone beyond the point of no return. So all you can do now is cover your ass. Thanks to all of us. You know, we sit around and think we so above everything. Every time I get on a damn plane to go to a peace rally, I pay tax to drop bombs on little bitty children, so I'm just as filthy as they are. And those of you that want to keep the blinders on, have fun and have fun quick, because recess is over. And it's kind of interesting, we can have discussions all over the world. Don't nobody want to factor in racism and sexism. If you don't factor in that, you don't see it. You don't see it at all. Because when you factor it in, you know what we did to the Indians with smallpox, so don't act like this is some germ stuff just started. You know they took 600 black men in Tuskegee, Alabama, not the Ku Klux Klan or the White Citizen Council, the United States Bureau of Health. And then y'all want to wonder where AIDS come from? Well, prepare yourself for death, okay? A white woman come over here on the boat with that boy, and he don't even give his mama the right to vote, and you don't know what kind of vicious, insane thug we dealing with? And a lot of you all want to believe this country worked right up until November the 22nd, 63. Go up on the reservation and ask some Indians. Huh? It's a game they play. And now they just put it out here in everybody's face. So I just say thanks to this brother. I didn't know. I mean, we black folks was depending on you white folks. That's why we wanted to be with you. We thought y'all had y'all shit together. Well, we stunned to find out they'll kill you on the way to get me. Because you walk around thinking you so clean and precious and all you got to do is be white. No, no, no. If you ain't Queen Elizabeth type white folks, you ain't white. White ain't got nothing to do. Hold them cameras with that noise for me, will you please? White ain't got nothing to do with a color, it's an attitude.
And if you ain't got some big, big billions of bucks in the bank, you can't have the attitude. That's what this is about. They put in your food. Go look at your toothpaste. Huh? What do you think this is? Do not swallow. They don't put this on cocaine. Huh? And in the last sentence, if you do swallow, contact the Poison Control Center because an ordinary doctor. Y'all think y'all white? And if you think if niggas left here today, y'all would be safe, it's a game. And our biggest mistake is we thought you had your shit together. And we get over here with you and find out you're dumber than my grandmother. Nobody told me that you couldn't trust the New York Times. Huh? Nobody told me that you couldn't trust NBC. We didn't hear y'all complaining. That's why we wanted to get over here with you, where it was safe. We didn't know the same chemicals they put in my toothpaste they put in yours. And then they run this old racist, sexist game down, y'all fall right into it. As long as niggas killing niggas, it's a drive-by. When they come outside of that parameter, it's sniping. Until they blamed it on them black guys, they was talking about how brilliant they must be. They ain't talking about that now. There's some dumb niggas went to sleep in a car and got caught. It's a game they play. And if y'all don't want to factor none of this other filth into it, you will not see the whole picture. And I thank brothers like this here that's on the case. Ralph Shunman, Robert Groden. This is one of the most important keys to this whole mess. Well, I don't know how he got hold to the Safuda film, but he called me. And the strange power of God, because we couldn't do that today. I carried it to Geraldo Rivera, huh? And they ran it. And for the first time, people got to see something. Geraldo wouldn't touch it now, but we don't need him now. Whoever thought I would live to see the day that coming in here and folks would bring me a black magazine. Questions linger about assassinations. Huh? Huh? And somewhere. And I've been blessed. I have radio shows. Stevie Wonder on the radio station. In the morning, you got 1.5 million people, so I don't have no problem getting my stuff out. Kathy Hughes just bought $1.5 billion worth of radio station. Anytime I want to talk to 15 million people, we got it. And she ain't never told me what to say or what not to say. But that's because of you, because I can call and check out stuff and say, hey, what about this or what about that? And so I just come today to say, y'all ought to just spend some time this Thanksgiving thanking yourself, because this filthy country will never thank you. And one day, 10 million years, when everybody's gone, you all will be the heroes. Huh? They be writing best-selling books about the real America, the voice of America. But you're so messed up, you want to be validated by the New York Times. Huh? You want to be validated by the Washington Post. You want to be validated by this old stinking nasty ass paper here. What is it so shallow inside of you? No spirit? That you want filth to say you was right? You don't go to darkness for light. You the light. You take that light to wipe out darkness. Know your power. Know who you are. Feel it. The CIA, they have no power. We have power in this room. The CIA had to come in, hold this convention. It would cost $30 million just for paying for it. We just get up and get on a plane. Come on in here. You worry about being killed? Me? If the God I pray to every day couldn't protect me against filth, I'd be the first one to admit I'm praying to the wrong thing. Deceitfulness, I expected. I learned deceit from my mama. When she get up every morning and put her makeup and rouge on, she knows she didn't look like that. And all deceit is altering the truth. She squeezed some lemons and put some sugar in wine. Lemons don't taste like that. And I tell black folks, you gonna argue and lie over some pussy, why you think white boys ain't gonna argue and kill over trying to control the planet? There's a whole lot of us that do little what they do big. You're no cleaner than them. It's a game. And then they run that whole game down and mess up your mind. And even when you get truth, it got to be debated. Truth don't have to be validated by ignorance. Truth stands up by itself. And all you got to do is just put it out there. Just put it out there. When they said Ron Brown died in the plane wreck, they had no idea that the white folks that was doing the autopsy was going to bring me the pictures. Huh? When the FBI said to the family his body was so mingled and messed up, we cremated him. We cremated him without their permission. We identified him from his fingerprints. Huh? In armed force pathology, they brought me the pictures. There never was a plane wreck. And they will kill all them white folks to get one brother. Okay? So y'all think y'all safe? They might even come in here to get me today, and y'all going with me, which is good odds. What killed Ron Brown is this bullet hole in the back of his head. Huh? Right there. And what made it so great? Them was white folks, men and women. Career, huh? Career. That their careers is over now. Huh? Because of the atmosphere that you have created. Huh? It's over. The lead guy that came to see me, he's one step away from becoming a general. It's over. You said, wait a minute. Thank you. And I say today, thank you. Thank you. I don't have no problem with people. One of them thugs brought me some information not too long. I said, I'll meet you in the park. And white boy asked me, aren't you scared we're going to kill you? Why niggas always got to be, aren't you scared I'm going to kill you, punk? It worked both. Who the hell you think you are? When you was coming out here to meet me, didn't you worry? I'm just supposed to be one way. I'm supposed to worry about you. The games. Someone sent Kathy Hughes this letter, April the 12th, 2002, Kathy Hughes, Radio 1. Dear Miss Hughes, thank you for responding to my letter. I'm aware of Brother Gray. Let's skip all that. I was at a speech back in the late 70s when Dick told the audience that the government was getting ready to blow up the World Trade Building. I'm not psychic. How did I know that? Because earlier that day at 12 o'clock, they arrested a guy walking a tight wire from one, remember that? Trade building to the other. And I walked up with the paper the next evening and say, see this guy here? He a stunt man. Whoever laid that cable from one World Trade Building to the other, those are serious engineers. Those aren't stunts. And let me tell you something about them two buildings. Secret Service has an office, FBI has an office, alcohol and tobacco have an office, and anytime the President of the United States is in the New York City area, his car that he uses, or her car, is housed in the World Trade Building. You know what kind of security they got in that building? And then I said to him, I can't tell you which one of these towers, but one of these towers, 20 stories below the ground, have $40 billion worth of gold bullion. So don't tell me somebody can slip up there but the government. So watch them disappear. And I don't have to hold it inside of me and get all stressed out. I got radio shows. I said to Kathy Hughes on the show on August the 19th, when Princess Di got killed on the 30th. Say, if that little wench owe y'all any money out there, you better get it, because she'd probably be dead by the end of the month. Because my contact folks had told me she was pregnant. By that little thug she was dating, they said he was an Arab. He wasn't, he's Egyptian. Meaning he a nigger like me. And you think the Queen of England, that throne, gonna have her first son king one day with a half brother or sister that's African? You don't even have to be smart to figure that out. Watch what's gonna happen over there in the next 10 days. That wasn't no accident when Queen Elizabeth walked in there and stopped that testimony. Said, oh my God, I forgot, I gave him that. Huh? That's about a videotape discussing Princess Charles's gay habits. Huh? And everybody over there know it, they just haven't found the angle to bring it out. And somewhere that story got to stop. What a better way than tomorrow blow up some huge building in downtown London, kill rich folks, English folks, and Americans, and blame it on Al-Qaeda. And the story's off the front. They do that. You know, how can you sit and follow what you followed? Don't think this thing is a one trail with assassination of the president. All of it's connected. All of it's connected. And they learn from their mistakes. 2 years ago, they said, we'll kill this senator. Damn it, his wife took his seat. So put their wife on the plane now with them. Right. And poor old Teddy, I can't wait to see him. Teddy was there that morning with him. He just didn't get on the plane. I just want to see Ted and say, Ted, y'all's luck done finally changed. He was in Minnesota, campaigning that morning. When did the Kennedys start having good luck? So he should fall on his knees this coming Thanksgiving and say, God, thank you. You lifted it. How long? And understand your work and stop falling into this stupid crap. Can't nobody feel, what happened to the election? What happened to the election the other day? It was a Democrat sweep, that's what happened. White folks is upset about the money. And they switched, and y'all can't feel that because you think you living in a free democratic society. Jimmy Carter goes all over the world with his little pimp-ass self, making sure niggers have fair elections, and then we get elections stole right down in Florida, and that pimp thug ain't opened his mouth. It's okay when white folks do it. Have him open his mouth. But he gonna go to the third, and y'all accept that crap. Nobody holds his feet to the fire. You say, how can you do for one, but then you haven't said nothing? Only one paper ran this. One paper. And if I need to explain anything after I read this headline, then you are beyond. But you should have known something was happening with that election if all y'all had sit down and getting ready for the reports coming in from Election Central, which is a nice way of saying CIA. And then they said, breaking news. Huh? Right before everybody's sitting, waiting to find out what happened. Breaking news. We won't be able to report this election like we had been because the exit poll, I mean, y'all heard that. I wasn't the only one. The exit poll, after we ran the data through the computer, it wasn't giving us what we were supposed to get. So we're not going to use that tonight. So I went on and got me a bottle of rum and Coke and tried to find me some crack. I said, we're going to be on a trip this evening. God is so good. And when I talk about God, I ain't talking about them old isms and osms. Muslims and the Christians and one pulling for the Israelis and the others pulling for that. And most folks into that old funky bag didn't see one important thing. That when we got ready to celebrate the first anniversary of September the 11th, the first anniversary, well, that night in New York City, the lottery number was 911. They have no shame. How many of y'all knew that? Yeah, New York City. The first year's anniversary, the three numbers was 911. They have no shame. But 1 week before the festivities, September 11th here, 1 week over here, and 1 week over here, not one bomb went off in Israel or Palestine. Huh? Not one bomb. Not one brick was thrown. Well, we can control it. We pay both sides, huh? Huh? This side get a check from us, that side get a check from us, and they say, all right, you punks get off the playground now, the big boys is coming in. Huh? There'll be no more news. In no shape, form, or fashion. Ain't none of y'all ready for prime time. And if you sit with these little tunnel visions and don't see nothing but this one piece of crap you working on, it's all together. And it's the same people. This ain't no accident. Only one paper ran this in the Washington Times. April 22nd, 1998. FBI paid mortgage on Nichols' home. Denver, the FBI made mortgage payments on Terry Nichols' home after he was arrested. Huh? For the Oklahoma bombing? But if that been some black folks, oh, the whole white world would have went up. How y'all paying them niggas money? Right here, in a white paper. Then they went and asked the Justice Department. A Justice Department spokeswoman said she do not know immediately why the government is making mortgage payments nor how much. Huh? You need some house note money for next week? You need a little Thanksgiving money to get through? Get in touch with these folks. And just tell them you killed some folks. You might qualify. November the 1st, Sunday, 1998, ABC was getting ready to lock out all the engineers because they was having us hassle with Monday Night Football. And they didn't tell them. They just going to look around Monday night and they was going to be locked out. So they said, okay, what we'll do, since they won't be around on the 3rd, which is election day, we will let them Sunday night load up the website with the results. Huh? Your land of the free and your home of the brave. And thank God somebody hit the switch by mistake. Huh? And Sunday night on the ABC internet, the Tuesday, 2 days from now, election results is coming across. Huh? And Monday morning, ABC had to hold a press conference. Which is, if you hold a press conference on Monday, if y'all held a press conference today, it run in Monday's paper, right? So if you hold a press conference on Monday, it run in Tuesday's paper. And that's why this headlines in the Atlanta Journal is dated Tuesday, November the 3rd, 1998. Headlines, ABC posts election results before the vote. That's the headlines. Huh? Huh? And this is the price we pay. Who said it? By letting the Kennedy thing slip through. Huh? They have just gone amok. Huh? And y'all are so ungodly, American, you didn't even feel nothing about that election the other day. Even the Democrats, Republicans shocked. Now, everybody got to justify how they lost and how they won. ABC was hit with an online disaster on the eve of today's election when its inner site displayed complete election results hours before the first vote was cast. Huh? They didn't say projections. Huh? Huh? Y'all talk about this is what I die for. I die for this here. Incredible story here. Only a little off magazine, the Second Opinion, May the 5th this year. It was only a matter of time before Viagra-associated catastrophes occurred. They have just found out that the male penis have an enzyme in it, and there's a similar, not quite enzyme in your eye, and Viagra can't distinguish one from the other, and there's millions of people fixing to go blind in the next 6 months. Because when that stuff shoots up there and throws that blood into that optic nerve and open it up, you can't close it back. NBC didn't touch this. Huh? CBS didn't touch this. That's your copy. Huh? Which means that might not be an accident. It might not be an accident. And, whoa. Every now and then, that's why I read 600 hours newspapers every week just to try to say, because they're so arrogant. This was in People magazine, November 18th this year. The butler says that Queen Elizabeth told him, he did an interview with the Daily Mirror, in an interview which he said Queen told him there are powers at work in this country which we have no knowledge about. Huh? That's the Queen saying that. Huh? I don't know why somebody in British intelligence like me, I don't know why some white boys that did the autopsy on Ron Brown brought me the pictures. And then somebody called me the next day and said his ex-law partner, who was in South Africa putting this stuff together, was murdered. And then someone else called me and said, check this name out. When TW-800 went down, that was Ron Brown's business partner on that plane. They don't care how many they take out. Somewhere, thank God, when the Queen is complaining, we just don't have no control over. So I've never had a cell phone, because I know cell phones was invented by British intelligence to shut your mind down, to create cancer in your brain, to shut your heart down, and to mess with your whole immune system. Thank God somebody, and you can't find another black person to make my kind of money that ain't never had a cell phone. But black folks ought to be hip to cell phone. You got black folks in the ghetto, ain't never paid a bill in their life, and they won't cut the cell phone off. See them walking down with 4 of them hooked to them. And they won't cut the cell phone off. Somewhere, the games. And so I say to you, only a black magazine, Health Quest. 2 years ago, November, NBC, CBS, ABC, none of them's running. This little black magazine. Action AIDS, health warning. Following up on a study presented at the International AIDS Conference in Durban, South Africa, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has issued an early AIDS advisory. Center for Disease Control. Many people have been counseled that monoxin 9, N9, that's that little white jelly-looking stuff in condoms, will help prevent against the transmission of AIDS and HIV. However, in a recent study conducted on 1,000 HIV/AIDS negative prostitutes in Africa found out that using monoxin 9 gel actually increased, not decreased, your chance of getting AIDS. Okay? So y'all think all they want to do is shoot a president? Or blow up the world? You the World Trade Building. Safe sex is no sex. And I tell people, look, if you're going to use them, wash them. And then put 2 of them on. Because all rubber have holes in it that you can't see with the human eye. And when you put it under the microscope and see the hole, it's called 5 microbes. HIV is 1 microbe. So I say put 2 on. The odds of matching those holes is impossible. Then the brother want to call me and say, man, when I put 2 on, it don't feel right. Don't feel like that. It don't feel like that. Well, you're not. You're having good year. Inner tube, rubber. That's what you touch it. How it feel like the real thing? Take it off. Or do like the baseball players do. Y'all know about the heavy bat, ladies? They pick up a bat that weigh more than they bat, and when they pick up their bat, and I told the brothers, I say, do that. You know you're going to get some action tonight. Put 12 rubbers on this month. And at 6 o'clock, take 11 off. Take 10 off. I was just playing. The brother thought I meant it and put it on and cut the circulation off. He was dead at 2 o'clock from gang. Anyway. And so let me get out of here. Kissinger is arrested in Paris for murder. And none of you Americans know about every European paper, and then 8 months later, the Village Voice finally ran the story, okay? The Village Voice, 8 months later. But you know what? We can go get some homeless folks today with no money and take them to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel tonight, the most expensive, luxurious hotel in the world. Cheap cognac costs $40,000 a shot. And when you go up to the 16th floor, it starts at $100,000. Kissinger can't go there. He can't go into France because he skipped out in the middle of the night. The world court, when they was going to put all them right-wing generals in jail, they came up with the documents and said, we did this for Henry. And they got the papers. And so don't think that this information, what you're putting out here, is not working. And so I say to you, here's a black newspaper that had the guts to print Dick Gregory, don't believe the hype. And there's a whole front page story in the Afro-American, in D.C., the home of the CIA, the home of them thugs that say, this is a government hit, and if they did it, my mama did it. And they know damn good and well that damn police chief Moose is connected. How you gonna sit up and talk about, to me, I'm a murderer, you don't know me, and say, my word is my bond. You only say that to people you know. I know his word is his bond. He know my word is my bond. You wouldn't say that to a stranger. And now there's information coming out, I'm sure some of you have seen it, that Moose and John Muhammad was in the same National Guard unit in Portland, Oregon. But all you got to do is just stop being stressed out and just use your God-given. Stop being angry. Don't get some information, get angry. You know, it's a funky, nasty government that you ain't had nothing to do with. You're not responsible. Your mamas, daddies. The blame go to them. They go all over this world, gonna kill somebody, and we do stuff in this country that would make Hitler blush, but y'all don't want to deal with that. Y'all know damn good and well in reading that, you know that was a military operation. Don't be crazy. Or have you forgot they was leaving tarot cards in Vietnam? Huh? And they said, oh, we messed up, because a Muslim would never say, I am God. So then they get a black man, after they shoot that FBI woman, who had just had assigned to the desk to deal with the sniper. And all the press was saying, we sure he didn't know who she was. How you press know that you don't know nothing else? So how you feeding that to us? And then the black guy sitting there and said, oh yeah, I saw the truck. It was a, see, when the government carry out a hit, they have the B team and the A team. We the B team, y'all the A team. We do the hit, y'all just innocent bystanders coming out here telling them what y'all saw. It never was a white truck. And then this brother said, yeah, it was a white truck, and the left rear light was broke, and the guy was olive. Now, anytime you got a black man say it wasn't a white man, who ain't gonna believe him? And we say olive, you say Middle East, so maybe it's one of them crazy Muslims that don't give a damn about Allah, that eats a little pork. And so I say to you, thank you. Long before the Freedom of Information Act forced this government to admit that Gene Dixon was a pawn for Hoover. 18 months before Kennedy got hit in Dallas, she did the column. I see dark clouds around JFK in Dallas, he shouldn't go there. Before King got hit, and who would ever believe? Only one paper ran it, New York Daily News, December 29, 1999, Psyche was FBI pawn. Gene Dixon attacked Fed targets in her column. Everybody thought she was close to God, thought God was revealing this to her.
More like H.L.
Yes. And then when they started getting ready for the gay thing with Muhammad and the little boy, They started sending the gay picture out. But the way Mama mistake, they didn't take that third arm out of there. On the ones they're sending out now, it's gone. Huh? Right there, see that? This is a crop picture. Huh? This is a picture with a whole lot of people in it. And they forgot to take the arm out. Okay? And they forgot there's a whole lot of us out here looking at all they do. We just laugh. We can get uptight. Y'all sitting in here know that John Muhammad ran a scam for the FBI and the CIA in Antigua with passport frauds. Only one paper kind of said it and then pulled back. The boy and his mother came in here from a little CIA-controlled conclave in Haiti. That's where they came in here from, Haiti. And evidently, they didn't warn the dudes at customs. So they grabbed them and put them in quarantine. And why is this important? Take 2 minutes of your time to tell you why it's important. Because when him and his mama got here, they got their fingerprints. And then the next time, instead of sending them back, they emerge in the state of Washington, sleeping at a Christian homeless shelter with John Muhammad. And John was handling so much money, the guy who runs it called the FBI. And the FBI came and interviewed him for 4 hours and said, no, he clean. And then she put the boy in school, and the principal said, well, we need some documents since y'all not from here, and we need his school records. And after they didn't get them, he called the FBI. Again, mom and the boy in quarantine for 2 months. Then they reemerge again at the Christian center. Why? They took their fingerprints again. And then John Muhammad, the boy and the mama get into a fight. They arrest him again, fingerprint. Why is this important? Because the woman that was murdered on September 21st in Montgomery, Alabama, she was not shot with a rifle, she shot with a .22. And I would say I had the autopsy, but somebody stole it and that would be illegal, so I know somebody that got the autopsy. Now why is that important? Because they said they had the boy's thumbprint. Y'all know the story? He's at a convenience store and he's looking through a magazine and puts it back. What was the magazine? A rifle magazine, and the lead story is how to be a sniper. So in Montgomery, Alabama, a black woman is murdered, a white woman is shot in the head, and they think this white woman gonna die, and they got a fingerprint, and they didn't run it through the National Bank. They didn't know who this was. And that 17-year-old boy, he's fingerprinted 3 different times that we know about. It's a game. And now they're saying all these murders that took place before that, y'all been reading it? You know what's wrong with that? Some of them murders, mom was with them, and you haven't heard nobody in the press ask, where's mom? Or no cops in. We need to talk to her. And so, how many of y'all aware that the truck driver that saw the car and turned them in said he didn't want the reward? How many of y'all know that? Truck driver? Didn't want $500,000? Why didn't he want the reward? Because cops can't take rewards. Huh? Huh? Cops can't take rewards. And what did he say? On TV, not the Washington Post. He can't say he was misquoted. On TV, he said, well, I called 911, and as I was talking to the FBI in the helicopter, I said, oh, what kind of cell phone you got? And the FBI told me that it's going to take us 20 minutes to secure the place where you and that other truck block their entrance. Y'all read that? You got the #1 human hunt in the history of the planet, and you're going to just ask some ordinary people to hold them for you till you get there? And the press didn't see nothing wrong with that? And then he messed up. He said, I walked down to the car, and one of them was leaning over the steering wheel, and the other was standing outside with something in his hand. I'm sure it was a rifle. What about the sleep theory? And then they went to interview his ex-wife in Clinton, Maryland. And the universe just popped it all out then. No one was home. So a black guy's walking down, and, excuse me, sir, can we talk to you? He said, yep. He said, did you know John Muhammad? I said, yes. I said, what do you think about him? I said, he's a wonderful guy. He said, when's the last time you see him? He said, last July when he was here. How'd you meet him? He come here all the time and visit his children. Did you notice anything strange last July? I meant him. He said, yes, I did know something strange. All these plainclothes cops sitting in front of this house with unmarked cars watching that house. That scared me, huh? And so I say to you, thank you for spending your time and your energy. And one of these Novembers when we come here, we're just going to have to take like 2 or 3 hours and just have a prayer vigil for those who would be among us but's dead now or in jail. Say thanks to those of you sitting out there whose family's been destroyed because they plant stuff on you, who's lost your job because they go and tell the folks you was working for who you are. And look at that Homeland Security bill that just come through. There's a provision in there that if they decide that every American have to take that smallpox shot and you don't take it, they can force it on you. Well, I live to see the day they come and force something on me. I live to see the day they come and force something on me. And so I leave you today and just cannot thank you enough and want you, when you leave here, know who you are. The Washington Post, October 26 this year, police check suspect's place 10 times. Front page story. They stopped that car 10 times in 1 month. That's every 3 days. I've been married 43 years. I ain't never had sex with my wife every 3 days. Well, anyway, let me leave you with this. Because sometimes you think what you see, you don't see. This black guy got married. And he didn't have no money. His wife didn't have no money. He said, why are we going to spend all our money for an elaborate wedding? He said, let's just go to the Justice of the Peace. And what little money we was going to spend on a honeymoon, let's just pool it together and buy us a house. And they did. And after they get married, they're on their way home. And lo and behold, that same day, a black dude broke out of jail. Then killed 27 people. He got life with no parole. So it killed 12 people, got life with no parole, been in jail 27 years. And out of all the houses to go into, he ended up in their new house. What a wedding day. So they walk in, he waiting. He didn't know. He just told them point blank, look at me, I've been in jail 27 years, I killed 12 people, I know they're gonna catch me, and I'll kill y'all. I ain't had no sex, and ain't had no good food, so I'm gonna get some of both before I leave. And so he tied the husband down to a chair, and he tied the wife across the bed, and he didn't take his clothes off. He just kind of looked like he was laying on her, looked like he's kissing her in her ear. Then he got up and left, and the husband moved the chair all the way next to her and said, dear, you heard what he said. He'd been in jail 27 years. He done killed 12 people, and he wouldn't think twice to kill both of us. He said he just ain't had no sex, no good food. And I think the fact you love me and I love you, when he come back up here, I think not only you should have him, you should act like you enjoy it and act like you love him, and I think me and you will live to see another day. She said, well, what make you think he want to have an affair with me? He said, I saw him kissing you in your ear. He said, no, he wasn't. He was whispering in my ear how pretty you are. And asked me where was the Vaseline. Oh, he'll be back. But I think you have the answer. Yeah, just make like you enjoy it. And I think we will live. Be careful. You think you see in one thing and you see in something else. Take care of your body and get ready for this wild ride. This wild ride, and look around at everybody in here and feel good and squeeze them and say goodbye, because we might not be here next year. I don't mean alive.
I'm talking about the confusion and what they're doing, because they're like 2 seconds away from suspending the Constitution and dissolving the Senate and Congress, and then it's martial law. And then we'll be together again. You know that. Yeah, we'll be together again. I know some of y'all gonna wiggle out, and any of y'all ain't in the cell with us, it's the police. So again, we thank you, we love you, and God bless you.
As Penn Jones used to say, when we get to the concentration camp, at least we'll be in good company. Thank you. We're going to take a break for lunch. Be back at 1 o'clock over at the second floor, rear at the Hotel Lawrence. And hopefully Dick can stay around and be with us then. And we're going to talk a little bit about the future of COPA. But of course, the future of COPA in this country is you.
We need to talk about a benefit too.
Great.
Very important. And then work on the day next week with Liv.
I just want to thank you for all your wonderful work.
Dick, I'm doing a biography, a real biography of Andrew, and I'd like to know sometime, either by email, by personal
I don't
interview.
do email. Let me give you a number of the house.
All right.
My wife can see
I don't know how well you knew him, but I'd imagine you corresponded and talked to him.
That's all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, they got a book out now and a movie out called The Trial of Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, I'm getting a copy
So
of it.
let me hear that right. He was arrested for murder in
First
France?
run.
Yeah.
And he was just released on his own?
No. They told him that they hit him at night, told him to report to the magistrate's office at 9 o'clock the next day. They slipped him out there that night.
So he got out?
So he can't go back.
No publicity on it?
No. Over there in Europe it was. Jeez.
Where was Ron Brown?
Same area. We just threw them in the plane. Remember the guy that said he found the black box?
Yeah.
And 2 days later, they found him said suicide, multiple gunshot wounds to the head. But here, did you ever think you'd see today that the Washington Post would admit there was a second gunman? Okay. Not another newspaper touched this story.
Is that the acoustic analysis? No.
I think it is. But just the fact that they were just.
Close to Terry Collins.
Oh, yes. Yes.
We worked together all the way from 68 to the present.
I love it. Wow.
Howard Griffin, I'd like to find his estate. His wife, his widow, passed away 2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to know if you knew any way. I don't know if you were in touch with the family.
No, but it might be someone. He's in Fort Worth, wasn't he?
They're in Mansfield.
Mansfield.
Texas.
Texas. Okay.
Yes, nearby Fort Worth.
Okay. Let me. There might be someone.
He and Penn were very close.
Yeah.
He influenced Penn, and I want to cover that in the story.
Oh, okay.
If you can't figure out where those children are, if they had children, I don't even know if they did, then I'll have to find it some other way. But if you happen to know, I'd sure like to know.
Just check. I'll see someone today and find out. But if not, call my wife. She'll give you Cheryl Smith's number. She's here. She's a reporter here.
She may know that.
She might know where you can run it down.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Hey, Dick. Mr. Gregory.
My name is Bonnie Faulkner. I have a show on KPFA in Berkeley.
Right. Uncle Kelly.
Yes.
I'm a friend of John's. I'm sorry
Oh, I didn't even realize it was you. I knew there were some other people like setting up. Oh, and I'd love to talk to you. If you can give me contact information.
Yeah, I'll give you my email. I like to put an email a lot too. It's a lot easier for me.
I have a show, Guns and Butter, and so I've done a lot of stuff on 9/11. And we had John on 9/11 and the assassination.
I'm still working on trying to find out what happened to the Andrews pilots.
that's interesting. Uh-huh.
They were in Iraq, flying over the no-fly zone instead of being on alert in Washington. It's Bill Kelly, and my email address is Billy Kelly 1, B-I-L-L-Y, K-E-L-L-Y.
Number one?
And also I have number
We're not afraid anywhere in the third world. There's no country going to stand up to this juggernaut now. The only thing that's left in its way is the American people. And they know it. And they know what power we have. There's more of us than we can think. And we can say this is a democracy and we're in charge, you're not. And we're going to end this secrecy. We're going to dig up our history. We're going to be who we are. And we're going to make it work. And then we'll make it work around the world. Because they're not bringing democracy around the world. They're bringing the market. They're bringing the global corporation. That's the axis of evil that was formed on September 11th. It's not out there. It's Japan, it's Germany, and coming in, the Europeans coming in, and Russia jumping in, and China joined the World Trade Organization the next day.
Well, North Korea be next. They seem to be getting conciliatory with South
Sure,
Korea.
I mean everybody has to be next eventually as long as you play out that game, unless, like the Zapatistas, you say no. We're going to do power from the bottom. And you're not going to beat it with another structured system. You're not going to beat it with a Ralph Nader. You're not going to beat it with anything that's centralized. The only way you're going to do it is decentralized democracy. You're going to pay taxes. Why don't you allocate the taxes directly when you pay them? Why isn't the last page of a tax form where you want your taxes to go? That's taxation with representation. Yeah. And that's the only way out of this, because this is fascism. This is fascism. Fascism is not some little guy with a mustache that hates Jews. It's the last stage of the concentration of wealth. It's the devaluation of the currency. It's the technological leap that makes labor expendable so that certain segments become useless eaters. And it's genocide.
And the total control of information in the press.
Well, of course, and it's total commoditization. Everything is a commodity. Every human interchange or aspect of communication between you or me of any sort is commoditized. We all become part of the market. That's why they take the gold out of the teeth, or sell the hair, or melt down the fat at the concentration camp, because you're a commodity. They take your human sexuality and they turn it into pornography, and they sell it back to you in its most distorted form.
They want us out of the system, so new young
No, they don't
commodity
need us
come
at all.
in.
We're in the same position as the miners in the 1930s that were told when the mine starts to collapse, push the mules out first because they cost money to replace. That's the position we're in. No, they don't need us. Not in their plan. We are dead already. But we can die on our knees or die on our feet. And it's not a matter of going and getting a gun, because a gun isn't going to get you anywhere. They already won the gun game. You got to figure out how to use your head and your heart and make a human community. You want to protect your family? You think a gun's going to protect your family? Go build a community around your family. That's what protects it.
John, with all the institutions as they now are we really talking about what the framers of the Constitution provided for, and that is a reorganization of our Constitution? Not, and hopefully the right people doing it, but is that what's begging now?
There is all the people. See, Jefferson said there's no safe repository of the power of a society ultimately, but the people themselves as a whole. And he said if you don't trust them, you don't take their power away, you inform their discretion. You tell them how. What'd you need, Bill?
Do you have yesterday's sign-in?
Yeah.
Okay. See this?
Some new.